More than 10,000 years had passed, but the Dragon Palace didn't take revenge on the Phoenix clan. This surprised many people, but they also felt normal. Many experts and disciples even agreed with the Dragon Palace's actions. After all, the Phoenix clan had found 4 allies and 4 universe dominators, level 7 space beasts. After learning that the Dragon Palace's Dragon King had suppressed the entire belief universe and even caused the entire army to flee, the Dragon King became the idol of many disciples in the 9 Origin universe. Even some experts of the peak races admired the Dragon Palace's Dragon King. The rise of the Dragon King and his invincible path were discussed by many people. Therefore, it was normal that the Dragon Palace didn't take revenge on the Phoenix clan in the past 10,000 years. No other disciples said that the Dragon Palace was afraid of the Phoenix clan. On the contrary, they supported the Dragon King to give up on revenge for now and take revenge when he was stronger. The prestige of the Dragon Palace started to gather unknowingly. Haha, we did it! The second level 7 Sovereign Realm Space Beast, the second one, ha. At the same time, a group of phoenixes and angels flapped their wings and floated in front of them. The phoenixes were extremely excited. There were 6 level 7 ruler astral beasts on the left, right, and center. The level 7 ruler astral beast in the center was covered in wounds and had a weak aura. It lowered its head. Brothers of the Phoenix clan, it's time for our angel clan. An archangel at the 7th level ruler realm looked at the phoenixes and said with a smile, "Of course," as we agreed. A phoenix nodded. Hee, as long as our angel clan subdues 2 space beasts at the 7th level ruler realm, we can directly destroy the Dragon Palace. An archangel said with a smile. Of course. Even without the help of the Qingying Void Beast, we can destroy. An expert from the Phoenix race said with a smile. The Dragon Palace was killed on purpose by the Phoenix race. 10,000 years have passed, but the Dragon King still doesn't dare to do anything. He must be afraid of the 4 Qingying Void Beasts. At most, he has 2 or 3 peak stage Void Beasts. That's absolutely right. That Dragon Palace even said that they would make us pay a terrible price? After the Angel clan is successfully tamed, we will completely exterminate that Dragon Palace Dragon King. The few phoenixes spoke with cold faces and killing intent. The experts from the Angel clan also smiled and nodded. It had been more than 10,000 years since the Qingying Space Behemoth clan arrived. The Phoenix clan had paid a huge price in resources to invite them over. It wasn't just to intimidate them. Instead, they had paid a price in order to have 4 level 7 space beasts help them tame level 7 space beasts. It was much easier to tame space beasts without intelligence and civilization. Of course, taming a level 7 ruler realm space beast wasn't that simple. The main reason was that the Phoenix race had too deep of a foundation. After all, they were a very powerful peak race. They had accumulated a lot of treasures. Taming a space beast was something that the peak races had done a long time ago. However, they didn't have the strength to tame a level 7 ruler realm space beast. The Phoenix clan used the help of 4 level 7 space beasts to tame them. They also called the Angel clan over and exchanged some resources and benefits to help them tame 2 level 7 space beasts. As long as they succeeded, they would have the strength of 2 level 7 space beasts. Then why would they be afraid of the Dragon Palace? They could even take the initiative to attack the Dragon Palace. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years had passed. The 10,000 years had completely calmed down. The powerful disciples of the peak-level races once again stepped on the path of searching for opportunities and resources. From time to time, the news of a certain expert breaking through came from the communication stone plate. However, during these tens of thousands of years, the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan became active. In the communication stone plate, once the powerful disciples praised the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. They would receive disdainful replies from the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan. Gradually, in the end, some of the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan expressed in the communication stone plate that they were not afraid of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace at all. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is very strong? That's because they have the existence of the ancient god Kuan Master. The Dragon Palace only has the ancient god Kuan Master and the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace to support them. They don't have any other powerful disciples. The Dragon Palace said that they would make the Phoenix race pay the price. Now that 20,000 years have passed, isn't the Phoenix race still fine? Does the Dragon Palace dare to be impudent with the Phoenix race? Only the Dragon Palace is lucky. If it was in the Nine Origin universe, would the Dragon Palace dare to shout at the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan? They would have been destroyed long ago. They said that they would make the Phoenix clan pay the price. What's wrong now? Why is the Dragon Palace hiding? The powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan mocked in the communication stone plate. This caused many powerful disciples who admired the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace to fight back. However, the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan fought back directly. The powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace were killed on purpose by the Phoenix clan. It had been more than 20,000 years. Would the Dragon Palace dare to take revenge? One sentence made many people speechless. In the universe, strength was king. Even if there were many strong disciples who were unhappy, strength was everything. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wuxia did not know what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he was nurturing the galactic fragment with all his might. 20,000 years had passed. On this day, the galactic fragment slowly entered Wuxia's body. The virtual images of the planets slowly appeared around him. The virtual images of each planet contained a terrifying power. When Wuxia saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. He had completely refined it and successfully nurtured it. Now, this galactic fragment truly belonged to him. When the galactic fragment entered his body, Wuxia could feel the terrifying power in his body. This power was vast and invincible. He could feel that he could easily kill Xiaolan even if he were to face her. After completely refining the galactic fragment, the attacking methods of the galactic fragment had also increased by a lot. This was completely incomparable to the simple usage of the 8 level 7 Pantheon back then. How strong is my current strength? After successfully nurturing and refining the galactic fragment, it was equivalent to becoming one with Wuxia. Once the galactic fragment was taken away, he would also suffer great damage. Now that he had successfully nurtured it, he could freely borrow the power of the galactic fragment. He didn't know how strong Wuxia was now. Qingyue, attack me with Xiaolan. I want to test my strength. Wuxia said to Lan Qingyue with a smile. Alright. Lan Qingyue nodded with a smile. Before he had completely refined the starfield fragment, Wuxia's ability to borrow the power of the starfield fragment was comparable to the combination of her and Xiaolan. Now that he had completely refined it, it would definitely be even more terrifying. Therefore, he wasn't worried that he would be able to harm Wuxia. Woo! Lan Qingyue, Xiaolan, and Wuxia flew to the position outside with Wuxia. Lan Qingyue condensed into a grayish long spear while Xiaolan condensed into a grayish image of a Kuan and attacked Wuxia directly. This was already close to their all-out attack. Wuxia felt the attack and waved his arm. The star field barrier. A dazzling barrier appeared directly in front of Wuxia. The barrier was huge. Not only did it block Wuxia's body, but it also blocked the starry sky. Boom! 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 Lan Qingyue and Xiaolan's attack landed on the star field barrier and produced a loud rumbling sound. However, the star field barrier did not have the slightest fluctuation. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation at all. When Wuxia saw this scene, his eyes sparkled. This defense was almost invincible among those of the same level. I should be able to withstand 2 to 3 such levels of strength. Wuxia calculated in his heart, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. This star field fragment was simply too much of an enhancement to him, be it in the Starry Universe or the Nine Origin Universe. If Wuxia were to return to the Nine Origin Universe now, he would be able to easily kill an existence at the peak of the ruler realm with the help of this starfield fragment. Even if his strength had yet to improve, he could still rely on the starfield fragment to do so. This was extremely terrifying. Of course, there was also a possibility that this existence at the peak of the ruler realm did not have a treasure at the level of a starfield fragment. As for whether the peak race had such a treasure, Wuxia was not sure. However, there was an 80% chance that they had a treasure of this level. After all, the peak race might not have a treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation level. However, it was still possible to obtain a treasure of this level. Xiao Xian, how is it? Lan Qingwei flew over and asked with a smile on her face. If it's just a defense, it can at least withstand 5 to 6 full force attacks of the same level. Wang Xian said with a smile. However, speaking of which, this starfield fragment is considered a heaven's origin creation treasure that favors attack. The attack of the starfield fragment is even more terrifying. In that case, if we return to the 9 origin universe, as long as Xiao Xian absorbs all the resources, wouldn't your strength be much stronger than the peak of the ruler realm? Lan Qingyue's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Wang Xian nodded his head. Currently, he still had a lot of resources in his hands. These resources could increase his strength by 2 levels. In other words, he could rival in existence at the 9th level of the Dominator realm. When the time came, he would be able to open up more energy from the starfield fragments. An existence at the peak of the Dominator realm could be easily destroyed as long as he didn't have any powerful treasures. As for how powerful they would be at that time, it was unknown. Heavenly Yuan creation level treasures were too terrifying. Just like the ancestral tree, it hadn't fully matured yet it was able to display such terrifying energy. This was something that many peak races couldn't imagine. Heavenly Yuan creation level treasures, to a certain extent, were even rarer than Heavenly Yuan creation level experts. Even the fragments were abnormally terrifying. Let's go. Let's get rid of the crystal beast first and destroy it. Then we will return to the 9 origin universe passage. Wang Xian continued to speak to Lan Qingyue. All right. Lan Qingyue nodded her head. Wang Xian waved his arm and a meteor appeared under his feet. It led them to fly in a certain direction at a terrifying speed. This speed was much faster than before. A few days later, Wang Xian arrived at the sea area where he was trapped again. He had been trapped here for more than 30 million years. He had a clear understanding of everything here. He flew straight towards the crystal domain of the target. It's just ahead. After flying for another half an hour, Wang Xian looked at the crystals in front of him. His eyes were sparkling. He had completely restrained the power of the starfield fragment. After he restrained it, his aura had also decreased by a lot. It was completely the aura of a master at level 7. This aura was already very weak in this region. Lan Qingwei also restrained her aura while Xiao Lan waited outside for the time being. They flew in. This way, Wang Xian's gaze swept across the ordinary crystals in the surroundings. He checked the direction and flew towards the place in his memory. Last time, Wang Xian lured the 8 gods over. The 8 gods were easily defeated by the crystal behemoth. However, although the crystal behemoth was very strong, it was only slightly stronger than a level 7 cosmic beast. It was difficult to deal with 2 level 7 cosmic beasts. When he arrived at a place with more than 50 energy crystals, he realized that the energy crystals had disappeared. The last time, the energy crystal was kept by one of the gods. After the crystal behemoth killed the level 7 cosmic beast, it should have changed the location of the energy crystal or absorbed it. Wang Xian said to Lan Qingyue, "Let's go and investigate somewhere else." Lan Qingyue nodded her head. Now that there was a fragment of the starfield, Wang Xian was no longer as cautious as last time. Instead, he flew deeper into the starfield. Back then, he didn't dare to step into the starfield. As they flew deeper into the starfield, they were vigilant of their surroundings. There's the aura of the energy crystal over there. After flying for 2 days, Lan Qingyue sensed something and pointed in a direction. Let's go. This should be the domain of the crystal behemoth. If we touch the energy crystal here, we will definitely be attacked by the crystal behemoth. Wang Xian spoke and immediately flew in the direction that Lan Qingyue pointed out. Soon, 3 crystals containing a huge amount of energy appeared in his line of sight. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled when he saw the energy crystal. He had only flown for 2 days before he came across the energy crystal. This was obviously a treasure land. Clearly, there was a powerful presence guarding this place. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings. With a wave of his arm, he grabbed the energy crystal with his dragon claw. Buzz! The dragon claw grabbed the energy crystal and flew directly towards Wang Xian. Looking at the energy crystal that was flying towards him, he scanned his surroundings with a vigilant look in his eyes. Wang Xian had no idea how many energy crystals there were in this area. Therefore, even though his strength had increased tremendously, he still had to be careful. Just as the energy crystal was about to reach Wang Xian, a roar filled with killing intent was heard. Not far from him, a crystal behemoth flew out from an ordinary crystal and attacked Wang Xian and the rest. "It's out." Wang Xian's eyes sparkled when he saw the crystal behemoth. "It doesn't seem to be the one I encountered last time." Lan Qingyue's eyes sparkled when she saw it. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. This crystal behemoth was not as strong as the previous one. This one's strength was also comparable to an expert at the peak of the Dominator realm. However, it was slightly weaker than the previous one. Flaming meteor. Wang Xian moved his palm without any hesitation. With a wave of his arm, a flaming meteor flew out from his palm and attacked the crystal behemoth directly. Boom! The flaming meteor appeared and landed on the body of the crystal beast in an instant. Its terrifying speed was as though it was teleporting. Bang! 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 Awoo! A miserable shriek rang out instantly. The body of the crystal beast slowly cracked and collapsed. Wang Xian smiled when he saw this scene. This was the terrifying attack power of the galactic fragment. Instant kill. A complete instant kill. With a wave of his arm, the crystal behemoth's broken body flew towards him. Wang Xian sensed for a moment. There was an incomparably majestic energy contained within. "Let's kill another one. It should be enough to break through the small house." He passed the energy crystal to Lan Qingyue and said with a smile, "There might be more than 1 or 2 crystal behemoths in this area." Lan Qingyue took it over and sized it up before saying, "Yes, since that's the case, let's hunt here." Wang Xian nodded and continued to fly deeper into the area. He traveled through the special territory again. However, this time it took him half a month to find more than 10 energy crystals. There should be one nearby. Wang Xian looked at the more than 10 energy crystals in front of him and smiled. Following the same pattern, he condensed his dragon claw again and grabbed at the energy crystal. When the energy crystal was grabbed by Wang Xian again, the roar was heard again. Wang Xian looked at the giant crystal beast that suddenly emerged from a crystal and narrowed his eyes slightly. "This one seems to be the one we encountered back then," he mumbled as he sensed the power of this crystal behemoth. Wang Xian opened his 5 fingers. A star floated on one of his fingers. With a flick of his finger, the 5 stars enlarged and attacked the crystal behemoth directly. The moment the crystal behemoth flew out, it sensed the attack of the 5 stars and sensed the terrifying power on it. Its pupils constricted slightly. It quickly stopped its body and flew towards an ordinary crystal. The talent of the crystal beast was that it could enter an ordinary crystal instantaneously. Furthermore, it could teleport within the crystal instantaneously. It was similar to the transformation of the Netherworld dragon. Every ordinary crystal was the medium for their transformation. "You want to escape?" Wang Xian smiled. His body trembled slightly and a gray star appeared above his head. "Heavy sky," he growled. Bang bang bang. The gray star emitted a stream of energy and swept across the surroundings. At the same time, the surrounding crystals began to collapse rapidly. The coverage area was extremely terrifying. Everything happened in an instant. Roar, roar, roar. The crystal collapsed and the giant crystal beast appeared in Wang Xian's sight. It let out a furious roar and attacked Wang Xian directly. "You recording death." Wang Xian moved his palm. The 5 stars that had not disappeared turned around and attacked the crystal beast again. Boom! 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 The violent collision sounded again. The crystal beast's body collapsed rapidly. It turned into pieces of energy crystals. "Xiaoxian, your strength is really strong." Lan Qingyue couldn't help but exclaim. This crystal beast should be the one that was chasing after Wang Xian and the 8 Pantheon gods. When the 8 Pantheon gods borrowed the power of the Starfield fragment, they weren't his match. Several of them were killed. However, now that Wang Xian had completely absorbed the power of the Starfield fragment, he could easily kill it. "It's a heaven-grade treasure that's too powerful," Wang Xian said with a smile. With a wave of his arm, he collected the corpse of the crystal behemoth. The upgrade of the house should be enough now. It's enough. Lan Qingwei nodded with a smile. There are still quite a number of energy crystals left which will allow Xiaobai to improve a lot. Then, let's search here again and gather all the energy that Xiaobai has improved, Wang Xian said. Lan Qingwei naturally had no objections. Following that, Wang Xian and the rest continued to search here. In this area, the strongest crystal behemoth was only at the level of a dominator at level 7. After all, this was only the ocean at the edge of the boundless starry sky. There were no strong existences here. In the next few months, Wang Xian and the rest hunted 2 more crystal behemoths. One was at level 6 while the other was at level 7. The corpses of these 2 crystal behemoths were sufficient for Xiaobai to complete its breakthrough. They searched for a few more months. They had almost explored the entire area. After failing to find anything, Wang Xian was ready to leave. Let's go back, Wang Xian said to Lan Qingyue. Okay, Lan Qingyue nodded. Wang Xian took out his communication stone plate and contacted Minister Gue and Enlai. A few seconds later, Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue appeared in a mansion. This was the territory of the Dragon Palace in the Starry City. In the Starry City, all the peak races had their own territory. Although the territory was not big, it was enough for the powerhouses of the peak races to stay and rest. Greetings, Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue was already waiting by the side when he saw Wang Xian. He greeted him respectfully. Is there any news recently? Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Gue with a smile on his face. Dragon King, there's no news for now. However, the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan are very arrogant in the communication stone plate. There are even experts from the Phoenix clan who have admitted in the communication stone plate that they killed more than a dozen of our disciples on purpose. Prime Minister Gue opened his mouth and said, in that case, the Phoenix clan thinks that they have 4 cosmic behemoths who are at the 7th level of the ruler realm. Is that why they are not afraid of us? Wang Xian smiled faintly and said, Dragon King, I think the Phoenix clan may not only rely on the 4 level 7 space beasts. During this period of time, I have sent people to investigate the situation of the Phoenix clan. Although I haven't found any specific information, I found that they have carried out some operations with the 4 level 7 space beasts. We don't know the specific actions. However, I have a guess. They might have used the powers of these 4 space beasts to accomplish certain things. Either they obtained some treasures or used these 4 space beasts to tame some powerful space beasts. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Prime Minister Gui reported to Wang Xian. When Wang Xian heard Prime Minister Gui's words, he raised his eyebrows slightly. It was not impossible to tame other powerful space beasts with the help of 4 space beasts at the 7th level. In fact, from the very beginning, the top races and powerhouses in the 9 Origin universe had been taming all kinds of space beasts. This was because the space beasts were not suppressed by the universe here. If they were nurtured with resources, they would be able to play a greater role. Therefore, it was possible for the Phoenix clan to use the 4 space beasts to tame other space beasts that were at level 7. In this case, the strength of the Phoenix clan is not as simple as I thought. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and said, I think that if they are really taming other space beasts, they can only tame 2 to 3 space beasts that are at the 7th level within 10,000 to 20,000 years. After all, taming a space beast of this level requires a huge amount of resources and a huge price. Prime Minister Gue said. Wang Xian nodded his head. He was a little surprised by this news. A peak race was a peak race. Qingyue. How much longer will it take for the little house and Xiaobai to improve? Wang Xian looked at Lan Qingyue and asked. Around 2,000 years. Lan Qingyue replied. He wasn't sure how strong Wang Xian was now. However, he said that it shouldn't be a problem for him to fight against 5 to 6 level 7 space beasts. With his full strength, he should be able to kill 3 level 7 sovereign realm space beasts. If the Phoenix tribe had really tamed a level 7 sovereign realm space beast, coupled with the 4 level 7 sovereign realm space beasts, Wang Xian might not be able to kill them all by himself. However, it would be different if Xiao Zhai and Xiaobai had improved. With Xiao Zhai and Xiaobai's strength, together with Lan Qingyue and Xiao Lan, they would be able to fight against 10 level 7 cosmic beasts. Even if there were 8 or 9 level 7 cosmic beasts, they would be able to grind them to death with a large amount of time. Sure, in 2,000 years we will attack the Phoenix clan. Also, Prime Minister Gue, how many level 7 masters are there in the Dragon Palace now? Wang Xian continued to ask Prime Minister Gue. In the Dragon Palace, with those beliefs, the number of level 7 masters among the succubus dragon species has reached 170. Prime Minister Gue said with a smile, for those masters who are at level 7, the strength of our Dragon Palace far exceeds that of the other peak races. The succubus dragon seed had been greatly improved in a treasure land. Together with the faith of the gods, the succubus dragon seed had been greatly improved. The succubus dragon seed was now the strongest in the Dragon Palace. 170 masters of the level 7 realm, which was more than the other peak races. At least more than the level 7 masters of the peak races in the universe. Sure, get the disciples of the Dragon Palace to prepare. In 2,000 years, we will launch a general attack on the Phoenix race. We will not let any of the powerful disciples of the Phoenix race off. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he spoke. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, Dragon King, currently in the Starry City, we have already opened up the teleportation formation from the 9 Origin Universe passage to here. From there, we can immediately teleport to the Starry City. Long-distance teleportation? It's very fast. Don't worry about it. Wang Xian shook his head. Wang Xian and the rest were very familiar with the strength and defense of the entire Starry City. However, with the current defense of the Starry City, it could withstand the attacks of 2 level 7 cosmic beasts. This defense was nothing to Wang Xian. He could destroy the entire giant Starry City. If the Dragon Palace really launched an attack, Wang Xian would seal off the entire giant Starry City. Before any war, we have to inform them. If the Phoenix clan is willing to provide sufficient compensation, we will forget about this matter. If they don't agree, we will fight. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and said. After he finished speaking, he took out the communication stone plate and posted a message in his own name. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. In 2,000 years, if the Phoenix clan is unable to give us a satisfactory answer, I will make all the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan in the starry universe bleed like a river. Not a single one will be spared. An ordinary message was uploaded to the communication stone plate. Then, Wang Xian turned off the communication stone plate and revealed a smile. Next, it was time to play with the Phoenix clan. Wang Xian didn't care how many trump cards the Phoenix clan had or how strong they were. This time, as long as they didn't give a satisfactory answer, Wang Xian would play with them to the end. He wanted to see who couldn't afford to play at the last moment. If the Phoenix clan didn't have any other powerful existences, they wouldn't have any more powerful trump cards. Then, all the experts and disciples of the Phoenix clan would be killed, even in this vast starry city. At the same time, when the news of Wang Xian was released, it quickly caused a huge wave in the entire communication stone plate and the entire vast starry city. It's here, it's really here. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is about to take his revenge. This is the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace that PvE met before. This is the Dragon King that I will repay tenfold for provoking. I knew it. I knew that the Dragon Palace wouldn't let this go. The Dragon King wouldn't let this go either. Ever since the development of the Dragon Palace and the rise of the Dragon King, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has never bowed his head. Ha ha ha, the Dragon King is awesome and supports the Dragon King. The Dragon King is going to take revenge. Hiss. What a strong declaration and overbearing warning. Without a satisfactory answer, he is going to slaughter all the experts and disciples of the Phoenix clan. Is this the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? This piece of news from Wang Xian caused a huge sensation all of a sudden. When all the powerful disciples in the 9 Origin universe saw this piece of news, their faces were filled with shock. The revenge of the Dragon Palace was about to begin. The revenge of the Dragon King was also about to begin. This made many powerful disciples not too surprised. This was the Dragon King's personality. Ever since the establishment of the Dragon Palace, as long as there were people who targeted the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King would accompany them to the end. This time was no exception. because Wuxia and the rest had single-handedly resisted the entire army of the universe of belief, he had gained many admirers in the Nine Origin universe. HMH, you want to make our Phoenix clan bleed like a river? At the same time, in a piece of void space, 7 space behemoths at level 7 were suspended in the surrounding area. The powerhouses of the Phoenix race and the Angel race were at the back. When the powerhouses of the Phoenix race received the news, their faces were filled with coldness. 2,000 years later, at that time, our Angel race will be able to tame the space behemoth in front of us. An archangel from the Angel race said with a smile. In that case, 2,000 years later, our two races will have an understanding with the Dragon Palace, right? A fire phoenix at the 7th level ruler realm looked at them and said indifferently, yes, our Phoenix race also has the same idea. This time, we will completely destroy the Dragon Palace. As long as we destroy all their disciples in the universe, we can easily destroy their nest in the Nine Origin universe. The experts of the Angel clan nodded. The hatred between them and the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace could no longer be resolved. This time, it was time to end it. 2,000 years later, with their strength, it wouldn't be a big problem to destroy the Dragon Palace. All right, we'll completely destroy this Dragon Palace that has offended their superiors. The Phoenixes said with killing intent on their faces. 2,000 years later, let's end this once and for all. A water phoenix from the Phoenix clan took out a communication stone plate and said with a faint smile. As he spoke, he sent a reply in the name of the Phoenix clan's experts. 2,000 years later, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Who would destroy who? This message was sent out and soon caused a huge uproar in the communication stone plate. After all, this was a direct response from the Phoenix clan. It was also the attitude of the Phoenix clan. Wait and see. The Phoenix clan actually accepted the challenge. If they really accepted the challenge 2,000 years later, it will definitely be a great. It's hard to say who will win or lose now. The Phoenix clan has 4 allies who are at the 7th level of the ruler realm. Although the Dragon Palace doesn't know their strength, but the Dragon King and the others are able to make the entire belief universe fear them. They must have terrifying strength. Support the Dragon Palace, support the Dragon King, and kill the Phoenix clan. In the past, the Phoenix clan killed the Sci-Fi patriarch in order to get the treasure. They are a peak race. It's a bit despicable. From the looks of it, the Phoenix clan is not afraid of the Dragon Palace at all. They must have something powerful to rely on. I guess it will be a world-shaking battle. We should be able to find out the trump card of the Dragon Palace in this battle. I wonder how strong the Dragon King and the others are. All the powerful disciples in the Nine Origin universe were discussing this matter. This battle was inevitable. The old and new grudges had caused the Phoenix clan and the Dragon Palace to sink into an irreconcilable state. Little Dragon Palace. This time the Phoenix clan will show you our strength. In 2,000 years, your Dragon Palace will be destroyed. In the communication stone plate, a large number of powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan were clamoring. On the other side of the Dragon Palace, some disciples of the Dragon Palace also responded. Especially the poisonous horned dragon species led by the 8-limbed demon fiend. They were never afraid of anyone. With the announcement from the Dragon Palace and the Phoenix clan, the war that would happen 2,000 years later became the focus of attention in the Nine Origin universe. When Wuxia saw the Phoenix clan's response, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He didn't seem to care about it at all. 2,000 years, 2,000 years. Time passed quickly. 2,000 years was just a snap of the fingers for a group of experts. At the same time, at the location of the Nine Origin universe's passageway, a group of experts from the Phoenix clan stood in the void. Water Phoenix, Fire Phoenix, Golden Phoenix, 3 kinds of Phoenix, and 3 kinds of Phoenix Kings had all come here. Apart from the 3 Phoenix Kings, there were also 3 elders of the Phoenix clan. All of them were at least a ruler of level 8 and above. There were also 5 or 6 peak rulers. This wasn't all the strength of the Phoenix clan, but to be able to gather here was already terrifying enough. They hovered in the air and waited quietly. The Radiant Angel King and the Archangels above Tier 8 had also gathered. They were also waiting for news. There were more experts from the other 10 peak races around them than before. All the experts were paying attention to the upcoming battle. The Dragon Palace's declaration of war and the Phoenix clan's response. This was going to be an unprecedented battle. The Water Phoenix King looked at the Angel of Light. The two looked at each other and nodded silently. They had reached an agreement. There was a teleportation array in the center of the peak races. This was a teleportation formation created by a group of peak races. From this teleportation formation, one could instantly reach the huge city in the starry sky. Are you ready? At the same time, in the huge city in the starry sky, Wuxia looked at Prime Minister Gue and said, "Dragon King, all the combat disciples are ready." Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. 2,000 years had passed. Xiao Bai, Xiao Zhai, and the rest had already achieved a breakthrough. Wang Xian was not going to hide anything from them in this big battle. 1,000 succubus dragon species and devouring dragon species were participating. Among the succubus dragon species, there were 173 in the level 7 realm and about 500 in the level 6 realm. The rest were all in the level 5 realm. Over the past tens of millions of years, the devouring dragon Ao Crab and the others had improved greatly in the last treasure land. Ao Crab had broken through to the level 5 realm, but his strength was only comparable to those in the level 4 realm. Now, more than 30 million years had passed and there were over 100 devouring dragons that had reached the level 6 realm. It was comparable to other peak races in the level 5 realm. There were over 100 level 6 overlords, but there were over 1,000 level 4 overlords. As for the rest of the powers, Wang Xian did not move. The rest of the Dragon Palace disciples did not have high realms. However, this was enough. Angel Clan won. Hee, all right. We will have a good fight with them tomorrow. Wang Xian said with a smile when he heard Prime Minister Gui's report. Dragon King, according to our investigation, the Phoenix Clan and the Angel Clan have been getting closer recently. We have to be on guard against the Angel Clan. Prime Minister Gui said. Yes, the Angel Clan will participate this time. Wang Xian nodded. As for the additional Angel Clan, he didn't care. The battle seems to be about to begin. I saw many experts from the Phoenix Clan arriving. Where will they fight tomorrow? The Dragon Palace and the Phoenix Clan didn't back down at all. I reckon there will be a big battle in front of the Starry City. It should be. Neither side is backing down. The battle will be in front of the Star City. All the powerful disciples will be able to witness it. I'm really looking forward to the big battle tomorrow. This is the first time the Dragon Palace has challenged a top-tier race. I wonder how powerful the Dragon Palace is now. Tomorrow, the Phoenix Clan will destroy the Dragon Palace. At this moment, the number of powerful disciples in the Starry City was much more than the last time the Belief Universe attacked. The last time the Belief Universe army attacked, many powerful disciples were worried that the Starry City wouldn't be able to withstand it, so they didn't come. However, this time the entire Starry City was packed with creatures from all races. All the powerful disciples were discussing this matter. Even the powerful disciples from the peak races were discussing this battle. A day passed quickly. Roar! 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 The next day, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the Starry City. The dragon's roar was filled with dignity and coldness. It's here. All the powerful disciples in the Starry City felt their hearts tremble when they heard the dragon's roar. They immediately looked toward the territory of the Dragon Palace. At this moment, they saw figures flying toward the outside of the Starry City. It's starting. The Dragon Palace has started. It seems that a big battle is going to break out in front of the Starry City. I wonder if the Phoenix Clan is also here to accept the battle. It's definitely here. In the past 2,000 years, the powerful disciples of the Phoenix Clan didn't show any fear and responded in a domineering manner. They definitely have some trump cards. If they didn't accept the battle in front of the Starry City, it would be a bit embarrassing. Quick! Quick! Let's go to the front of the Starry City and take a look. This dragon roar seemed to be a signal. The group of strong disciples who had been waiting here immediately looked towards the front of the city wall and outside. With a glance, the number of strong disciples who came to watch the battle had reached tens of billions. It was densely packed and endless. At the same time, Wang Xian Lan Qingyue led a group of succubus dragon species and thousands of devouring dragons as they flew toward the outside. He flew all the way to the front of the Starry City. Floating in the air, Wang Xian looked at the starry city calmly. His eyes were filled with coldness. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. At this moment, the chirping of the phoenixes sounded. The chirping was crisp and resonated throughout the sky. Compared to Wang Xian, he had only sent out a few thousand disciples from the Dragon Palace. The number of the phoenixes was much, much higher. More than 20,000 phoenixes flew out. Each of them had the aura of a ruler. They flapped their huge phoenix wings and exuded an invincible aura. Hee, there aren't many disciples from the Dragon Palace. We won't be able to kill them all in a while. Looks like the rest of the disciples from the Dragon Palace have gone into hiding. The group of experts from the Phoenix clan flew to the spot opposite Wang Xian and the rest. The leading group of phoenixes, who were at the 7th level of the ruler realm, sized them up. Their eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. They were 100% confident in today's battle. Buzz. Lan Qingyue swept her gaze across them. With a wave of her arm, 3 extremely terrifying black holes appeared in the sky. Woo woo woo. Woo 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 woo. Woo 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 woo. From the black holes came a long and terrifying roar. I'll give you 10 seconds to show your trump cards. Otherwise, all of you will die. Lan Qingyue stared at the experts of the Phoenix race and said with a cold expression, Ancient God-rearing Kuan Master, is this the legendary Ancient God-rearing Kuan Master? It seems that Ancient God-rearing Kuan Master is even more powerful than before. Lan Qingyue directly summoned Little Blue and the others. That terrifying black hole let out a terrifying roar. It caused the experts of the Phoenix race in front of them to freeze. Their pupils constricted slightly and they were filled with fear. The power within the black hole caused them to tremble. Hiss, the Dragon Palace has already revealed its trump card before the battle even started. The ancient god feeds Kuan Master and the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace is about to summon Kuan. The energy within the black hole is terrifying and it's comparable to the power of peak ruler level existences like us. 3 black holes. Could it be that the ancient god feeds Kuan Master and her Kuan have both reached the 7th level ruler level? Without the suppression of the starry universe, they are comparable to peak ruler level experts. 3 existences comparable to peak ruler level existences. This power is terrifying. The ancient god feeds Kuan Master has indeed broken through. No wonder the Dragon Palace's Dragon King and the others are so afraid of the entire belief universe. On the city walls of the Starry City, all the peak experts of the peak races were shocked when they saw Lan Qingyue summon Kuan. The aura coming from the black hole made them tremble. This power was comparable to a peak ruler. Humph! The experts of the Phoenix race watched and snorted. At this moment, the roars of the 4 Cyan Sakura galactic beasts could be heard from the side. The body of the gigantic beast appeared at the side. The 4 galactic beasts who were at the 7th level of the Dominator realm flew over and looked in the direction of Wang Xian and the rest. Their eyes landed on the black hole. Their eyes were filled with a cold expression. At this moment, Xiaolan, Xiaobai, and the rest of them slowly emerged from the black hole. Their enormous bodies looked to be about twice the size of the Cyan Sakura galactic behemoth. They were emitting a grayish energy that was extremely heavy. Xiaolan came directly to the spot below Wang Xian and the rest, causing them to step on her body. Both parties began to confront each other from afar. From the looks of it, the strength of both parties is on par. The ancient god of the Dragon Palace feeds the Kuan Master and the 3 Kuan beasts. They are enough to fight against the 4 level 7 cosmic beasts of the Phoenix clan. The power of the Dragon Palace was displayed and the allies of the Phoenix clan rushed over as well. 4 level 7 masters versus 4 level 7 space beasts. From the looks of it, they were evenly matched. In the Starry City, all the strong disciples stared at the group of experts from the Dragon Palace and the Phoenix clan outside. Their eyes sparkled. Wang Xian stared at the 4 cosmic behemoths who were at the 7th level and sized them up. When his gaze landed on the more than 20,000 strong practitioners from the Phoenix clan, a smile appeared on his face. These more than 20,000 phoenixes would become the best resources for the Dragon Palace. Is this the trump card of your Phoenix clan? It's not enough. If this is all you have, you will still die. Wang Xian did not speak. Behind him, the leader of the succubus dragon species slowly flew into the sky. The group of succubus dragon species also floated in the sky. Boom, boom. In the next second, waves of powerful aura were emitted from their bodies. The powerful aura that belonged to a master of level 7 surged into the sky. A rank 7 ruler was nothing. However, more than 170 rank 7 rulers were terrifying. The succubus dragon held the black spider lily. They had a weird expression on their faces. Let me introduce myself. Dragon Palace, Succubus Dragon. Your power isn't enough. The leader of the succubus dragon stared at the experts of the Phoenix clan and said coldly. When more than 170 succubus dragon-type rulers of the 7th rank revealed their power, the 20,000-plus rulers of the Phoenix clan were slightly shocked. This? How can there be so many rulers of the 7th rank in the Dragon Palace? How is this possible? There are more than 170 of them. The Phoenix clan's leader, a level 7 ruler, narrowed his eyes and said in disbelief. On their side, only 40 or so level 7 rulers had come. These 40 or so were already quite a number. There were more than 170 of them. The entire Phoenix clan didn't have so many level 7 rulers. How could the Dragon Palace have them? In the past, the Dragon Palace only had some level 1 and level 2 sovereign realm experts. In just tens of millions of years, less than 100 million years, the Dragon Palace had more than 170 level 7 sovereign realm experts. The speed of their improvement was unbelievable. More than 170 level 7 sovereign realm experts could kill more than 20,000 level 7 sovereign realm experts. What? There are so many masters of the 7th level in the Dragon Palace? How could they improve so fast? What kind of fortune did the Dragon Palace get? How could they produce so many masters of the 7th level? It hasn't even been 100 million years. How is this possible? Hiss, is this the trump card of the Dragon Palace? Although there are few masters of the Dragon Palace this time, they are all top-tier existences. When their peak combat power is equal, the Dragon Palace is much stronger. What kind of opportunity did the Dragon Palace obtain? Could it be an opportunity comparable to our peak race's treasure lands? On the Starry City, all the expert disciples were shocked when they saw this. Scene. In the beginning, the ancient god Kuan-rearing master and the 4 allies of the Phoenix race had attracted their attention. They hadn't noticed the group of subordinates behind the Dragon King. But now, these subordinates were actually so powerful, so terrifying. More than 170 rank 7 ruler realm experts. It looks like your Dragon Palace has obtained an enormous fortune and treasure. Very good. The leader of the Phoenix race, the rank 7 ruler realm Phoenix, stared coldly at the succubus dragon seed and the others. If you don't have any trump cards, you can die. The leader of the succubus dragon said coldly. Haha, you want us to die? Do you think your Dragon Palace can destroy us today? The ones who will die will be you. Today, we will let you know the consequences of offending our Phoenix clan. After today, the Dragon Palace will be completely eliminated from the Starry Universe and the 9 Origin Universe. The level 7 ruler of the Phoenix clan roared with a grim expression. Roar! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, 2 enormous creatures flew out from the back. The 2 enormous roars caused everyone to be shocked. They immediately looked towards the source of the sound. When they saw the 2 enormous space beasts, they were shocked. This is. One of the 2 space beasts had 3 heads and looked like a terrifying python. Its lower body looked extremely bloated, but its upper body was filled with sharp thorns. The other space beast looked like a gorilla and had an enormous horn on its head. This horn was actually about the same height as its body. It was extremely strange and strange. Their auras were no weaker than the other 4 Universe Overlord Level 7 space beasts. Another 2 Universe Overlord Level 7 space beasts. Are these space beasts allies of the Phoenix race? No, these 2 Universe Overlord Level 7 space beasts don't have intelligence. They should have been tamed by the Phoenix race. They actually tamed 2 Universe Overlord Level 7 space beasts. Hiss, these are Universe Ruler Level 7 space beasts. It's unbelievable that there are 2 more of them. 2 of these level of strength have completely crushed the Dragon Palace. All the disciples of the 9 Origin Universe were shocked when they saw this scene. The Phoenix clan still had a trump card. And it was such a terrifying trump card. The Phoenix clan must have used the 4 space beasts to get their help. The Dragon Palace's Dragon King and the rest are going to be in trouble for taming these 2 space beasts that are at the 7th level of the Universe Overlord realm. Some of the powerful experts from the other peak races mumbled to themselves. The surrounding powerful experts nodded their heads in agreement. When Wang Xian saw the 2 space beasts that were at the 7th level of the Universe Overlord realm appearing again, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Ha ha, Dragon Palace, Dragon King, what about our Phoenix clans? Trump, the level 7 universe dominator of the Phoenix clan, laughed maniacally and glared at Wang Xian with a face full of killing intent. However, do you think this is the end? He laughed sinisterly and added another sentence. Today, the Dragon Palace will be destroyed and the Dragon King will die. As soon as he finished his sentence, a voice suddenly sounded from the city wall of the Starry City. The sudden voice shocked everyone and they immediately turned their heads to look. Today, the Dragon Palace will be destroyed and the Dragon King will die. These words and a voice rang out on the city wall. When everyone looked over, they saw a peak race. At the same time, more than 20,000 figures flew forward. They had 12 wings, and their bodies emitted light and dark energy. The Angel Clan. It's the Angel Clan. The Angel Clan also wants to deal with the Dragon Palace. It's the Angel Clan. It seems that they have joined forces with the Phoenix Clan. It seems that they want to completely destroy the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King this time. All the powerful disciples were surprised and expected to see the Angel Clan flying out. I've made your Dragon Palace jump for so long. It's time to send you on your way. More than 20,000 ruler-level angels flew out. The leading angel of light said indifferently, "This time, you won't be able to escape. With just you." Lan Qingyue looked at the Angel Clan and said coldly, "Haha, isn't it enough for the ancient god to feed the Kuan Lord? If it's not enough, let's have some more." Hearing her words, the leading angel of light laughed loudly and waved her arm. Wang wang wang. A large array of light rose behind them, and within the array, 2 enormous figures slowly materialized. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, 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 roar. 2 figures appeared, and they roared toward the sky at the same time. A savage aura swept out in all directions. It was another 2 level 7 ruler-level space beasts. Oh my god. Another 2 level 7 ruler-level space beasts? Another 2. Are they so worthless now? Level 7 ruler-level space beasts. Such existences are top-notch experts in our 9 origin universe. Now, the angel race has 2. How can the Dragon Palace fight against 8 level 7 space beasts? Is this the trump card of the Phoenix Clan and the Angel Clan? If they were to fight against the army of the Belief Universe, they would all be killed. It's so terrifying. It seems that the Dragon Palace is no match for them at all. Damn. The gap is almost double. The Dragon Palace is doomed. I wonder if they can escape. From the looks of it, their combat power is on a completely different level. Does the Dragon Palace still have any trump cards? I don't think so. The Dragon Palace is already very powerful, but the Phoenix Clan and the Angel Clan are even more powerful. On the Angel Clan side, there were 2 more level 7 cosmic beasts. This surprised all the strong disciples in the 9 origin universe. They looked at the strength of both parties and shook their heads slightly. The Dragon Palace was already very strong. However, it was a pity. The strength of your Phoenix Clan and Angel Clan is really beyond my expectations. When Wang Xian saw the 8 level 7 cosmic beasts, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He didn't expect the Phoenix and Angel race to be so strong. If they were to fight, Wang Xian wouldn't be able to do anything to them in a short period of time. Hee Dragon King, let's end this once and for all. A water phoenix from the Phoenix race said with a face full of killing intent. At the side, the Angel of Light, who was the leader of the Angel tribe, waved his arm. 2 space beasts instantly arrived behind Wang Xian and the rest. They blocked the path behind them. Both parties were not too far away from each other. Therefore, the 2 space beasts, who were at level 7, easily blocked the path. Meanwhile, the 4 experts from the Green Sakura Space Beast tribe immediately flew to the left side of the Dragon Palace and blocked the left side of the path as well. Apart from the top and bottom, all the other directions were blocked. Hee. Let's completely destroy this eyesore this time. The Dragon Palace is improving at a very fast speed. They must have obtained powerful resources and treasured lands. Let's see if we can find them after we destroy them. Indeed, the Dragon Palace is improving at a terrifying speed. However, it's a pity that they have provoked the Phoenix tribe. At the same time, at the location of the 9 Origin Universe passageway, the experts of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan gathered here. An image appeared in front of them. This was the scene in front of the Star City. They could see it clearly from here. At this moment, both the Radiant Angel King and the 3 Phoenix Kings were smiling. In this battle, their experts' combat strength had already formed a crushing situation. Next, it was the end of the Dragon Palace. On the side, the great elves of the Elf clan slightly frowned. In front of them, there were also images of the battlefield. However, they couldn't participate in such a big battle. Although the Elf clan had a good relationship with the Dragon Palace, they wouldn't participate in such a big battle, nor would they help the Dragon Palace. This was because once they joined the war, the situation would become serious. It would not only be a war in the Starry Universe. The flames of war would spread to the 9 Origin Universe. It might be difficult to end this. Wuxia looked at them and said faintly, although the strength of the Phoenix tribe's Angel tribe had exceeded his expectations, it was still within the scope of the battle. He looked at the 4 Cyan Sakura galactic beasts on the left. It's best that you guys don't get involved in the war between us and the Phoenix tribe's Angel tribe. Wang Xian stared at them and warned them. Your Dragon Palace shouldn't have provoked the Phoenix tribe. You guys are courting death. One of the Cyan Sakura galactic beasts opened its huge mouth and spoke. Is that so? Wang Xian stared at them. With a move of his palm, a token appeared in his hand. I wonder if this will be of any use to you? Buzz. After he took it out, he injected a surge of energy into it. The entire token rose up and emitted a unique aura. Ha! The 4 Cyan Sakura galactic behemoths stared fixedly at the token when they saw it. It's the Beast King token. The space beast growled in a low voice. He lowered his head slowly. I'm sorry, Dragon King. Our space beasts don't know that you have the Beast King token. We don't know that you know our Lord Space Beast King. We won't attack you or the Dragon Palace. The Phoenix clan has given us a lot of resources and treasures, so we're very sorry. We can't help you either. It doesn't matter. Just stay away from here. Wang Xian smiled when he saw that they knew the Beast King token. It seemed that the Beast King token given to him by this chaotic space beast was quite useful. What was going on? What was going on? The Phoenix clan, Angel clan, and all the powerful disciples in the Starry City saw that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace actually took out a token and actually talked to the Cyan Sakura Star Beast. In the end, those Cyan Sakura Star Beasts actually wanted to leave. They were going to leave just like that? What's going on? What's a Space Beast King token? An ally of the Phoenix clan, that Cyan Sakura Space Beast, is actually going to leave? It actually didn't attack the Dragon Palace. This is a bit ridiculous. Hiss, for Space Beasts leaving directly, that Phoenix clan and Angel clan's peak battle strength are on par. All the powerful disciples on the Star City watched this scene with their mouths agape. No one had expected such a situation. We have an agreement about the 4 space beasts of Qingying. An expert of the Phoenix clan, who was at the 7th stage of the ruler realm, looked at the 4 space beasts. His face darkened and he said, "What do you mean by leaving now? There's nothing we can do. The Dragon King and the others have the King of Chaos's Space Beast King token. We have to obey." One of the green Sakura space beasts looked at them and said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he flew straight into the void ahead without any hesitation. The Space Beast King token was an order that they could not refuse. Otherwise, what greeted them would be death. They couldn't refuse it. Moreover, they were able to return to the universe because the kings had brought them here. They couldn't refuse the order. All the disciples of the Phoenix clan looked very embarrassed when they saw it. The experts of the Angel clan also kept changing their expressions. They planned to destroy the Dragon Palace this time, and a part of them relied on the Green Sakura Space Beast clan. The 4 level 7 ruler level space beasts, together with the space beasts they had tamed, were enough to destroy the Dragon Palace. But now the 4 green cherry sky beasts had left. The 4 level 7 ruler level space beasts of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan were only able to fight against the ancient god Kuan sovereign of the Dragon Palace. In that case, the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan would have to fight against the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. Hee hee. The magnificent Phoenix clan and the Angel clan have joined hands to fight against our Dragon Palace. Now that your allies have left, isn't this just right? Bring out your true strength and let's fight. Wang Xian stared at all the strong disciples of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan with a smile on his face. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Now it's a true battle of strength. This is a fair battle. However, it will take a long time for the victor to be decided in this battle. Although there are many experts at the level 7 of the ruler of the Dragon Palace, the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan have their own trump cards. Their trump cards are sufficient to fight against existences at the level 8 and 9 of the ruler. Therefore, it's hard to say who will win. Yes, the battle now is more fair. The Phoenix clan and the Angel clan will join hands to fight against the Dragon Palace, without the participation of other races. Everyone in the Starry City watched this scene and said, their eyes shining. The battle just now was still overwhelming. But now it was not. Hee hee, even if there is no Qingying Space Beast clan, we will destroy your Dragon Palace. The experts of the Phoenix tribe and the Angel tribe looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and said with grim expressions. On the surface, their trump cards were still much stronger than the Dragon Palace. Moreover, there was no way to avoid this battle. They had no choice but to fight. Their eyes revealed a grim expression. Fight. They were still confident that they could win. All disciples of the Phoenix clan, get ready, fight. All disciples of the Angel clan, get ready, fight. The leader of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan, a level 7 ruler, roared and raised the Khanate true treasure in his hand. Fight. Destroy the Dragon Palace. Leave no one alive. Ha ha ha. Destroy the Dragon Palace. Leave no one alive. 40,000 to 50,000 masters of the universe roared loudly. Their power soared to the sky. I'll leave the 4 space beasts to you, Qingwei. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the Angel race and the Phoenix race. When he heard their roars, a hint of disdain flashed across his eyes as he spoke to Lan Qingyue. All right. Lan Qingyue nodded. Her gaze swept across the 4 space beasts who were at the 7th level of the ruler realm. Little Blue and the others roared and flew to the sky, pulling a long distance away. Kill. The experts of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan also immediately ordered the 4 level 7 universe dominators to attack Little Blue and the others. Dragon Palace, you have many level 7 universe dominators, but our Phoenix clan and the Angel clan's foundation is incomparable to yours. Today is the day you die. A level 7 universe master Fire Phoenix's eyes were filled with coldness. He held a Fire Phoenix statue. Phoenix Nirvana. He roared, and the 6 level 7 universe masters poured their life force into it. The entire Fire Phoenix statue slowly became real. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound of a phoenix was heard from the Fire Phoenix statue. It was locked tightly, and terrifying flames engulfed the starry sky. HMPH, today, I will kill your Dragon King. No one can stop me. At the Angel clan, the leading archangel waved his arm, and a feather floated in the air. Slowly, the feather was aimed at Wang Xian's position. Hee hee, disciples of the Dragon Palace, kill him. When Wang Xian saw the angels and the phoenix taking out some of their trump cards again, a cold look appeared in his eyes. He waved his arm. At the same time, the 5 elements grinding mill and the Tai Chi dragon plate in his body attacked the phoenix and the angels. A soul battleship and 2 soul spears appeared and attacked the Fire Phoenix statue. The battle erupted. Fight, kill. The experts of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan roared and charged forward. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The resurrected Fire Phoenix in the sky let out another phoenix cry. It stared at the soul spears and the soul battleship that were attacking it and let out a low roar. It charged forward. Its speed was much faster than the experts of the Angel race and the Phoenix race. Boom! 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 Flames shot out from the Fire Phoenix's mouth. These terrifying flames were enough to threaten a ruler of the 9th rank. Soul. The fire phoenix that was comparable to a ruler at the 9th rank released terrifying flames as it attacked the 2 soul spears and the soul battleship. However, a shocking scene occurred. The terrifying flames were blocked by the soul battleship while the other 2 soul spears continued to attack the fire phoenix at a terrifying speed. No one noticed how terrifying the soul spears and the soul battleship were. When the 2 soul spears flew over, the fire phoenix let out a low growl, and a pair of phoenix wings wrapped around its body. However, the 2 soul spears still pierced through the fire phoenix's wings. Chirp, chirp. He let out a hurried scream. In the next second, the 5 elements on the flying millstone revolved and condensed into an ice hammer. The ice hammer smashed heavily towards the phoenix. The phoenix didn't have time to react. The giant frost hammer smashed onto its body, causing it to tremble violently. Slowly, it became illusory. What? How is this possible? At this moment, the experts of the Phoenix clan who were flying forward sensed that the fire phoenix in the sky had instantly collapsed and dissipated. Their faces revealed a look of shock. This was the trump card of their Phoenix clan. It was a powerful trump card that their Phoenix clan could use to fight against a ruler of the 9th level. The Dragon Palace had more rulers of the 7th level. They relied on this trump card of theirs, no matter how many level 7 masters you had. On the Phoenix clan side, one trump card could wipe out all the level 7 masters of your Dragon Palace. However, this trump card of theirs was instantly killed. This made the hearts of all the phoenixes tremble violently. Oh no, that spear battle technique and the supreme treasure of the dragon. King of the Dragon Palace are all very terrifying. Be careful. The experts of the angel race also noticed the scene and their pupils constricted. They knew the Phoenix race's trump card very well. Now they were instantly killed, and this made them a little scared. Kill the Dragon King first. A rank 7 light angel roared, and with a wave of his arm, a wave of energy poured into the bright feather. In the surroundings, a few other angels of light who were in the 7th level also roared and injected a surge of energy into the feather. As the energy was injected into the feather, the entire feather burst out with a strong glow. In the next second, he aimed at Wang Xian's position and shot directly. With a flash of light, he arrived in front of Wang Xian in an instant. When this feather appeared, Wang Xian was on guard. This feather was not simple. If he was not surprised, it should be the feather of the heavens origin creature from the angel race. With their support, this feather had the strength to kill a level 9 overlord. Unfortunately, this feather was still far from being able to deal with the current Wang Xian. The shadows of the planets around him appeared. When the feather shot at his head, it was directly blocked outside. There was no energy fluctuation, nor was there a strong collision force. That feather was blocked by Wang Xian. Wang Xian stretched out his hand. Streams of earthy yellow energy wrapped around his arm. A tattoo of a planet appeared on the back of his hand. This feather was held in Wang Xian's hand and couldn't move at all. How is this possible? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace isn't simple either. Damn it, this Dragon King of the Dragon Palace can also match the combat strength of a peak-level ruler. How can this Dragon King of the Dragon Palace be so strong? This is the feather of our God of light. How can he withstand it? The experts of the Angel clan were shocked when they saw this scene. Compared to the Phoenix statue of the Phoenix clan, although the Angel clan didn't have many trump cards, their attack power was very terrifying. An ordinary level 9 ruler could kill them. But they didn't expect that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace could resist it so easily. How could the Dragon King be so strong? The Dragon King had combat strength comparable to the peak of the ruler realm? Hiss, is this the strength of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? The Dragon King's strength is not as simple as I thought. Even if he can't be comparable to the peak of the ruler realm, he is invincible at the 9th level of the ruler realm. The Phoenix clan and the Angel clan have completely underestimated the Dragon King. It is not only the ancient god-feeding Kuan master, but also the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace who makes the universe tremble with. Those 2 spears and that battleship are soul energy. We of the Dark Clan can easily sense it. 2 soul spears and a soul battleship can match the battle strength of a ruler at the 9th level. These are the weapons of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King is very terrifying. On the Starry City, The experts and disciples watching the battle were also filled with shock when they saw this scene. They also didn't expect the Dragon King's strength to be so strong. The great battle had just erupted, and he had directly eliminated the trump cards of the angel race and phoenix race. The strength he displayed was too abnormal. Especially the underworld race experts, they had already sensed the terror of that spear and battleship. This wasn't even counting the terror of the five elements great mill. The surrounding experts heard the underworld race experts' words and were somewhat dazed. Just a few weapons were comparable to a few level 9 rulers. The Dragon King was too terrifying. How is this possible? At the same time, a group of experts from the peak races were also watching the battle. The Light King of the Angel race and the 3 kings of the Phoenix race saw this scene and their expressions changed. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was actually so terrifying. This was not something that the disciples of the 2 great clans could contend against. Therefore, they could already predict what would happen next. With the strength of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, he could easily destroy all the disciples of the 2 great clans. The 2 great clans could not afford such a loss. The experts of the other peak races were also shocked. The Dragon Palace and the Dragon King were much more powerful than they had imagined. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, the 2 experts of the Angel race and the Phoenix race looked at each other. Their bodies moved and they immediately flew into the teleportation formation. They entered the teleportation formation and instantly disappeared. In addition, there were also experts from the Angel and Phoenix clans who wanted to enter. The expressions of the other peak clans around them changed. Phoenix clan? Angel clan? What are you all doing? A great elf from the elf clan shouted with an icy cold expression. The auras of the experts from the other peak clans also changed and directly locked onto them. The 2 who entered were at the peak of the ruler realm. The true peak of the ruler realm. The 2 peak ruler level experts of the Angel race and the Phoenix race suddenly entered the teleportation array. This was something the peak races hadn't expected. The teleportation array of the city was connected to this place. However, the peak races also had a rule that forbade any ruler-level experts above rank 7 from entering the Starry Universe, because they were afraid of angering the powerful existences of the Starry Universe, especially the rulers of the peak-level existences. If such existences entered the Starry City, if the terrifying existences in the Starry Universe thought that they were invading the Starry Universe, then the result wouldn't be so simple. It was possible that the entire Starry City would be destroyed. Even the disciples of the experts of the entire 9 Origin Universe would be in danger. Even if the possibility was very small. Now that the 2 peak rulers of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan had stepped in, the terrifying auras of the experts of the peak races locked onto the other experts of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan. Angel clan, Phoenix clan, you've crossed the line. If the space behemoth is in danger, your 2 great clans won't be able to withstand it. A demon race warrior stared at the Phoenix race and the Angel race warriors. Now, the peak races of the 9 Origin Universe had a large number of disciples in the Starry Universe, and each race had tens of thousands of rulers. If the Angel race and Phoenix race angered the terrifying beings in the Starry Universe, then they would suffer heavy losses. This loss was even irreparable. Therefore, the demon race's experts did not conceal their imposing manner at all, coldly staring at the Phoenix race and the Angel race's experts. The other peak race's experts were the same. Hee everyone, don't worry. The Starry Sky City is at the very periphery. In addition, we only sent 2 peak experts. Our race's experts also know the severity of the matter, so don't worry. If there's a problem, our Angel race and the Phoenix race will bear it. Seeing the displeased expressions of the peak-level powerhouses, the King of Light's aura locked onto them. He squeezed out a smile and said, "We will bear the consequences. We cannot let the powerhouses of our Phoenix race be killed." The King of Fire Phoenix also said, "If the Starry City, if the powerhouses and disciples of our race are attacked because of you, then your Phoenix race and the Angel race should be prepared to pay the price." One of the elf race's experts warned coldly. The other peak races also had the same attitude. The Angel race and the Phoenix race couldn't just watch as their disciples were killed. That was why they had sent 2 peak ruler-level experts over. The peak ruler-level experts didn't dare to rush over. Once they did, the Phoenix race and the Angel race would pay the price. The other peak races would definitely make the Phoenix and Angel clans pay the price. The group of peak rulers also understood that the Angel and Phoenix clans could not just watch as their disciples were killed. It was understandable. However, if something really happened in the vast starry city, if something happened to their disciples, the Angel and Phoenix clans would have to pay a terrible price. Both sides understood each other. Now, those who went in would go in. The Phoenix race and the Angel race would bear the consequences. Of course, we will bear the consequences. The experts of the Phoenix race and the Angel race could only nod in agreement. After all, the two peak races didn't dare to be enemies with the other 10 peak races. The other 10 would be able to easily destroy the two of them. The experts of the supreme races looked forward once more, frowning slightly. The Phoenix race and the Angel race had lost two supreme ruler existences. They didn't know if these two supreme rulers would participate in the battle. However, the possibility of them participating wasn't very high. This was because the Angel race and the Phoenix race were also worried about attracting the terrifying existence of the infinite starry sky. They couldn't bear the consequences. There was a high possibility that they would go over to protect their own powerful disciples and prevent them from being killed. The possibility of the two of them wanting to kill the Dragon King and destroy the Dragon King wasn't very high. All the powerful disciples of the Angel race and the Phoenix race retreat. Immediately retreat into the vast starry sky city. Immediately retreat. At the same time, the powerful disciples of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan in front of the starry city saw the invincible power of the Dragon King and were shocked. They roared and gave the order to escape without any hesitation. They were not on the same level at all. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was too powerful. If they didn't escape, all of their powerful disciples would be killed by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. They were already undefeatable. The powerful disciples of the two peak races didn't hesitate at all. They quickly fled towards the giant starry city. Hee. Wuxia looked at the two powerful disciples of the two peak races who were fleeing. A hint of coldness appeared on his face. Roar, 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 roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar was heard from the front of the starry city. It was a dragon of darkness and a divine dragon of light. Two roars were heard. Following that, the two divine dragons coiled together and formed a Taiji diagram. This diagram completely sealed off the escape routes of all the powerhouses from the Phoenix and Angel clans. Break! The leader of the Level 7 Ruler Realm experts saw the Tai Chi dragon disc blocking in front of them and shouted out in a stern voice. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. They didn't hesitate at all as streams of energy attacked the Tai Chi dragon disc. However, among them, the strongest attack was only at the Level 8 Ruler Realm. This was an attack that was launched with the help of treasures. How could it break through the Taiji Dragon Plate's defense? When their attacks landed on the Taiji Dragon Plate, only some ripples appeared. Then, a wave of backlash energy surged toward their bodies. Ahoy! In the next second, screams of pain came from the mouths of all the experts of the Angel and Phoenix clans who were attacking. Many extremely serious wounds appeared on their bodies. There were even a few experts who were attacking with all their strength who died under this terrifying and strange backlash. Not good. This strange thing can reflect our attacks. A ruler of the 7th rank, a dark angel, roared with a savage expression. Not only were they unable to break through this terrifying defense, they would even suffer a powerful backlash. How are they going to break through this? If they can't break through the terrifying weapons blocking them in front of them, then they will be met with death. All the experts of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan are blocked by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. It's over. The experts of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan are doomed. What kind of terrifying weapon is this? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has such a powerful trump card. Doesn't this mean that the experts of the Angel race and the Phoenix race are completely defeated? Not good. The lords of the Phoenix race and the Angel race are sealed. Above the starry city, all the experts and disciples looked at this scene in shock. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was still standing there. However, that terrifying treasure had already blocked the escape route of the Angel race and the Phoenix race. It had completely sealed off their escape route. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace still had a powerful trump card in his hands. This was especially true for the disciples of the Phoenix and Angel clans. When they saw the scene, they felt their vision go black. There were around 300,000 to 400,000 ordinary disciples of the Phoenix and Angel clans in the Starry City. Now that they saw this situation, they knew that it would be very difficult for their masters to escape. Next, they would probably... The disciples of the Phoenix clan and Angel clan looked extremely embarrassed. The rulers of the Phoenix clan and Angel clan are probably finished, the experts of the peak races said. Their faces were also filled with shock. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, two figures flew out from the teleportation array. One of them held a scepter of light while the other flapped his flaming wings. They were the peak stage ruler-level Archangel and the peak stage ruler-level Fire Phoenix. This Archangel was called the Evans Archangel and was the guardian angel of the angel race of light. And the peak stage ruler-level Fire Phoenix was the younger brother of the Phoenix King of the Phoenix race, Prince Inflate. Two figures appeared from the teleportation array, but the surrounding disciples didn't notice them. When they flew into the sky, they saw the experts of their clan being stopped. Seeing their terrified faces, their faces were full of killing intent. Their eyes immediately turned to that figure, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Humph! The eyes of the Archangel Guardian Evans were filled with killing intent. He raised the scepter in his hand and attacked the Tai Chi Dragon Plate directly. At this moment, Wuxia sensed something and immediately looked in the direction of the huge city in the starry sky. When he saw a stream of energy attacking the Tai Chi Dragon Plate, he quickly waved his arm. Boom! Crack, crack, crack. However, his reaction was a little slow. The Tai Chi Dragon Plate was struck by this wave of energy. Cracks began to appear slowly. Wuxia waved his arm and retrieved the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. Ha! The sudden attack and the sudden collapse of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate gave everyone a slight shock. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this moment, a majestic phoenix cry rang out. All the great beings and disciples in the Star City felt a wave of heat surging toward them. They felt that the light in the sky was blocked and a red shadow appeared. This is... All the great beings and disciples in the 9 Origin universe looked up and felt this enormous pressure. Their faces were filled with awe. This is a peak ruler. It's a peak ruler of the Phoenix clan. Why is this existence here? And a peak ruler of the Angel clan. He was the one who launched the attack just now. Ha ha ha. It's our Radiant Angel clan's guardian Evans. Our guardian is actually here. Our Prince Feng Yintian is also here. He's a peak ruler of our Phoenix clan. All the powerful disciples were shocked. However, the disciples of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan were pleasantly surprised. Lord Prince, kill the Dragon King. Kill the Dragon King. Lord Protector. The excited voices of the disciples of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan rang out. The true experts of their two peak clans had arrived. Experts of this level were almost at the peak of their race. They were also at the peak of the ruler level. Now that they had arrived, everything would be much simpler. Then the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace wouldn't be able to kill the experts of their two races. Forget about killing them, they could even consider killing the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace now. Disciples of the Phoenix clan, come here. Disciples of the Angel clan, come here. Prince Feng Yuntian and Great Protector Evans were floating above the Starry City. They did not attack again. Instead, they spoke to the powerhouses of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan. I really didn't expect that the powerhouses of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan, who are at the peak of the Overlord realm, would come here. Are you afraid that I will annihilate the disciples of the two peak races? Wuxia slowly put away the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. He looked at Feng Yintian and Evans and said with a cold smile, Humph! Great Protector Evans and Feng Yintian stared at Wuxia with a cold and sinister look in their eyes. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Your strength has indeed exceeded our expectations. Great Protector Evans said coldly, however, you have offended our Angel clan. One day you will be filled with regret. Your Angel clan bullied our Dragon Palace first. Do you think that our Dragon Palace is a place that you can bully? Phoenix clan? Angel clan? Wuxia looked at them and said indifferently. Impudent. If this were in the 9 Origin universe, Dragon King, do you think I would be here talking to you? I would have taken your dog life long ago. Prince Phoenix Yin Tianhua stared at Wang Xian and shouted with a face full of killing intent. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, don't be so arrogant. If this were in the 9 Origin universe, your Dragon Palace would have been destroyed long ago. How dare you act so presumptuously with our prince? If it weren't for the fact that our prince couldn't make a move, all of you would have died long ago. The group of phoenixes who were flying towards the Starry City saw that they had arrived in the Starry City. They heaved a sigh of relief and turned around. Wang Xian spoke with a cold expression. You want to take my life? Wang Xian heard their words, he laughed. You want to take my life? Phoenix Clan, Angel Clan, do you think I will let you go today? Do you think you are safe just because there are 2 powerhouses at the peak of the Dominator realm? And you 2 powerhouses at the peak of the Dominator realm, do you think that you are my opponents? I, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, can make the entire belief universe and the 24 palaces fear me. Do you think that's all I have? All the disciples of the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan will die today. I told you that I will make you bleed like a river. I will kill every single one of you. Starfield Fragment, Starfield Lock Sky, Starfield Descend. Starfield Fragment, Starfield Spatial Lock, Starfield Descent. Wang Xian stared at the 2 existences who were at the peak of the ruler realm, the angel race and the phoenix race. The great protector of the radiant angel race, Prince Feng Yin Tian of the phoenix race. His words reverberated throughout the entire sky and entered the ears of all the powerful disciples in the Starfield City. When the last sentence was spoken, when the starry fragment, the Starfield Spacelock, and the Starfield descended, above Wang Xian, a somewhat fragmented starfield appeared. Yes, it was not a fragmented starfield fragment, but a somewhat fragmented starfield that appeared slowly. Following that, the entire starfield and the entire world seemed to have undergone a huge change. All sorts of stars appeared out of thin air in the surrounding starry skies. There were tens of thousands of stars, and some of them contained incomparably terrifying energy. This abrupt and bizarre starry world directly enveloped the entire Star City within it. Around the Star City, there were many stars floating in the air. There were stars that were filled with death. There were stars that were filled with terrifying flames. There were also stars that were filled with frost. Some of the stars seemed like they were about to explode. Some of the stars looked extremely heavy and kept spinning. Each of the stars seemed like they were about to destroy the entire Star City. The sudden change made everyone's expressions change drastically. Even the prince of the Phoenix Clan, Feng Yuntian, and even the great guardian of the Angel of Light, heirs. Following Wang Xian's words, all of them looked at the world that had suddenly changed. Their pupils contracted slightly. Huff, huff, huff. Rapid sounds came from the Starry City. The powerhouses from the peak races looked at this world and this space in astonishment. They could sense that any one of the terrifying planets floating around them could turn them into ashes. In this strange space, they could sense that their lives seemed to be in the hands of others. This energy. The pupils of the Magi who were in the 7th stage of the ruler realm narrowed slightly. There was a formation set up by the Magi in the vast Starry City. However, they could sense that the formation they had set up was abnormally weak. It was as it would shatter upon contact. It was as if they were not at the same level. What kind of power is this? Feng Yin Tian swept his gaze across his surroundings, and a grave expression instantly appeared in his eyes. His eyes twitched violently, filled with uneasiness. Not far from him, there was a blazing star that had an energy that could threaten his life. Not only that flaming star, but many of the surrounding stars gave him the same feeling. There were thousands of such stars. He could block dozens of stars consecutively, but he couldn't block thousands at all. I don't know. This energy is so powerful that it's terrifying. Beside him, the great guardian of the angel race, Archangel Ayres, had an extremely ugly expression on his face as he scanned his surroundings vigilantly. Is this the power that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace makes the entire belief universe and the 24 palaces fear? Is this the true terror of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? On the city wall of the Star City, an expert of the Divine Tiger Clan, who was at the 7th level of the ruler realm, could not help but roar. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His body trembled slightly. I feel that I am very small in this space. Very small. I have the same feeling. I feel that the stars around me can destroy the entire space city in an instant. A divine tiger beside him roared in agreement. His expression was filled with unease. That's right. If you want to destroy the space city, I'm afraid that it will only take a single thought from the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Is this the Dragon King who can make the entire belief universe tremble? Not far away, an expert from the Witch Clan sighed. We've all seen the strength of the belief universe in the end. Their strength is indeed terrifying. They have 24 palaces and the entire belief universe behind them. However, they immediately fled when they heard the Dragon King's name. Did they really think that the Dragon King only relied on the ancient god to feed the Kuan master? Just relying on the power of a few peak rulers? No, this should be the true power of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. At the elf tribe, a great elf exclaimed in slight surprise. Thinking about it from afar, a belief universe that was even more powerful than their 9-origin universe. The entire universe could not do anything to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Could the Dragon King be that simple? Could it be that the Angel tribe and the Phoenix tribe could deal with him? Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, so strong, so domineering. Is this the power that makes the entire belief universe fear him? So strong indeed. Is this the Dragon King? All the powerful disciples of the 9-origin universe around them looked forward in shock. They looked at that tall figure. All disciples of the Angel race and Phoenix race enter the teleportation array. Archangel Els, the great guardian of the Angel of Light, ordered the disciples with a solemn expression. He held the scepter of light in his hand and his face was full of vigilance. Yes, yes. The powerhouses of the Angel race and Phoenix race also had a trace of fear and dread on their faces. They immediately flew towards the teleportation array. The teleportation array was located in the center of the giant star city. However, they were already in the giant star city, so the distance wasn't very far. A group of level 7 masters arrived at the teleportation formation in the blink of an eye. They looked at the figure of the Dragon King deeply, revealing a trace of fear and dread, and directly stepped into the teleportation formation. However, the teleportation formation didn't teleport them to the location of the 9-origin universe passage. They still stood there. Lord Protector, the teleportation array is useless. It's useless. The level 7 ruler-level archangel couldn't help but exclaim. His terrified voice echoed in the eyes of everyone. All the experts and disciples in the Starry City looked over, and shock appeared on their faces once again. The teleportation array can't even be used? What kind of seal is this? It can actually render the teleportation array ineffective. A powerful wizard from the Wizard clan could not help but exclaim in surprise. The teleportation array was set up by their Wizard clan, and they had a very deep understanding of teleportation arrays. But now the teleportation array was actually ineffective. Damn it! Archangel El's expression changed slightly and he had a bad premonition in his heart. I believe in the 24 palaces of the universe. I have destroyed the power of 5 to 6 palaces. Of course, I have been trapped in a space like this for more than 30 million years. In the space of the starfield, no one can leave. Wang Xian looked in the direction of the giant city in the starry sky and said faintly. This was the power of the space lock in the starfield. Wang Xian could feel the power of the starfield space lock deeply. Back then, he had been trapped in this space for more than 30 million years. That was more than 30 million years. Other than the power of the starfield space lock, the second power was the power of the descent of the starfield. The descent of the starfield enveloped and even replaced this piece of void. This was the most powerful power that Wang Xian could unleash from the starfield fragment. The strength of the starfield fragment was that he could unleash it to the maximum. Wang Xian materialized all the energy of the starfield fragment. Of course, there were tens of thousands of stars in this entire void. Each star contained a terrifying power, but the power that he could mobilize was not many. At most, there were only a few hundred stars. Some stars were in a state of dead silence because he had yet to activate them. Even if they were activated, he would need to expend a lot of energy to control them. He could only control a few hundred of them. However, this was enough. The starfield descended and the starfield was locked up. They wanted to leave through the teleportation formation? It was impossible. Even in Lai, who could ignore any barriers, formations, or obstacles, could not bring Wang Xian out of this space. They wanted to leave? It was impossible. This was because this was a force at the heaven's origin level. Unless there was a force that was stronger than this place or an existence that was stronger than the fragments of the starfield. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, the expressions of Great Protector Heirs and Prince Feng Yintian changed slightly again. The Dragon King was trapped in a space like this for more than 30 million years. What kind of treasure is this? So terrifying. Furthermore, the Dragon King destroyed the power of 5 or 6 palaces in the 24 palaces. Isn't this too terrifying? Over the past 20,000 years, the Dragon King hasn't immediately retaliated against the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan. Could it be that he has gone to fight against the legions of the universe of belief? It's really possible. At that time, the ones who wanted to attack us were the 21 legions. Those 3 legions were destroyed by the Dragon King. So then, the Dragon King has destroyed another 2 or 3 legions of the universe of belief. This is too awesome. The Dragon King's strength is too strong. Wang Xian's words shocked everyone once again. No one expected that the Dragon King would actually do such a thing. HMPH Dragon King, are you trying to keep us here? Feng Yutian stared at Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression and growled in a low voice. None of you can escape today. Didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? If you don't kill me today, you really can't leave this place. Come. Let's see if you can get what you want. Wang Xian smiled and said to Prince Feng Yintian and Guardian Heirs, all of you don't have to hide in the vast starry city. If I want to destroy the vast starry city, I can do it with just a thought. Come out. As soon as Wang Xian finished speaking, all the strong disciples in the vast starry city looked at Guardian Heirs from the Angel clan and Prince Feng Yintian from the Phoenix clan. Especially Prince Feng Yintian. He had just said that he wanted to take the Dragon King's dog life. Now was his chance. Under the attention of all the strong disciples in the 9 origin universe, Feng Yintian, Els, and the rest looked extremely embarrassed. Since Wang Xian asked them to go out and fight, they couldn't stay here, because this was the Starry Sky City. It was a huge city built by all the peak races. It was impossible for them to have a fight with the Dragon King here. They did not dare to stay here forever either. If the strong disciples of other peak races were to be implicated because of them, then the blame would be placed on the 2 peak races. Therefore, they had to leave the giant city of stars at this moment. Regardless of whether they had to accept the challenge or avoid it, they had to leave this giant city. Then let's have a taste of your strength, Dragon King. Great Protector Ailes stared at Wang Xian with a grim expression. With a move of his body, he flapped his 12 wings and flew forward. Choo choo choo. I will take your dog life today. Prince Feng Yintian also knew that he couldn't pass this test in front of him. He roared with a grim expression. They flew toward Wang Xian at the same time. Hee. Wang Xian's eyes turned cold when he saw them flying over. His body trembled. The terrifying stars around him started to move. The moment they flew out of the starry city, 8 stars attacked them directly. Each star carried a terrifying amount of energy. It contained a full-force attack that was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the ruler realm, or perhaps the strongest attack. 8 stars was the limit that Wang Xian could mobilize at the moment. To mobilize 8 stars at once was already very powerful. The power of these stars. Great Protector Heirs' expression changed slightly. Walala. He raised the scepter in his hand. Special armor scales appeared on the 12 wings. His body was also protected by a group of light armor. Above his head, there was a great sun of light. Below him, it was like a long river of light flowing below. These strange phenomena were the innate supreme treasures and other types of treasures that Great Protector Heirs had. As the Great Protector of the Angel of Light clan, he had many, many treasures in his hands. He also had many trump cards. At his level, he was using the best and most suitable innate treasures. The most powerful treasures. There were 6 or 7 strange phenomena in the surroundings. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Prince Feng Yintian let out a cry, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the surroundings. They used all their strength to block the 8 stars that were attacking them. 8 stars, and each star had a different energy. Flames. Thick and heavy. Dead silence. The 8 stars smashed towards their bodies, not allowing them to dodge at all. Because this was the domain of the star field. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a loud sound of resistance was heard. The stars smashed directly onto their defenses. Prince Feng Yintian and Great Protector heirs used all their strength to defend. "Ah! Block!" An angry roar came from them. What a terrifying attack! 8 terrifying stars directly attacking 2 peak stage rulers. Is this the roar of Prince Fire Phoenix that they can't defend against? On the Starry City, all the powerful disciples stared at this battle. Dragon King versus Prince Fire Phoenix, Guardian Angel of Light. 1 against 2. However, it was obvious that Dragon King of Dragon Palace had the upper hand. Even Prince of Fire Phoenix was roaring angrily in the face of the attack of the 8 stars. At this moment, they saw the Guardian Angel of Light and Prince of Fire Phoenix, who were being attacked, emitting bright rays of light. This light was obviously a powerful trump card they had used. They had used their trump cards to block 8 full-force attacks that were comparable to a peak ruler. This was equivalent to a 4-on-1 blow. Boom! 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 A terrifying energy rose in front of the huge city in the starry sky. Blazing flames and the power of light emitted a luster and shot out in all directions. It was as if they wanted to break free from the darkness and welcome the future. At the center, a furious roar sounded. It's easy to fight against 2 experts at the pinnacle of the overlords. It shouldn't be a problem for 3 of them. As for 4 of them, I'm afraid it's going to be a little difficult. Wang Xian hovered in the air quietly as he looked at the situation in front of him. He mumbled to himself. As for fighting against 2 masters at the peak of the ruler realm, he was still very confident. Currently, he could mobilize 8 stars at one go. 8 stars attacking 2 to 3 masters at the peak of the ruler realm could cause a fatal crisis to them. The energy in his body could mobilize hundreds of stars in total, and he could mobilize dozens of such attacks. Therefore, killing 2 or 3 peak ruler realm experts wasn't a big problem. If peak ruler realm experts had fewer trump cards and weaker treasures, he could kill 4 or 5 of them. Of course, experts at this level must have great opportunities, and they all had a lot of treasures in their hands. What's going on? What happened in the Starry City? I don't know. Something seems to have happened. What the hell is going on? Calm down. Prince Feng Yuntian of our Phoenix clan is very powerful. Even if the Dragon King still has a trump card, Prince Feng Yuntian and guardian heirs of the Angel clan will be able to withstand it. At the same time, at the location of the 9 Origin Universe passage, when the star field descended and covered a space, the scene on their side became blurry and they couldn't see anything clearly. This made the expressions of the experts of the Angel clan and Phoenix clan turn ugly. It was obvious that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace still had a trump card. This made them feel uneasy. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is really strong. After this battle, the strength of the Dragon Palace cannot be underestimated by any race. That's right. The Dragon King's strength is 100% comparable to a peak ruler. As for how strong he is, we don't know. But this time, the Angel race and the Phoenix race made the wrong choice. The experts of the other peak races said when they saw the scene. Their faces were also filled with astonishment. Although the Dragon Palace had the Dragon King and the ancient god Kuan feeding master, their foundations were still too weak. But now, there were more than 170 level 7 sovereigns, and there was also a Dragon King at the peak of the sovereign realm. The Dragon Palace's strength was close to the peak races that had developed for 10 to 20 billion years. They could not help but sigh. They actually blocked the attack. Not bad. At this moment, in front of the Starry City, the attack of the 8 stars was blocked by the Fire Phoenix, Prince Yintian, and the Guardian of the Radiant Angel heirs. The 2 of them leaned against each other. Their expressions were extremely ugly and they looked slightly disheveled. They stared at Wang Xian and looked at the stars around them warily. They were panting heavily. At this moment, they were feeling a little terrified. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had made them use most of their trump cards with just a casual attack. What about the next attack? Prepare to receive the second round of attack. At this moment, what they had expected was about to happen. They saw the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace wave his arm once again, and the 8 stars in the surroundings seemed to come alive. They brought with them a terrifying power as they attacked them again. It was still 8 stars, similar to the power of the Barker star just now. When they saw these 8 stars, their expressions became extremely ugly. Defend! At most, we can defend this time. Feng Yin Tian and heirs looked at each other and immediately roared in a low voice. They once again set up their defenses. Their wings and wings covered their bodies, and their bodies once again emitted light. In the sky above Feng Yin Tian, the phantom image of a fire phoenix appeared. Beside the phantom image of the fire phoenix, there was also an enormous parasol tree. Boom! 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 However, at this moment, the attacks of the 8 stars were extremely fast. They surrounded them and attacked. The sound of fierce collisions rang out once more. This is another round of terrifying attacks. Can the 2 peak ruler-level existences of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan block them? Look at how pathetic they are against the first round of attacks. I'm afraid that they won't be able to block the second round. That's the same principle of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan is famous for their defensive abilities. The Dragon King's strength is really terrifying. Look at him standing there. He can unleash such a terrifying attack with just a casual move. It's obvious who's superior. Will a peak ruler fall today? In the vast starry city, all the strong disciples looked at this scene with shock on their faces. The appearance of the prince of the Phoenix clan and the guardian angel of light had already shocked them. However, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was even more terrifying. It even seemed too easy for him to fight against 2 at the same time. It felt like they were not on the same level. Once these 2 existences of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan are no match for the Dragon King, I'm afraid that blood will flow like a river. An expert at the 7th level, who was the ruler of a peak race, glanced at all the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan, whose faces were filled with fear, and muttered, "Chirp, chirp, chirp. Roar, roar." At this moment, in front of them, in the center of the battlefield, the angry roars of Prince Phoenix Yin Tian and Great Protector heirs could be heard once again. The 8 stars slowly collapsed and their figures slowly appeared once again. However, at this moment, what shocked everyone was that one of Prince Phoenix Yin Tianhua's phoenix wings had been broken. He looked extremely miserable. Great Protector heir's situation was also not optimistic. His few angelic wings had actually dimmed as if they had lost their vitality. The corner of his mouth was also filled with blood. If you don't have any trump cards, you can die. Wang Xian looked at their situation and spoke indifferently. Huff! Huff! Prince Phoenix Yin Tianhua and Great Protector heirs looked fearful. They looked at Wang Xian with a hint of fear. They knew that they were no match for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. In fact, they might even die at the hands of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace today. Let's go! However, what happened next stunned all the powerful disciples of the 9 Origin universe. Guardian elves fled into the distance. Feng Yin Tian, Fire Phoenix, took out a treasure and threw it forward. In front of him appeared a door. The great guardian of the Angel clan and Prince Fire Phoenix are going to escape. Hiss, this looks like a battle of 2 completely different levels. There's such a huge gap even in a 1 versus 2 battle. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is already much stronger than a peak ruler. 2 peak-level rulers are trying to escape. They are trying to escape. All the disciples could clearly see what was happening in front of them. They saw the Great Protector of the Angel clan fly into the distance and the Prince of the Phoenix clan take out a treasure to escape. All of them were surprised, although they could see how easily the Dragon King suppressed them. But to see 2 masters at the peak of existence by the Dragon King forced to flee, the heart is still shocked. In particular, the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan's strong disciples. Their faces full of panic. Once their 2 races of strong adults escape, then they are completely finished. Escape? Can we escape? Wang Xian sneered when he saw that they wanted to escape. Guardian Els held the scepter in his hand. His entire body was wrapped up as if he had turned into a beam of light. He flew into the distance at a terrifying speed. However, this starry sky and this universe belonged to the space of the star field. With a thought, the 8 stars in front of Great Protector Heirs moved and attacked him. Not good, he can't control all the stars in this space at will, right? Great Protector Heirs saw that the 8 stars were attacking him, and a hint of fear appeared on his face. I'm going to use my escape treasure. His eyes revealed a reluctant expression. He moved his palm and pointed forward. Heaven's gate, open. He growled, and another gate appeared in front of him. Heaven's Gate. This was a treasure exclusive to the angel race. Opening the Heaven's Gate could allow one to instantly escape back to the angel race's sacred mountain. However, because they were currently in the starry universe, they could not directly escape back to the sacred mountain. However, they could use the Heaven's Gate to directly escape from a very long distance. Nirvana Gate, open. Behind them, Feng Yuntian's low roar sounded. The Nirvana Gate was a fleeing treasure of the Phoenix race. It was forged with the Phoenix race's Nirvana energy and the divine parasol tree. Regardless of whether it was the Gate of Heaven or the Nirvana Gate, they were both powerful life-saving methods. It was a powerful life-saving method unique to the peak races. The Gate of Nirvana, the Gate of Heaven, the most powerful life-saving method of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan. They can immediately run away from a long distance. It is said that even in a powerful array formation, they can escape in an instant. The 2 peak rulers are no match for the Dragon King. They are retreating. They want to escape. On the Starry City, the experts of the peak races saw the appearance of the Gate of Nirvana and the Gate of Heaven and said, these 2 treasures were only possessed by the top-notch existences among the 2 peak races. Even experts who were at the 7th level could not obtain the Gates of Nirvana and Heaven. Wuxia watched quietly as the 2 gates appeared. He really did not believe that this fellow from the Angel race and Phoenix race could escape from the blockade of the Starfield. Not to mention, there was also the blockade of the Starfield. He didn't stop them. He just watched indifferently. Feng Yuntian and Heirs opened the door to escape respectively. Their gazes swept across Wuxia. When they saw Wuxia watching all of this calmly, a bad premonition suddenly rose in their hearts. They didn't release any vicious words. Gritting their teeth, they immediately drilled into the door. This was especially so for Great Protector Heirs. The 8 stars in front of him were already attacking him. If they didn't escape, they might die. However, when they stepped into the gates of Nirvana and Heaven, they did not enter the gates. Their figures were still there. The gates had failed. Not good. Damn it. How could this be? How could the gates of Heaven be useless? Great Protector Heirs was terrified at this moment. He roared in disbelief. His forehead was filled with cold sweat. He hurriedly fled into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. No, no, no. However, the attack of the 8 stars had already arrived. In an instant, it landed on his body. In the first 2 times, he and Feng Yuntian Fire Phoenix had used their full strength to defend. Only by taking out their trump cards could they withstand the attack of the 8 stars with great difficulty. Now, he was facing the attacks of the 8 stars alone. He had already used up all his trump cards. He could not block them at all. The terrifying power of the attacks and the terrifying energy landed on his body. The sounds of fear and despair rang out. The power of the 8 stars collided together. Great Protector Heirs, who was in the middle, was directly hit. Flower of the Other Shore of Light returned to life and death. But at this moment, Heirs' furious voice sounded in the center of the 8 stars. Whoosh! Heirs' figure appeared and quickly flew in the direction of the Star City. At this moment, a flower appeared above his scepter. A flower of light, flower of the other shore of light. Life and death. He was already dead just now. However, through the flower of the other shore of light, he was instantly resurrected. However, the flower of the other shore of light now looked much dimmer. Let me see how many times you can resurrect. Wuxia waved his arm and the 8 stars attacked Heirs at a terrifying speed once again. One of the stars emitted an extremely thick energy. When the energy swept past Heirs, his speed was reduced by 2 to 3 times. This caused his pupils to constrict as he looked at Wuxia with hatred. I, Heirs, will remember today's grudge. He let out a mournful roar. One after another, the stars crashed into his body. This time, his life force was completely extinguished. At the side, Prince Feng Yintian, the phoenix, and the Nirvana gate in front of him had slowly disappeared. His expression changed as he watched this scene. He gently flapped his broken phoenix wings. He knew that his fate would be the same as heirs. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, are you really going to kill so many powerful disciples of our Phoenix clan today? You have to think carefully. Once you kill the disciples of our Phoenix clan here, our Phoenix clan and your Dragon Palace will fight to the death. Prince Phoenix Yin Tianhua stared at Wang Xian with a grim expression. He growled in a low voice with a face full of unwillingness. Hee, what a joke. We have always fought to the death. If you have the chance to destroy my Dragon Palace, if we have the chance in the future, we will also destroy your Phoenix clan. Not a single one of you will be spared. Wang Xian sneered when he heard his words. With a wave of his arm, 8 stars headed straight for Feng Yuntian. Boom! 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 8 stars flew toward the Prince of the Fire Phoenix, Feng Yuntian. These 8 terrifying stars were enough to kill him. Feng Yuntian also knew that he couldn't escape today. His face was full of anger and a trace of fear. The strength of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had completely exceeded their expectations. Not good, our prince is going to be killed too. How can the Dragon King be so strong? How can he be so strong? Once our prince is killed, will it be our turn next? I don't have any treasures that can revive me. I don't want to die. It's over, everything is over. At the same time, all the powerful disciples of the Phoenix and Angel clans in the Starry City were shocked when they saw this scene. Their prince was no match for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Even the great guardian of the Angel clan had been killed. A peak-level ruler has been killed by the Dragon King. The one from the Phoenix clan will be killed soon. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is really powerful. The other powerful disciples of the 9 Origin universe were also shocked when they saw this scene. Who would have thought that today's battle would end like this? The 2 peak masters of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan had come, but the Dragon King had left them here. The Dragon King's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In front of them, the Prince of the Fire Phoenix, Feng Yuntian, let out a ferocious roar. Facing the 8 stars, he resisted desperately. However, the 8 stars soon covered them. They didn't know the exact situation. However, everyone could sense that the Prince of the Fire Phoenix's aura was getting weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared in the end. They're dead. They're all dead. Seeing this scene, the experts of the peak-level races murmured. 2 peak-level rulers had fallen. This could be said to be the first and second peak ruler realm experts to die in the past 20 billion years after the last calamity. This kind of expert could already be said to be one of the most supreme experts in the 9 Origin universe. But today, they all died at the hands of the Dragon King. The strength of the Dragon King and the strength of the Dragon Palace made all the peak races realize that they couldn't afford to offend them. The Dragon Palace was not weak. If the other peak races wanted to provoke the Dragon Palace, they would have to consider it carefully. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wang Xian killed the 2 masters at the peak of the ruler realm. A faint smile appeared on his face. He waved his arm and kept the 2 corpses. Then, his gaze flew toward the Starry City. Do you want to come here and die? Or do you want us to come and kill you? Wang Xian spoke to all the strong disciples of the Phoenix and Angel races in the Starry City. In the Starry City, the number of strong disciples of the 2 peak races had reached 500,000 to 600,000. Among them, there were about 60,000 masters. This was the core strength of the 2 peak races. It was the strong foundation of the 2 races. Once they were eliminated, the 2 peak races would be severely injured in terms of their masters and disciples. Our angel race has the heaven's destiny. If you dare to kill us, the emperor of our angel race will not let you off, Dragon King. An archangel who was in the 7th level of the angel race roared with a ferocious face. Oh? Hee. Wang Xian laughed coldly when he heard that. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone flew out of his body. I have said that I will make your Phoenix race and angel race bleed like a river. I will not spare a single one. I will do as I said. Disciples of the Dragon Palace, attack and kill. Leave no one alive. He stared at the strong disciples of the Phoenix race and Angel race with a cold and murderous look. The 5 elements millstone flew directly into the giant starry city. The array formation and other defensive systems weren't activated in the giant starry city. The powerful disciples around the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan immediately moved away from them. Kill! Kill all the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan. The group of experts from the Dragon Palace let out a low roar and flew directly towards the Starry City. With more than 170 succubus dragon species who were at the level 7 of the ruler realm as the leader, this force was enough to completely destroy them. Furthermore, Wang Xian had also used the 5 elements millstone to kill the existences who were at the level 7 of the ruler realm. The 5 elements millstone was very fast and flew into the Starry City in an instant. One by one, terrifying weapons were launched at the level 7 masters of the Phoenix and the Angels. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, our 2 races will definitely not let you off. Definitely. At this moment, when the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan saw the attack of the 5 elements millstone, they roared with despair on their faces. They had completely given up the will to fight back. In front of the terrifying Dragon King, even their 2 peak races, peak overlords, couldn't escape, let alone them. How could they escape? How could they escape? They weren't on the same level. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 elements millstone took the lead to destroy a group of 7th level overlords. The screams of peak overlords kept ringing out. There were 50 to 60 peak stage sovereign realm experts of the 2 races. One by one, the peak stage sovereign realm experts died. The experts of the Dragon Palace also flew over. Their eyes locked onto the other angels and phoenixes. The slaughter began. Let's fight them to the death. Oh, I don't want to die. I don't have any treasures to resurrect. I don't want to die. Some people desperately wanted to fight for their lives. Some people started to collapse in despair. In the surrounding area, tens of billions of strong disciples of the 9 origin universe were watching. The experts of the peak races and the disciples of the high-level races were watching in shock. No one dared to help, even if some experts were on good terms with the strong disciples of the Phoenix Angel race. But at this time, no powerhouse disciple dared to stand out. Because this was a race war. Moreover, this war was initiated by the Phoenix clan, and the Angel clan took the initiative to participate in it. But they underestimated the Dragon Palace. Underestimated the Dragon King. The powerhouse's disciples of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan fell quickly one by one. Blood flowed on the ground. The Phoenix's corpse lay in the giant city. The Angel's corpse lay on the cold ground. The Phoenix fell. The Angel fell. The charming dragon seed of the Dragon Palace also made all the powerful disciples of the 9 origin universe witness their terrifying strength. A massacre. A one-sided massacre. The Dragon Palace didn't let go of any of the disciples of the Phoenix race and the Angel race. No matter if they were at the ruler level or below. Not a single one was spared. Provoking the Dragon Palace and killing the disciples of the Dragon Palace would have a price to pay. Screams of pain could be heard in the giant star city. In the past, the masters of the high-level races in the 9 origin universe were killed by the Dragon Palace. The disciples of the 2 peak races were killed one by one. This time, the Angel race and the Phoenix race have suffered heavy losses. Most of their powerful disciples have entered the starry universe, and most of them are in the city. They might not be able to recover from their losses even when the catastrophe arrives. Yeah, the Phoenix race and the Angel race have really provoked the wrong enemy. The Dragon Palace is too powerful. All the peak races in the surroundings looked at this scene in shock. After witnessing the Dragon King's terrifying strength, they were full of respect for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. After all, this was a real battle technique. 2 existences at the peak of the ruler realm. One was the Prince of the Fire Phoenix, and the other was the Guardian of the Angel of Light. I feel that the strength of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is at the peak of the ruler realm among the peak races. Almost. Judging from his relaxed appearance, it shouldn't be a problem for him to kill 3 or 4 masters of the same level at the same time. A few rank 7 masters of the shamans were talking in low voices. How is this possible? At this moment, they were in the location of the 9 origin universe passage. when they couldn't sense the situation in the giant star city. The powerhouses of the angel race and the phoenix race felt uneasy. However, because the two peak stage ruler-level powerhouses stepped inside, their unease wasn't intense. But at this moment, they suddenly received a message. It was from the Prince of the Fire Phoenix, Feng Yuntian, and the Radiant Angel Protector heirs. As the top-tier powerhouses of the two peak races, they naturally had resurrection treasures. In fact, the treasures they resurrected could not be compared to ordinary resurrection treasures. When they were killed and resurrected by Wang Xian, they immediately sent the news over. This caused the faces of the powerhouses from the angel race and the phoenix race to instantly turn gloomy. The other 10 peak races suddenly sensed the change in their auras. They raised their eyebrows slightly and revealed a look of astonishment in their eyes. Damn you, Dragon King! If he dares to kill a disciple of our Phoenix clan will never let him go. We will start a war with him. At this moment, a roar filled with killing intent and anger echoed in the whole world. The Water Phoenix King was emitting a terrifying aura. He did not hide his aura at all and rushed toward the surroundings. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Crack. 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 The Radiant Angel King was also clenching his fists. His aura was extremely cold. All the phoenixes and angels had ugly expressions on their faces. If the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace dares to kill the disciples of my angel clan, we'll start an all-out war. The Radiant Angel King also roared with a face full of killing intent. There were a large number of their powerful disciples in the vast starry city. Even their two peak races couldn't afford such a loss. If those powerful disciples were all killed by the Dragon King, then their losses would be too great. Oh? What did the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace do? The experts of the other peak races looked over in astonishment. What on earth had caused the Phoenix and Angel races to be so furious? However, the blockade at the Starry City was still ongoing. No one could see what was happening inside. In fact, the information inside could not be transmitted over. Clearly, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the rest had completely sealed off the inside. They could only wait quietly here. At this moment, Wang Xian was not there to watch the disciples of the Dragon Palace slaughter the strong disciples of the two peak races. He appeared beside Lan Qingyue and dealt with the other 4 space beasts who were at the level 7 of the Dominator realm. In the battle here, Lan Qingyue, Xiao Lan, and the rest had always been at the upper hand. One of the space beasts was even severely injured by them. Wang Xian's appearance completely ended the battle. With the help of the power of the star field fragment, he easily killed a space beast that was at level 7. The next 3 were even easier. When Wang Xian helped Lan Qingyue to kill the 4 space beasts. In the space city, all the strong disciples of the Angel and Phoenix clans had been killed. Dragon King, I've already gotten an ally to prepare for the Divine Dragon Island. Everything has been settled. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue flew over and spoke to Wang Xian. All right. Wang Xian nodded and revealed a faint smile. Wiping out so many strong people from the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan this time had already caused them serious injuries. It might even alert existences above their rulers. Therefore, Wang Xian had Prime Minister Gue make full preparations. Once all of their powerful disciples were exterminated, the Dragon Palace would be ready to move out of the 9 Origin universe. Only in the 9 Origin universe would there be some devil spirit altars and some dragon palaces that had been built in the past. Apart from that, the Dragon Palace had also made some preparations on the Divine Dragon Island. Send an ally over. I'll make a trip to the Divine Dragon Island before the 2 peak races can react. Wang Xian spoke to Prime Minister Gue again. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded. Buzz. Greetings, Dragon King. Soon, and Lai's figure appeared beside Wang Xian. Yes. Bring me to the Divine Dragon Island. Wang Xian nodded. He looked at Lan Qingyue and said, Qingyue, bring the rest of the disciples of the Dragon Palace and wait here. The Angel clan and Phoenix clan shouldn't dare to send their experts here recklessly. The other peak clans wouldn't let them in either. All right, little Xian. Lan Qingyue nodded. Wang Xian gestured to Enlai and the 2 of them left instantly. Buzz. 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 The moment Wang Xian left, the entire void quickly returned to its original appearance. The stars disappeared one by one. Eh? The Dragon King and the rest have left. The next storm is just about to start. If the Angel and Phoenix clans knew about this, they would probably be extremely furious. I reckon that the Angel race and the Phoenix race will attack the Dragon Palace of our 9-origin universe. And the Dragon King and the others won't let the powerful disciples of the Angel race and the Phoenix race step into the starry universe. This time, the Dragon Palace and the Angel race and the Phoenix race are in deep trouble. When we meet in the future, we'll fight to the death. In the Starry City, all the experts were discussing when they saw that the void around them had recovered. The scene at the Starry City has appeared. Everything returned to clarity. After Wang Xian left, the sky of the Starry City was restored once again. The fragments of the galaxy had left. At the same time, the location of the 9-origin universe passage was in front of the peak races. The scene in front of them had returned. This is. However, when they saw what was happening inside, they were all shocked. Even though they were all peak experts of peak races, they were still shocked when they saw this scene. In the scene, the disciples of the Dragon Palace were taking care of the disciples of the Angels and Phoenixes. There weren't any disciples of the Phoenix race or the Angel race in the Starry City. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a group of disciples from the peak races came over with news one by one. When the experts from the peak races saw this news, they were shocked. 2 peak lords from the Phoenix and Angel clans had been killed by the Dragon King. All the powerful disciples of the Starry Giant City were slaughtered by the Dragon Palace. What? The Dragon King had killed 2 peak stage Sovereign Realm experts by himself. They were shocked by his strength. Damn Dragon Palace, damn Dragon King, our Phoenix clan is going to destroy you. At this moment, the 3 kings of the Phoenix clan also received the message. They roared with fury and killing intent. Our Angel clan has over 200,000 disciples in the vast Starry City. Dragon Palace Dragon King, Dragon Palace Dragon King. Not far away, the radiant Angel King looked at the news from his subordinates with a ferocious expression. Even though they had a premonition in their hearts, they still found it hard to accept this result when they saw it. With such a huge loss, even when the apocalypse arrived, their strength would still be difficult to recover to their previous state. In other words, they didn't gain anything from this trip to the Starry Universe. Instead, they suffered a huge loss. This loss was hard to make up for. This loss was hard for them to accept. Go back and prepare to attack the Dragon Palace's Divine Dragon Island. In the 9-origin universe, if you see a disciple of the Dragon Palace, kill him. The Water Phoenix King of the Phoenix clan roared ferociously. Go back! The radiant Angel King of the Angel clan also roared fiercely. They wanted revenge. They wanted revenge. They wanted to destroy all the strong disciples in the 9-origin universe. They wanted to make the Dragon Palace unable to stay in the 9-origin universe. The strong disciples of the 2 peak races immediately left to prepare for the upcoming battle. I really didn't expect the result to be like this. The losses of the Angel race and the Phoenix race can't be made up for. They really underestimated the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. A great elf from the ELF race said with a smile. Since the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King dare to do this, they must have made all the preparations. I reckon that the Dragon Palace might give up their base in the 9-origin universe. Since the ancient god-feeding Kuan Lord can ignore the suppression of the Starry Universe, maybe the Dragon Palace will be able to ignore the suppression of the Starry Universe in the future. In that case, the Dragon Palace might be a race of the Starry Universe and an intelligent race at that. The leader of the shamans, the ancestral wizard, said with a twinkle in his eyes. The Dragon King's performance this time had exceeded the expectations of all the experts of the Dragon Clan. It's possible, but let's not talk about anything else. I'm afraid that the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan won't be able to step into the Starry Universe in the future. A skeleton king of the Skeleton clan said with a smile, this is a terrible loss for the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan. Yes, all the peak races knew that it was impossible for the powerful disciples of the Phoenix and Angel race to step into the Starry Universe after this. Even if they stepped into the Starry Universe, they would be destroyed by the Dragon Palace once they were discovered. This was a huge loss for the 2 peak races. Now, the resources in the 9 origin universe and the peak races had been limited and almost all of them had been used up. It was impossible for the disciples to improve greatly. This meant that the angel race and the phoenix race wouldn't be able to recover to their peak until the catastrophe arrived. Such a loss wasn't small. On the other hand, the Dragon Palace would only lose the Divine Dragon Island. They wouldn't lose too many resources. The Dragon Palace could afford it. As for the others, at the moment, the disciples of the Dragon Palace might not be able to move around in the 9 origin universe. But it was hard to say in the future. What if, in the Starry Universe, the Elf Clan, Skeleton Clan, and other peak races cooperated with the Dragon Palace for some reason? It was hard to say. After all, the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King were already very powerful in the universe. If their peak races cooperated with the Dragon Palace, it wouldn't mean that the Dragon Palace couldn't enter the 9 origin universe. If they really cooperated with several peak races, the Phoenix Clan and the Angel Clan wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, the Phoenix Clan and the Angel Clan suffered the most losses this time. In fact, they had no way to deal with the Dragon Palace. This was because the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King couldn't possibly be unprepared. Once they were prepared, the 2 peak races could only helplessly rage. There was no way. At the same time, in the communication stone plate, in the universe Al of the 9 origin universe, all the powerful disciples were discussing the matter of this great battle. Meanwhile, the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King were completely famous in the entire 9 origin universe. While all the strong disciples of the peak races were discussing about this battle. At this moment, Wang Xian's figure appeared on the Divine Dragon Island. This was Wang Xian's first time coming to the Divine Dragon Island. Even though the Divine Dragon Island had been occupied by the Dragon Palace for tens of millions of years, it was still his first time coming here. A sense of familiarity that originated from his bloodline was transmitted over. The Divine Dragon statues around him had a familiar aura, causing his eyes to flicker slightly. Dragon King. In these tens of millions of years, we have explored everything in the Divine Dragon Island except for this place. And Lai brought Wang Xian to a huge dragon gate. On both sides, there were divine dragons entrenched. It was a huge dragon gate that seemed to possess an indestructible power. This should be the treasury of our Divine Dragon clan. Wang Xian looked at this place with a glint in his eyes. Behind this dragon gate, there might be the treasury of the Divine Dragon clan. This place had never been opened before. It was even possible that even the Heaven's Fate could not open it. The dragon gate of the Dragon Palace treasury was not very big. It had a space of about 10,000 meters. When the Dragon Palace reoccupied the Divine Dragon Island, Prime Minister Gue and the rest had tried their best to open this dragon gate. The blood of the purebred divine dragon and a large number of purebred divine dragons came to open the dragon gate, but they could not open it. Initially, Wang Xian did not come over because he was afraid that the experts from the Angel and Phoenix clans would ambush him. After that, he was trapped in the Starry Universe. Now, his strength was in the 9 origin universe. With the help of the galactic fragment, the only thing that could kill him was the fate of the heaven's origin. Therefore, he planned to come here to take a look the moment the battle ended. He wanted to see if he could open this dragon gate. If he couldn't open it, it didn't matter. He would return one day. If he could open it, there might be an unexpected reward. Wang Xian looked at the dragon gate and moved to the front. Ding! Divine Dragon Clan's treasure vault detected. Open it. However, just as Wang Xian got closer, the system's voice sounded suddenly. This stunned Wang Xian slightly. His face was filled with astonishment. His face revealed a hint of excitement. Yupen il. Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, on the dragon gate in front, the divine dragon statues seemed to have come to life. They were emitting the radiance of 9 attributes. In the center was a water dragon. The head of the water dragon slowly looked down, and the dragon gate slowly opened. It seems that you, Dragon King, are the son of heaven of the true dragon. Anlai, who was standing on the side, was shocked when he saw the scene. He opened his mouth in shock. Prime Minister Gue had used all his methods but failed to open it. In fact, in the past, the Angel of Light, the second prince, and the Green River Water Phoenix had also used all the methods but failed to open it. They guessed that this required the blood of a divine dragon in the mastery of 9 attributes to be able to open it. Prime Minister Gue had also tried this method but failed to open it. The key to the treasure vault of the Divine Dragon clan was with Wang Xian. It was on the Divine Dragon system. Wang Xian collected his thoughts and his eyes flickered slightly. According to Wang Xian's guess, 90% of the system that he owned was created by the Divine Dragon clan. Now that the system was able to open this door, he wasn't too surprised. After the dragon door was opened, Wang Xian walked straight in. The moment he stepped in, a special energy aura was transmitted over. The aura inside was not only the aura of the dragon's might and the divine dragon. There was also a unique aura. When Wang Xian entered, the huge treasure house did not exist. Instead, it was like a small world. There were no treasures and there were many trees in the surroundings. Each tree contained a powerful energy. These could be said to be treasures of the overlord level. In front of them was a blue sky. However, one could see the end of the sky. However, the space in this small world was not small. At least, it was much larger than the current Dragon Palace. In the entire small world, other than flowers, plants, and trees, there were no other living beings. Buzz. At this moment, the dragon gate behind them suddenly closed. Wang Xian immediately looked over. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Enlai. Enlai nodded his head and his figure slowly disappeared. A few seconds later, Enlai's figure appeared again. However, his expression was a little strange. Dragon King, I can teleport out. However, when I went out, I had a strange feeling. This feeling is that I couldn't get out initially because I was blocked by an energy. However, due to the divine dragon bloodline in my body, I can get out again. Enlai opened his mouth and looked at Wang Xian. If I don't have the bloodline of the divine dragon in my body, my teleportation will lose its effect. It will be the same as before. In the past, Prime Minister Gue also wanted to let Enlai teleport in, but he had never succeeded. Now he could teleport in and out. This should be related to Wang Xian. Some special energy was activated. That's good. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked ahead again. Looking at the long road, he pondered for a few seconds. Roar, roar, roar. He let out a low roar and transformed into the body of a divine dragon. An incomparably huge body appeared and took up just 1/10 of the area of the road ahead. In this space, there were tens of thousands of divine dragons. There was no problem at all. The entire space should be many times larger than the huge city in the starry sky. Buzz. The moment Wang Xian transformed into a divine dragon, the position of Wang Xian's head was shimmering. Following that, the shadow of a divine dragon slowly condensed in front of him. It was the shadow of a water divine dragon. The shadow didn't look majestic. Instead, it had a hint of age and benevolence. This shadow didn't have much emotion. It looked at Wang Xian in a daze. The successor of the Divine Dragon clan. Congratulations. You have come to the birthplace of our Divine Dragon clan. The Shadow Water Divine Dragon spoke. You are that Lord Water Divine Dragon? Wang Xian couldn't help but ask in surprise. Don't ask me any questions. I have used up all my energy in the battle back then. What I have left now is just a shadow without ANV intelligence. In order to fight for the ancestral tree, our Divine Dragon clan fought with the Insect clan until the end. We have almost exhausted all the strong disciples. Of course, after we killed the queen of the Insect clan and obtained the ancestral tree, not all the powerful disciples of the Divine Dragon clan have died. However, my own strength and the strength of the Dragon Palace are less than 1/20th of the peak. If the Phoenix clan hadn't broken their promise, we wouldn't have been so miserable. In order to prevent the Phoenix clan from attacking us from behind, I've decided to sacrifice all the remaining divine dragons of the Dragon Palace and use the last of my strength to build a support system with the core technology of the Insect clan. When the system was built, a mutation occurred with the ancestral tree which consumed most of the ancestral tree's strength and turned the ancestral tree back into a seed. As for the specific situation of the system, I don't know either. But I believe that you, the current inheritor, have already mastered it. This system was built with the technology of the insect clan, the power of the ancestral tree, and all the energy of the divine dragon clan. I hope that you, the inheritor, can restore the glory of the divine dragon clan. As for the body-type successor, be careful of the phoenix race. If you have enough strength, you can destroy them. If you don't, then please rebuild the divine dragon race. You are in a special space. This place was created by me during the last calamity. The special properties of this space can withstand the attacks of the heaven's fate. As for the specifics, you can find out by investigating. In the depths of the space, there are some treasures of the divine dragon race. There are not many treasures because most of them are used to create auxiliary systems. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the water god dragon's phantom spoke, its body became more and more blurry. When it finished its last sentence, it completely disappeared. Wuxia stood there and listened to the water god dragon's words. A shocked expression appeared on his face. Some of the doubts he had in the past were now completely unlocked. The origin of the system. The origin of the ancestral tree. Some of the opportunities on Earth. These were all sent over by the divine dragon clan. He was just a fated person. And the water god dragon phantom just now was almost 100% certain that it was Lord Tianyuan of the divine dragon clan. The Phoenix clan is actually related to the destruction of the divine dragon clan. According to the records, the relationship between the Phoenix clan and the divine dragon clan is very good. Did Lord Water God Dragon leave this sentence because of the ancestral tree? Is it because of the war with the insect clan? Wuxia's eyes sparkled. He had a guess. The divine dragon tribe and the Phoenix tribe were preparing to join forces to fight against the bug tribe and obtain the ancestral tree. For some unknown reason, the Phoenix tribe did not make a move. This resulted in the divine dragon tribe not being able to fight the bug tribe to the end and suffered heavy losses. Even the water divine dragon, who was at the destiny level of the heaven's origin, suffered heavy injuries. In order to prevent the Phoenix tribe from misbehaving, this divine dragon system was created. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in the past. From the side, and lie side slightly. Let's go. Wuxia nodded silently. The news he received from this place also made him more certain of his future enemies. The Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan must die. He looked at the position in front of him and flew into it. There were many dragon caves in the area. It was a magnificent dragon cave. There were a few million of them. There was a special palace at the back. Wuxia took a look at them one by one. There were some items in the dragon caves. However, these items were not treasures. They were simple items used by the divine dragon who lived here. After a quick glance, Wuxia flew to the back of the palace, which was in the style of the divine dragon. After entering the palace, there were items placed in the middle of the main hall. Other than these items, there was something very strange. It was a white vortex that was 100 meters in size. Waves of very strange energy flew out from the vortex. This energy contained 9 attributes, but it was not just 9 attributes. It was very strange. Wuxia's gaze shifted to the location of the palace and landed on the few treasures. There were a total of 4 treasures. A book, 2 boxes, and a bag. He walked to the front of the book. When his gaze landed on the book, an astonished expression immediately appeared on his face. Heaven's Origin Sword Technique. Wuxia mumbled as a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Sword technique. A sword technique? It was very strange for a sword technique to appear here. After all, this was the treasure house of the Divine Dragon Clan. The Divine Dragon Clan was not suitable for sword techniques. He took out this sword technique and opened the first page. The first page was not the first page of this sword technique. Instead, it was a layer of paper. On the paper was written the cultivation method of the supreme sword technique of the sword universe. It was obtained from the cosmic tribulations. If one cultivated it to the peak, it could break the destiny of the heaven. A short introduction made Wuxia look surprised. The supreme sword technique of a universe? The sword universe? It was an ambitious sword technique of another universe, the Heaven Origin Sword Technique. Just from the name alone, one could tell that it was very powerful. Wuxia thought to himself. This sword technique was of great use to the Dragon Palace. it was extremely useful to Ao Jian and the rest. Ao Jian's fellow disciples cultivated the heartless sword principle. In the past, Wang Xian could not discover anything. However, when he cultivated it to the ruler realm, his flaws were revealed. Under the ruler realm, the heartless sword principle could indeed fight against opponents of a higher level. When one cultivated it to perfection, one could fight against opponents of a higher level by 3 levels. However, when one reached the ruler realm, there was an almost unbreakable shackle. This shackle came from one's physique. Their physique restricted their improvement, causing Ao Jian and the rest to be stuck at the peak of the supremacy realm. It was extremely difficult to break through to the ruler realm, and now, with this Tianyuan sword technique, it was definitely a significant breakthrough for Ao Jian and the rest. After putting away the sword technique, Wang Xian walked to the front of the second item. It was a treasure box. After Wang Xian opened the box, there were 2 jade horns inside. These 2 jade horns looked extremely small, but they contained a very special energy. This energy was very intimate when he sensed it. He had an urge to fuse it into his body. Heaven Origin Jade Horn. In the box, there was a piece of paper with a line of words written on it. The name of this pair of jade horns was Heaven Origin Jade Horn. There was another line of explanation below. Heaven Origin Jade Horn. After refining it, it could ignore the suppression of the universe. When he saw this line of remarks, his face was filled with astonishment. After refining it, it could ignore the suppression of the universe? This was a treasure. What kind of concept was this? In other words, after Wang Xian refined it, he could ignore the suppression of the universe. At that time, even if he were to encounter a universe behemoth that was at the peak of the ruler of the universe, Wang Xian would be able to destroy it. It was hard to say who would be stronger if he were to encounter that senior chaos space behemoth again. If that chaotic space beast senior didn't have powerful trump cards and treasures, he might not be a match for Wang Xian. Of course, the probability of this happening was a little low in Wang Xian's eyes. That chaotic space beast was willing to exchange the starfield fragment with Wang Xian back then. He must still have powerful ultimate treasures in his hands. Or perhaps it was an extremely powerful trump card. Putting aside that chaotic space beast senior, Wang Xian could really kill all the other peak-level space beasts at will. There was another point. He still had a lot of resources in his hands. He could increase his strength without any scruples. In the 9 Origin universe, the reason why the masters who were at level 7 and above didn't dare to step into the space universe was because they were stronger and were suppressed by the universe. Under such circumstances, they were labeled as foreign creatures. The space beasts of the starry universe could easily sense it. Without the suppression of the universe, it meant that it was anything in this universe. It meant that it was a creature of this universe. In that case, under normal circumstances, if you didn't provoke the terrifying existence of the starry universe, he wouldn't come and not kill you. After all, in their view, you were also a creature of the starry universe. Not an intruder. This was the function of the Heaven's Origin Jade Horn. It was extremely huge. This is a good item. Wang Xian was slightly excited and immediately kept the Heaven's Origin Jade Horn. After that, he looked at the 3rd treasure box with slight excitement. Crack, crack. When Wang Xian opened the 3rd treasure box, a majestic energy gushed over. Dragon bead. This was a dragon bead. No, this was not a dragon bead. The energy emitted from the dragon bead should be mainly of 9 attributes. However, the energy emitted from a dragon bead was not spatial energy. It was spatial energy. Yes, the familiar spatial energy was somewhat similar to the energy in Enlai's body. In this dragon pearl, one could vaguely see a young dragon curled up inside. This did not seem to be a dragon pearl, but a dragon egg that nurtured the spatial divine dragon. What is this? Wang Xian's face was filled with astonishment as he looked at the introduction in the treasure box. The space dragon pearl, the nemesis of the 9 Origin universe and the void universe, has 4 to 5 eons. Before the 3 eons, the divine dragon clan's Heaven Origin creation and the other Heaven Origin creation in the 9 Origin universe tried to create a brand new dragon species, the void divine dragon, but they never succeeded. At the last moment, there was only one void dragon pearl that contained boundless space energy. If this dragon pearl could be integrated into the body, it could increase one attribute, the space attribute. However, it is extremely difficult to increase one's attribute, especially if it does not conflict with one's own energy. However, according to my speculation, if one has the ancestral tree and the ancestral tree recognizes its owner, perhaps one could absorb the Void Dragon bead and increase the spatial attribute to fight against the Void Race. The introduction was long. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling as he read the message. He didn't expect the Void Dragon bead to have such a long history. It was actually created a few eons ago. However, it had never succeeded. With the ancestral tree and the recognition of the ancestral tree, is it possible to absorb the Void Dragon bead? Wang Xian mumbled as he held it with both hands. With a thought, the branches of the ancestral tree appeared and wrapped it up. After wrapping it up, Wang Xian saw that there was no reaction and frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment and stabbed a root into the Void Dragon bead. To Wang Xian's surprise, the root easily pierced into the Void Dragon bead. He saw that the root was slowly connected to the extremely small divine dragon in the Void Dragon bead. Walala! At this moment, Wang Xian could vaguely hear the ancestral tree trembling slightly. The sound of leaves and branches colliding with each other followed closely behind the Void Dragon bead in his hand and slowly disappeared. Wang Xian looked at this scene with a look of astonishment. Through his spiritual perception, he discovered that there was an additional Void Dragon bead at the top of the ancestral tree. The energy of the ancestral tree enveloped the dragon bead, and this Void Dragon bead also emitted a special energy that enveloped the ancestral tree. This made Wang Xian feel extremely amazed. The energy of the Void Dragon bead could actually envelop the ancestral tree? This was simply unbelievable. One had to know that the ancestral tree was a true heaven's origin creation, even if it had not fully grown up yet. However, it can be seen that this Void Dragon bead is not simple. It was created by the heaven's origin creation of the previous divine dragon. It has already passed 2 to 3 tribulations, yet it is still preserved to this day. One can imagine how precious it is. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with excitement. He just didn't know when he would be able to finish refining this Void Dragon bead. After refining it, would he be able to possess the spatial attribute? He was looking forward to it. His gaze landed on the last item. It was a bag. It was obviously a spatial bag. He walked over and slowly opened it. After opening it, a large number of treasures appeared in his mind. There were treasures from the very low level to the peak of the dominator level. However, the number of treasures, other than those of the low level, was not too many. In the middle of this spatial bag, there was a special formation. The formation was emitting an extremely powerful energy. This is the system's treasure vault. Wang Xian smiled when he saw this. This was also the treasure vault where Wang Xian exchanged items from the system. He took out the energy items and activated the teleportation formation. After that, the items were transferred to his hands. However, it was not worth it to exchange for items with energy. Wang Xian had never exchanged for them after that. Now, all the items belonged to Wang Xian. There were bloodlines such as the Thorn Dragon, Imperial Dragon, and Berserk Dragon. Of course, these were not of much use to Wang Xian. This was because the Dragon Palace already possessed these dragon species. There were many treasures and items, densely packed together. However, at this moment he was attracted by the item at the top. It was a book of the water attribute. The book looked a little worn and tattered. It was not complete. It seemed to have been torn into several pieces. This was just one of the pieces. Wang Xian's mind moved and the book flew into his hand. Boom! In an instant, Wang Xian felt as though he was enveloped in an ocean. Endless water energy surged over. He quickly regained his consciousness and stared at the book. There was a line on the book. This shabby book had a few pages in front and a cover. The cover was a picture of a wave with a few words on it. Wang Xian didn't recognize these words, but an energy and spiritual fluctuation allowed him to understand the meaning of these words. The Book of Water Curse. The Book of Water Curse? This book. Wang Xian stared at it intently. From the Book of Water Curse, he could feel a vast and lofty power. This was the power of the heaven's origin creation. However, it was obvious that this book was an incomplete treasure of the heaven's origin creation. In other words, it was a fragment of the heaven's origin creation. A fragment of the heaven's origin creation. The former divine dragon clan actually has a fragment of the heaven's origin creation. Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was the heritage of the divine dragon clan. This was the strength of the divine dragon clan. A fragment of the heaven's origin destiny. The energy in this book of water curse was no weaker than the fragment of the starfield. In fact, it was even stronger than the fragment of the starfield. The second fragment of the heaven's origin destiny. This is a huge win for me. The treasure left behind by the divine dragon clan is simply too terrifying. Wang Xian couldn't help but roar in excitement. With this book of water curse, his strength would receive another huge boost. Wang Xian couldn't help but clench his fists. After putting away the book of water curse, his gaze landed on the few treasures below the book of water curse. They were resplendent crystals that contained resplendent blood essence. Wang Xian sensed it and a message was transmitted. Bone Dragon's blood essence and a trace of dragon soul. Frost Divine Dragon's blood essence and a trace of dragon soul. Wind Thunder Divine Dragon's blood essence and a trace of dragon soul. Light and Dark Divine Dragon's blood essence and a trace of dragon soul. 5 Elements Divine Dragon's blood essence and a trace of dragon soul. The pure blood essence of 5 divine dragons could produce 5 mutated divine dragons. Other than the essence blood of the 5 divine dragons and a wisp of dragon soul, the rest of the treasures were relatively ordinary. To Wang Xian's current strength, there wasn't much of a change. However, the number of resources and treasures in the Dragon Palace's treasure vault was still extremely terrifying. A sword technique cultivated by a Heaven's Origin creator. A Heaven's Origin jade horn. A dragon pearl with space attributes. A Heaven's Origin creation fragment and the Book of Water Curse. Each of the 4 treasures was extremely powerful and could attract the attention of the top races. Each of them was comparable to the Starfield fragment in his hands. These were all the treasures left behind by the Divine Dragon Clan. There were not many treasures, but they were of high value. In fact, the real treasure left behind by the Divine Dragon Clan was Wang Xian's Divine Dragon System. It was the extremely terrifying ancestral tree. This was a world-shaking treasure that could cause the peak races to go all out even to the point of extinction. According to Sir Water Divine Dragon, this Dragon Gate can withstand the attack of the Heaven's Origin creation. Doesn't that mean that the disciples of the Dragon Palace can also cultivate here? The resources and energy here are only slightly inferior to the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian put away the treasures and revealed a deep smile on his face. The divine dragons had left him many treasures. Shifting his gaze, Wang Xian landed in the center. It was the entrance of an energy vortex that was 100 meters wide. The white energy vortex contained a very strange energy. Wang Xian's mind moved and landed on the white energy vortex. A stream of information left by Sir Water God Dragon entered Wang Xian's mind. This is actually a passageway of the universe. Wang Xian's pupils dilated slowly. His face was filled with shock. Yes, behind this white energy whirlpool was a universe. A universe called Sword and Magic. Sword and Magic sounded very low-level. It was like a low-level martial arts world that could be destroyed with a snap of a finger. But in fact, this was not the case. This universe was not weak. There were even Heaven Origin creation powerhouses in the universe. This universe was slightly different from the 9 Origin universe because this universe was round and square. Yes, the sky was round and had an end. The ground was square and divided into north, south, east, west, and north. There was no starry sky. But this Sword and Magic universe were also very vast. There were many races living on the endless continent. The main cultivation here was Sword and Magic. Sword, one sword could break mountains and rivers, one sword could break the heavens. Magic, no eggs under the forbidden spell. One sword could destroy a country. One forbidden spell could destroy a city. In short, this Sword and Magic universe was very powerful and terrifying. In addition, this universe contained the spatial attribute, and this spatial attribute was already under their control. A powerful knight swordsman could take down a powerful enemy millions of miles away with a single strike. It was extremely terrifying to be beheaded in an instant. This was the space attribute. In the legends on Earth, there was a saying that space was the king and time was the sovereign. The space attribute was extremely terrifying. As for the time attribute, according to Wang Xian's understanding, it was irreversible. While time could not be controlled, space could. The void universe, the void race. Their strength lay in their control over space. This was also the reason why the void race was able to fight against the nine-origin universe. One must know that the nine-origin universe had 9 attributes. The main reason was that the advantage of the space attribute was too great. If one could not beat them, they would flee. If they could beat them, they would basically be killed in an instant. If they teleported over, they would be killed before they could react. From this whirlpool, he could enter the universe of swords and magic. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at this whirlpool. This was a universe. If he entered, he might be able to find a large number of treasures. He might be able to obtain a large number of resources. All of these were possible. Wang Xian sized it up and didn't enter. Even if he entered, he had to wait for Wang Xian to successfully refine the Heaven's Origin Jade Horn. He had to wait for Wang Xian's strength to break through. He still had a lot of resources that could allow him to advance by 2 levels again. With a move, Wang Xian took a look around the surrounding palaces. He did not find anything else. In the future, let's treat this place as the base of our Dragon Palace in the nine-origin universe. Wang Xian scanned the surroundings and revealed a smile. Now, he also understood why that dragon gate was so sturdy and could withstand an attack of the Heaven's Origin level. That was because the once divine Dragon Clan had used a special method to draw the energy of the sword and the magic universe into this space. This space seemed to have a part of the nine-origin universe and another part of the sword and the magic universe. The energy of the sword and the magic universe was filled with the energy of the dragon gate outside. This was like a cosmic barrier. To break through the dragon gate, it was equivalent to breaking through the passage of the universe. This wasn't that easy. The reason why the nine-origin universe could be opened was because the space beasts in the land of mountains and seas were part of the starry universe, and they could sense the existence of the starry universe. Otherwise, unless several heavenly creations simultaneously searched for precise coordinates and opened it at the same time, it would be possible. It was just like the belief universe. Therefore, this place was extremely safe. No matter how the angel race and phoenix race tried to break through, they would not be able to do so. Now, it's time to increase my strength. I will refine the Heaven's Origin Jade Horn and the Book of Water Curse. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Once the refinement was completed, Wang Xian would be an invincible existence to the strong disciples of the belief universe and the nine-origin universe. Even if the Tianyuan destiny of the nine-origin universe enters the starry universe, Wang Xian should be able to touch it. Provided, of course, they don't have a treasure like the Jade Horn of Tianyuan. Choo choo choo. Boom boom boom. Just when Wang Xian was reaping a bunch of treasures, at the same time, around the divine Dragon Island, 2 extremely terrifying auras were flying towards him. The phoenixes were emitting cold and terrifying phoenix cries. The angels were flapping their 12 wings and emitting a murderous aura. The powerhouses of the 2 peak races were led by the King of Light Angels, the King of Darkness Angels, and the 3 kings of the Phoenix clan. The group of elders of the Phoenix Angel clan who were in the level 9 realm. The group of powerhouses who were in the level 8 realm. The weakest one was also in the level 8 realm. They flew to the sky above the divine Dragon Island and looked down with cold eyes. Even further away, there was a pair of eyes looking at them. A pair of bright eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Damn it! There is no more life on the divine Dragon Island. The disciples of the Dragon Palace have escaped. The King of Dark Angels stared down with his shining black pupils. His expression was cold, and as he spoke, his pupils shone with a blood-red light. This blood-red light directly attacked downwards. BZZT, 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 BZZT. The blood-red light of the pupils landed on the Dragon God Island, and a large area of buildings collapsed under the attack of the King of Dark Angels. It was the fury of a peak-level ruler. The violent attacks and the terrifying red light of the pupils were like lasers. wreaking havoc on the entire Dragon God Island. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Kill the disciples of the Phoenix Clan, Dragon Palace, you just wait for the Phoenix Clan. At the side, a group of phoenixes dove down. Flames, golden lights, and waves rushed towards the buildings on the Divine Dragon Island. Terrifying energy raged, and the buildings on the Divine Dragon Island quickly collapsed. Apart from the Grotto Heaven Paradise being blocked by the powerful energy, the rest of the place was destroyed. In front of the Dragon Palace's treasury, it was completely ruined. However, looking down from the sky, one could see that the Dragon Gate was still standing on the Divine Dragon Island, unmoving. What is that place? An expert from the Angel Clan stared at the Dragon Gate and frowned slightly. It's said to be the Dragon Palace's treasury, but this treasury can't be opened at all. An expert of the Phoenix Clan replied. It can't be opened? The King of Angels of Light's gaze also landed on the Dragon Gate. To be able to make the experts of the Phoenix Clan say that it could not be opened, then they must have used all their strength. It really could not be opened. Has the Dragon Palace opened this place? Is it possible that they are hiding inside? The King of Angels of Darkness moved and landed in front of the Dragon Gate as he asked. The Phoenix Clan doesn't know about this, but the possibility of the Dragon Palace opening it is very high. An expert of the Phoenix Clan said in a deep voice. His words made the expressions of the surrounding experts turn ugly. I'm going to suppress this place. I'm going to turn this place into a death zone. The King of Light Angels said with a grim expression. The three kings of the Phoenix Clan nodded coldly from the side. They wanted to turn this place into a dead zone. Once they entered this place, they would be subjected to the most terrifying attack. Hehe. The Dragon Palace will remember today's grudge. At the same time, what the experts of the Phoenix Clan and the Angel Clan didn't know was that there was a pair of eyes staring at them from the back of the Dragon Gate. At this moment, Wang Xian had completely mastered the Dragon Gate and this space. He could easily open the Dragon Gate and also close it. When the powerhouses from the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan arrived, Wang Xian had already sensed something. He could even hear their conversation. Was he going to turn this place into a dead zone? It's a pity that I haven't upgraded yet. If I do, I can launch a sneak attack and kill 1 or 2 experts at the peak of the ruler realm. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't pay attention to the situation outside. The experts from the Angel race and the Phoenix race couldn't break through the Dragon Gate. They were 100% safe here. Although they wanted to turn this place into a dead zone, the area they covered wasn't as wide as the dark, intense teleportation. Furthermore, they wanted to leave this place through the demonic spirit altar. Secondly, they wanted to use their energy to turn this place into a dead zone. As long as Wang Xian made a breakthrough, Wang Xian would still be able to move around in this dead zone. When the time came, he would be able to rely on the 2 heavens origin creation fragments and his own strength. He would not be afraid at all. He might even be able to break this dead zone. As he thought to himself, Wang Xian and the rest set up a devil spirit altar here. Then Enlai brought him back to the Dragon Palace. The last time, the Phoenix Clan and the Angel Clan bowed to the Dragon Palace and gave them a lot of resources. These resources were placed in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian was about to return to the Dragon Palace and begin his breakthrough. Tens of millions of years had passed. Now that he had the Heaven Origin Jade Horn, he could finally advance without any scruples. After Wang Xian arrived, he immediately came to the Dragon King's Hall. At this moment, the Dragon King's Hall was filled with a large number of resources and treasures. Dragon King Xiao Xian. When Prime Minister Lan Qingyue saw Wang Xian, she smiled. Have you dealt with the situation at the Starry City? Wang Xian asked them. I've dealt with it. Xiao Xian. How is the Divine Dragon Island? Lan Qingyue nodded and looked at him as she asked. The treasury has been opened and we have gained a lot. In addition, the Divine Dragon Island has been attacked by the Angel and Phoenix clans. However, there is another paradise in the treasury of the Dragon Palace. You guys can go there and take a look. Wang Xian smiled and said, This time, I have to increase my strength first. In addition, I have to refine 2 treasures. Prime Minister Gue, you will distribute the resources obtained this time. In addition, Xiaolan and the rest have absorbed the 2 corpses at the peak of the ruler realm. It should be able to help Xiaolan and the rest improve. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head. After chatting for a while, Wang Xian immediately transformed into the body of a divine dragon. He stared at the resources in front of him and began to devour them immediately. A large amount of resources were being absorbed rapidly by him. At the same time, the dragon qi in his body was also increasing at a crazy rate. Time passed by quickly. When Wang Xian was making his breakthrough, the entire communication stone plate and the universe's artificial intelligence brain in the Nine Origin universe were boiling with excitement. The battle between the Dragon Palace and the Phoenix Clan's Angel Clan was earth-shattering. At the same time, the Dragon King's strength shocked all the living beings. All the living beings were discussing and exclaiming in amazement. However, Wang Xian did not know about all of this. Ding! Congratulations to host for increasing your level. You have broken through to the 3rd level of the Universe Overlord. Ding! Congratulations to host for your breakthrough. The 9 Origin Dragon domain has become stronger. A few thousand years later, the system's voice rang out. A terrifying dragon aura surged out in all directions. Wang Xian's strength had achieved a breakthrough. His strength was comparable to an expert who was at the 8th level of the ruler of the universe. How strong would he be if he were to borrow the fragment of the starfield? This required Wang Xian to verify it. However, it was obvious that he did not have the time to verify it. The breakthrough continued. The remaining resources were sufficient to support him to achieve another breakthrough. Thousands of years passed quickly. Ding! Congratulations to host for increasing your level. You have broken through to the level 4 realm of a universe overlord. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough. The 9 Origins dragon field has become stronger. The system's voice appeared in his mind once again. Boom boom boom. Wang Xian's body erupted with an extremely vast energy once again. This energy even caused the entire Dragon Palace to tremble. The 9-colored energy circulated throughout his body. The 5 elements fused together, light and darkness interweaved, wind and thunder revolved. A vast and majestic aura shot out from his body. Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes and clenched his dragon claw. The 9 attributes circulated and were filled with a terrifying aura. Every action carried a huge amount of power. I'm a level 4 universe overlord, comparable to a level 9 overlord. With the star field fragment, how strong am I now? He opened his mouth and asked in a low voice. Name Wang Xian. Race. 9 Origin Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level. Universe Overlord Level 4. 9 transformations return to 1. Origin. 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough. Supernatural ability. Ruling the Water Tribe below 1's level. Devouring creatures to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine Dragon Transformation Divine Ability. Soul Capture, Spirit Attachment. Law Divine Ability. Dragon Eye Lock, 5 Elements Dragon Claw. Yin and Yang Breaking Realm. 8 Luminaries Dragon Scale. Sacred Dragon Shadow. Heavenly Dragon 8 Tribes, Dragon Tomb, Cloud Dragon Rising, True. Dragon Body. Law Aspect. 8 Dragon Pillars. 8 Dragon Clones. Towering Dragon Horns. Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Divine Tail Playing Pearl. Dragon Breath of Life. Shadow Dragon Clone. Netherworld Dragon Chasing. Netherworld Dragon. Transformation. Life of Wind and Thunder Dragon. Mad Dragon Star Explosion. Domain 9 Origins Dragon Domain. Control Law, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Light, Dark Wind and Thunder. Divine Kingdom, Dragon Palace, Innate. Members of Dragon Palace, 8060450. Buzz. The increase in his strength allowed Wang Xian's combat strength to increase tremendously. In less than 10,000 years, he had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Under his telepathic perception, Wang Xian looked at his attributes and smiled. My current strength is already very terrifying. However, the improvement is not over yet. Everything is not over yet. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. He still had the Book of Water Forbidden spell that he had yet to finish refining. There was also the Heaven's Origin Jade Horn that he had yet to finish refining. Of course, the Heaven's Origin Jade Horn could not increase his combat strength, but the Book of Water Forbidden spell could increase it by a lot. This was a fragment of the Heaven's Origin destiny. Continue. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He did not stop and continued to refine the Jade Horn. First, he would refine the Heaven's Origin Jade Horn. In case of any special circumstances, he would be able to take action immediately. The Heaven's Origin Jade Horn was what the Divine Dragon Clan used to call this treasure. As for the existence of this Jade Horn, Wang Xian had no idea. The improvement in his realm allowed him to improve his refining speed significantly. With the help of the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, it was very fast to refine it. However, even though it was very fast, it still took him nearly 10,000 years to completely refine it. After refining the Heaven's Origin Jade Horn, he fused it into Wang Xian's Dragon Horn and hid it completely. Enlai, bring me to the starry universe. After the refinement was completed, Wang Xian called Enlai over and instructed him. It's the Dragon King. Enlai nodded. In the next second, he appeared at the edge of the boundless starry universe, at the land of lightning. When he arrived here, he immediately felt that the suppression from before had completely disappeared. It was as if there was no difference between him entering the starry universe and the 9 origin universe. He was a living being in the starry universe. This universe completely acknowledged his existence. This made Wang Xian's eyes burst with excitement. With my strength, I can step into the depths of the infinite starry universe. Wang Xian looked in the direction of the depths of the infinite starry universe and said with slight excitement. The current him was able to kill a space beast at the peak of the Dominator realm even though he had the fragment of the galaxy. Other than a few space beasts at the peak of the Dominator realm who had huge treasures and opportunities, there was no one below the Heaven's Origin realm that could match him. Let's go back. After feeling it for a while, Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace once again. Next, he continued to refine the Book of Water Forbidden spell. The Book of Water Forbidden spell was a part of a Book of Heaven's Origin creation. This part should take up 1/3 to 1/4 of the book. Therefore, according to the level, the destructive power of the Book of Water Forbidden spell was slightly stronger than the fragments of the starfield. The 8 fragments that were fused together in Wang Xian's hands were only 1/5 of the entire Heaven's Origin creation treasure. Therefore, it took Wang Xian more than 10,000 years to refine the Book of Water Curse. Walala. After the Book of Water Curse was refined, a slightly worn-out book floated in front of Wang Xian. The book emitted a simple blue light that contained endless power. The pages on the book flipped and produced a walala sound. Each page contained an extremely terrifying book of forbidden spells. Water Forbidden spell. Each page contained a water forbidden spell and there were more than 30 pages. Of course, with the current energy in Wang Xian's body, it was still insufficient for him to use all the forbidden spells on it. As for the power of the forbidden spell, it was a little terrifying. Each attack was comparable to a full-strength attack from a powerhouse at the peak of the ruler realm. In fact, the last few pages were a combination of forbidden spells. This combination of forbidden spells was even more terrifying. However, this was not something that Wang Xian could cast. Now, he could cast more than 20 pages of forbidden spells. However, Wang Xian soon discovered a problem. That was, his strength was not enough to control 2 fragments of the Heaven's Origin creation. Wang Xian could not even fully cast a single star field fragment, let alone the attack from the Book of Water Forbidden spells. This was because he didn't have so much energy in his body. It was already difficult to activate one, let alone the second one. In this case, refining the Book of Water Forbidden spell won't be able to increase my strength too much. Wang Xian sensed for a moment and frowned slightly. For example, without the Book of Water Forbidden spell, he could destroy 10 powerhouses at the peak of the ruler realm. With the Book of Water Forbidden spell, he could only kill 11, 12, or no more. It was because he didn't have enough energy. Therefore, there was a limit to how much the Book of Water Forbidden spell could improve Wang Xian. It seems like any energy can be used to activate the star field fragment. However, the Book of Water Forbidden spell is different. Only water elemental masters can control it. Currently, the Dragon Palace doesn't have any strong water elemental masters. Wang Xian mumbled to himself and decided to use it himself. Although it was said that the improvement was limited to him, it was still limited to him. Compared to a fragment of heaven's fate, it was still limited to an ordinary powerhouse. In fact, this improvement was still very impressive. At the very least, there were more methods and methods of attack. For example, the Book of Water Forbidden Spell contained a water element forbidden spell. This forbidden spell could block the enemy's vision and perception. This blocking and perception was extremely terrifying. The effect of being caught off guard would be huge. I'll use it myself first. I'll talk about the rest later. Wuxia made a decision in his heart. He looked at the book in his hand, a smile appeared on his face. If nothing goes wrong, this Book of Water Forbidden Spells comes from the Heaven's Origin creation treasure in the Sword and Magic universe. For some reason, it was divided into several parts. Now, we can explore the starry universe. We can easily occupy some dangerous places. The Dragon Palace doesn't lack core fighters, but it lacks peak fighters. I wonder how strong the Dragon Palace has become over the Prime Minister Gue. In the Dragon King's palace, Wuxia shouted softly. I'm here. Prime Minister Gue rushed over quickly and bowed to Wuxia. Tell me about the current situation in the Dragon Palace. Wuxia asked Prime Minister Gue with a smile. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded. Dragon King currently. There are 100,000 Overlord-level disciples in our Dragon Palace. In terms of high-end combat strength, there are 180 Overlord-level 7th grade powerhouses. The rest of the charming dragon species have all reached the Overlord-level 6th grade. Other than the charming dragon species, Wuxia and the other devouring dragons are next. The strongest ones are Wuxia, Shuemo, and the other 7 as well as Princess Northern Frost, the eldest princess, and Fanlong. Next are the 5 powerhouses who transformed into mutated divine dragons not long ago. Apart from them, most of our rulers are at the 1st to the 3rd stage of the ruler realm. All of our disciples are at the peak of the venerable realm. It had been more than 20,000 years since the battle between the Dragon Palace and the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan. The Dragon Palace had gained a lot from the last battle. There were 400,000 to 500,000 corpses of the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan. Just the corpses of the ruler-level experts had reached 40,000 to 50,000 to 60,000. These were all extremely huge resources. These resources could be said to have allowed the disciples of the Dragon Palace to reach the peak of the supremacy realm even if they were the weakest. Apart from these resources, Wuxia had brought along a large number of the corpses of the gods of faith who believed in the universe. The Heart of Faith could allow the experts of the Dragon Palace to easily break through the shackles. This was also the reason why the ruler-level experts of the Dragon Palace were born so quickly. Now, the disciples of the ruler-level experts were getting closer and closer to the other peak races. In addition, the mutated divine dragon blood essence and a wisp of dragon soul obtained from the treasury of the Dragon Palace allowed the Dragon Palace to give birth to 5 mutated divine dragons. They were the 5 elements divine dragon, the Yin-Yang divine dragon, the wind and thunder divine dragon, and the bone dragon, the frost divine dragon. This was especially true for the 5 elemental divine dragons and the Yin-Yang divine dragons. These were the seeds left behind by the strongest dragon kings of the divine dragons. The strength of the 5 elemental divine dragons and the Yin-Yang divine dragons was even more terrifying than that of the bone dragon, the frost divine dragon. As long as they continued to grow, it would be difficult for them to break through the Heaven's Origin realm. However, it was highly possible for them to become invincible under the Heaven's Origin realm. What's the situation in the starry universe now? Wuxia nodded and asked. Dragon King 10,000 years ago, the blue-green moon dragon queen, and the 3 Kuan beasts all broke through to the level 8 overlord realm. There is still a lot of energy left. Now, the dragon queen is preparing to nurture a 4th Kuan beast. Prime Minister Gui continued to report, other than the blue-green moon dragon queen, everything is going smoothly. In the starry universe and the starry city, there are no more powerful disciples from the Angel and Phoenix clans. Currently, we have also issued a hunting order to the powerful disciples of the Angel and Phoenix clans. Once we encounter them, we will destroy them immediately. Wuxia nodded his head slightly when he heard Prime Minister Gui's words. Currently, on the Divine Dragon Island, The powerful experts of the Angel and Phoenix clans had used some methods to turn the place into a dead zone. Once a living being appeared there, they would be subjected to a terrifying attack. Even a peak ruler realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, they had also issued an order on the universe's L. Once they encountered the Dragon Palace's expert disciples and those with the divine dragon bloodline, they would all be exterminated. Since the two peak races had issued such an order in the 9 Origin universe, the Dragon Palace naturally wasn't afraid at all. In the Starry universe, they also issued the same order. Once they encountered the powerful disciples of the Angel race and the Phoenix race, they would be destroyed immediately. Now, the disciples of the Dragon Palace did not appear in the 9 Origin universe, and the Starry universe also did not have any powerful disciples of the two peak races. This situation was completely acceptable to the Dragon Palace, and the losses were not too great. But for the two peak races, it was very uncomfortable. They had lost so many strong disciples this time, and they were unable to search for treasures and opportunities in the Starry universe. Even when the apocalypse arrived, they wouldn't be able to recover to their peak. It could be said that they were retreating instead of advancing. This was definitely not good news for the Angel race and the Phoenix race. All right. Let the disciples continue to explore the Starry universe. If they come across a place that they can't solve or a place that they can't fight against, let me know. I'll take care of it. Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gui. Prime Minister Gui nodded. After chatting for a while, Prime Minister Gui left. Wang Xian sat in the Dragon King's hall. With a move, he arrived at a spot in the Dragon Field. In the Dragon Field, 100,000 dragon guards with sharp swords were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. The dragon guards led by Ao Jian had some problems in their cultivation path. This was a problem with the cultivation technique. Therefore, the strength of the dragon guards lagged behind that of the other strong disciples of the Dragon Palace. Now that they had the Tianyuan sword hair, their cultivation could be considered to have returned to the path they had fought for. This was the only sword cultivation technique that the Dragon Palace had obtained. It was also a very terrifying cultivation technique. One could imagine how terrifying a sword cultivation technique of the universe was. Currently, among the 100,000 dragon guards, there were already more than 500 who had reached the ruler realm. This number was not much, but Ao Jian and the rest were improving at a terrifying speed. Because they had the foundation from the past, the speed of their improvement was much faster than the other experts of the Dragon Palace. The reason was because of the sword technique. As long as one comprehended the sword technique, they would be able to break the shackles directly. Their cultivation speed was only slightly slower than Wang Xian's. Now, as long as Wang Xian had sufficient resources, he would be able to break through directly. He had yet to encounter the shackles. According to Wang Xian's guess, his cultivation shackles were at the level of the Heaven's Origin creation after he reached the peak of dominance. In other words, if he wanted to break through to the Heaven's Origin creation, he would probably need to comprehend it on his own and look for opportunities on his own. As time continued to pass, Wang Xian's peaceful days made him feel more relaxed. Unless the disciples of the Dragon Palace found a treasure ground in the Starry universe where there were powerful space beasts. Otherwise, Wang Xian would not need to make a move under normal circumstances. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years had passed. On this day, Wang Xian was strolling in the Starry universe. Suddenly, he felt something. He immediately called an Lai over and returned to the Dragon Palace. When he arrived at the Dragon King's Hall of the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian stood in front of the dragon throne and raised his head to look at the ancestral tree in front of him. He looked at the void dragon bead on the ancestral tree that seemed to grow on top of it. Is this a successful incubation? Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling and filled with anticipation. This was a completely new existence. The void dragon pearl was created a few eons ago by the previous generation of Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts of the Divine Dragon Clan. Furthermore, it was created together with other Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts. However, it didn't succeed. Even if it failed, this Void Dragon Pearl had always been kept in the Divine Dragon Clan's treasury. It was kept as the most precious treasure. The Divine Dragon clan's last heavenly fate water divine dragon believed that the reason why the void dragon pearl couldn't be cultivated was because it couldn't give birth to life. It couldn't give birth to wisdom. In fact, the heavenly fate experts had terrifying creative powers. They could create a whole new race. The reason why they didn't succeed was because the creature they created was too powerful. It was like how a powerhouse from the heaven's origin realm could easily create a high-level race. However, it would be difficult for him to create a peak race. He could at most create a few or even a dozen existences that were comparable to a divine dragon. It would be difficult to create a large-scale one. However, it would be even more difficult if they wanted to create a mutated divine dragon. It was impossible. The void divine dragon was an existence that the heaven's origin creator wanted to create. However, it was a pity that it was not that easy to create a mutated divine dragon. This was especially so for an existence where space was king. Hence, it had never succeeded. The previous generation of the heaven's origin creator water divine dragon had guessed that the energy of the ancestral tree would allow the void dragon bead to be completely nurtured. Of course, this was just a guess. At this moment, Wuxia looked at the scene in front of him with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. A few heavenly water divine dragons had been created together. There were void divine dragons that had yet to be nurtured even after several eons. Now, it seemed that they were about to be born. In the dragon bead above, there was a tiny embryo of a divine dragon that was like a fossil. At this moment, it seemed to have a life of its own. Crack, crack. Slowly, cracks started to appear on the entire dragon pearl. The tiny divine dragon inside opened its mouth and ate all the energy in the dragon pearl. Crack, 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 crack. As time passed, the tiny divine dragon crawled out of the dragon pearl. It opened its mouth and continued to devour the outer shell of the dragon pearl. At this moment, Wuxia suddenly had a vague feeling that surged into his heart. What is this feeling? Wuxia's mind stirred as he stared at the divine dragon. The divine dragon stopped devouring and shook his head. Then he looked at Wuxia. Then he blinked his eyes and continued to devour. Buzz buzz. As the divine dragon devoured the entire dragon bead, his body size became about 1 meter. He still looked extremely weak. However, at this moment, some information appeared in Wuxia's mind. It was about the usage of some special energy. With a thought, the tiny divine void dragon in front of him moved and instantly appeared in front of Wuxia. It entered his body directly. This divine void dragon seemed to have no physical body. Indeed, it doesn't have a physical body. It's like a void dragon formed by the power of space. This void dragon is not an individual, but a part of my body. Wuxia mumbled. Yes, this effective void dragon had already become a part of his body. In the void, everything was empty. When the divine dragon entered Wuxia's body, Wuxia felt that there was an additional amount of energy in his body. He looked ahead and his body moved. In an instant, he appeared in front of him. This distance was not very far. It was only about 1 kilometer away. This was because the energy of the divine dragon in his body was too weak. It was so weak that it couldn't even reach the level of a god. It was too weak. Although it was weak, this void dragon possessed a terrifying ability to evolve. This ability to evolve was even stronger than the mutated divine dragon. The ability to control the power of space could be said to be the most unique mutated divine dragon in the Dragon Palace. Lai. Wuxia had a thought and called in Lai over. At the same time, he set up a demonic altar in one of his spots. It was a pity that Wuxia did not sense the existence of the demonic altar, even though it was very close to him. It seems that I only have the power of space, but I can't teleport through this demonic altar. This should be in Lai's unique characteristic. Wuxia thought to himself. And Lai was a unique existence. He might be slightly different from the creatures of the void race. In addition, he probably didn't have the ability to ignore any defenses or barriers. He only had the purest power of space. Of course, when the void dragon reached a terrifying realm, he might be able to reach Enlai's level. Dragon King, at this moment, Enlai flew over and bowed to Wuxia. Bring me to your void pagoda. Wuxia instructed him. It's the Dragon King. Enlai nodded. The Void Pagoda was a war treasure used by the royal family of the Void. It was also considered an extremely precious treasure to the royal family of the Void. During the last war, it was left behind in the Nine Origin universe. The Void Pagoda contained an incomparably majestic spatial energy. In this Void Pagoda, Enlai's strength had risen to the level of a second-stage ruler after tens of millions of years. This cultivation speed was not considered slow. Of course, this was also because of the help of the Heart of Faith. The Heart of Faith was also of great use to Enlai in breaking through his shackles. Wang Xian came to the Void Pagoda. With a thought, the body of the Void Dragon flew out from his body. Wang Xian began to control his mind. He shifted his mind to the body of the Void Dragon. He sized up his body, which was only about a meter long. He felt the surrounding space energy and tried to absorb it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large amount of space energy surged into his body. Wang Xian could feel that his body was improving rapidly. The speed of improvement was extremely fast. In just a few hours, Wang Xian felt that he had achieved a breakthrough. With a move of his palm, a space dagger appeared in his hand. He threw it into the distance, and the space dagger instantly appeared a kilometer away in front of him. The dagger did not fly over. Instead, it teleported over. There was no time lag. In other words, the arm did not fly out. Instead, it was teleported over. It looked extremely strange and terrifying. This was the power of space. It's really powerful. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He was prepared to upgrade his Void Dragon. Avatar. This could not be said to be an avatar. This was because this Void Dragon was Wang Xian himself. It was just that the Void Dragon did not have a physical body. Wang Xian's actual body was a physical body. In short, the Void Dragon was Wang Xian, and Wang Xian was also this Void Dragon. I'll cultivate here for a period of time first. Wang Xian stood in the Void Pagoda and felt the energy in the body of the Void Dragon. He made a slight decision in his heart. This body of the Void Dragon was different from his original body. Due to its uniqueness, the body was formed from the power of space. Therefore, the energy was somewhat incompatible with the 9 attributes in his body. Unlike the other 9 attributes in his body, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and darkness could be converted. The inability to convert resulted in the improvement of the space attribute. He could only cultivate it through himself. Even if Wang Xian's level increased again, the space attribute would remain unchanged. Wang Xian would need to spend a lot of time to improve the power of space. Now, Wang Xian had reached a bottleneck in obtaining the resources to improve. Therefore, he did not need to waste his time on other aspects. On the contrary, he could properly cultivate the space power. Having made up his mind, Wang Xian began to cultivate in the Void Pagoda. There was sufficient space power in the Void Pagoda to allow him to improve tremendously. Time passed by quickly. Tens of millions of years passed by quickly. Buzz. Wang Xian stood up and felt the power in his body. He frowned slightly. Over 10 million years of time had only allowed him to reach the level of the Eternal Divine Lord. This speed was too slow for Wang Xian. He had never cultivated so slowly before. One must know that in the past, Wang Xian had cultivated to the peak of the supremacy level in over 10 million years. He couldn't make a breakthrough directly by devouring treasures. Furthermore, every breakthrough in the space attribute was a little difficult. That was why he took more than 10 million years to break through to the current stage. Wang Xian spoke. There was another reason, and that was that Wang Xian didn't have a cultivation method for the space attribute. He had to rely on himself to explore and comprehend. This was similar to Immortal, who possessed the ability to absorb the power of space. However, he didn't know anything else and only knew to bite the bullet and absorb it. When one encountered a bottleneck, one had to comprehend and figure out the direction on their own. It was fortunate that Wang Xian's current realm was relatively high. He was able to find the direction and achieve a rapid breakthrough. If it was Immortal, he might still be trapped in the realm of a god for more than 10 million years. This was the reason why there was no cultivation method. In the universe, the experts on many planets had lived for more than 10 million years. They weren't even able to cultivate to the level of an eternal God Lord. This was the effect of the cultivation method. As for Enlai, due to his special characteristics, he didn't have many uses for space. What he was best at now was sneak attacks and instant kills. He really didn't have any powerful means. Therefore, he couldn't teach Wang Xian this. Looks like I have to think of another way, Wang Xian thought to himself. If he could raise the power of space to the level of a ruler at level 5 or 6, then Wang Xian's strength would be even more terrifying. Should I go to the sword and magic universe? Wang Xian had a thought and an idea appeared in his mind. The sword and magic universe had a passageway in the treasure vault of the divine dragon clan. One could enter it directly. Entering an unfamiliar universe was both a crisis and an opportunity. However, an opportunity was greater than a crisis, especially when Wang Xian had the Heaven's Origin Jade Horn. Without the existence of the Heaven's Origin destiny to personally spy on Wang Xian, there was no way to discover his secret. One would think that he was an expert from the sword and magic universe. With Wang Xian's current combat strength, it was easy for him to enter and search for opportunities. The only thing that could suppress him was the Heaven's Origin destiny. As for the rest, it was nothing. The sword and magic universe possessed the spatial attribute. Therefore, one could enter and search for the cultivation method of the spatial attribute. Even if one cultivated in seclusion here for 100 million years, they would not be able to reach the realm of a universe knight. After making up his mind, Wang Xian immediately made preparations. He stepped into a new universe. At present, the starry universe had settled down. On the side of the Nine Origin universe, the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan could only be helpless and furious. The Dragon Palace was developing steadily at a terrifying speed. In addition, Lan Qingyue and the rest had already broken through. The strength of a ruler in the 8th level was enough to solve most of the problems. Wang Xian asked Enlai to bring him to the Dragon Palace. In the following period of time, he played and rested with the group of dragon queens for 100 years. After that, they came to the treasure vault of the Divine Dragon Clan. The universe of swords and magic. Wang Xian stood under the vortex and sized it up with a twinkle in his eyes. This was an unfamiliar universe. Wang Xian had no idea what would happen if he entered it. He looked at Enlai who was at the side and nodded at him. Following that, Wang Xian and Enlai entered the vortex directly. Buzz. When Wang Xian stepped into the vortex, the jade horn on his head emitted a luster and enveloped his entire body. Following that, an unfamiliar aura surged over. It was unfamiliar because he was unfamiliar with this world. Wang Xian was not unfamiliar with the energy here. The energy was almost similar to the Nine Origin universe. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, and space attributes. Other than this, there were some other energies. Under the sensing of Wang Xian's powerful energy, this energy was somewhat sharp. It was very peculiar. Every universe had its own characteristics. It was the same in the starry universe as well as the sword and magic universe. Buzz. The scene around him changed drastically. The scene in front of him changed drastically. A desolate desert that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared in his line of sight. At the same time, his mind stirred. A special memory appeared in his mind. This memory was like a coordinate. This coordinate was the position he occupied when he came out. He looked behind him, which was the position he came out from. This is the chaotic space of nothingness. Wang Xian looked behind him. The position behind him was the same as the edge of the Nine Origin universe in the starry universe. There was no energy, no life, and nothing in the chaotic space. Once one entered, even a powerhouse at the peak of the ruler realm would not live for long. This was the end of a universe. According to the information left behind by the Divine Dragon Clan, there was no starry sky in this sword and magical universe. The sky was round and the earth was square. It was a vast and incomparably vast continent, an immeasurable and endless land. The end was the end of this chaotic universe. The universe is really magical. It's hard to imagine how deep the land under my feet is. Wang Xian mumbled as he looked forward again. Dragon King, the spatial energy in this universe is 1,000 times more than that of our Nine Origin universe. It's too dense. From the side, Enlai's eyes lit up as he surveyed his surroundings. The density of the spatial energy here is only slightly less than that of the void universe. Enlai could teleport to the location of the demonic spirit altar. In Enlai's mind, there were many coordinates of the demonic spirit altar. He had once been to an unfamiliar place. Now, he could confirm that it was the void universe. The sword and the magical universe were filled with the power of space. The fluctuation of space that he cultivated here was a little more obvious than that in the void pagoda. Of course, it didn't mean that the space energy in the void pagoda was little. Wang Xian landed on the ground. This was a desert with endless sand in front of him. As far as his eyes could see, there weren't any living beings. At the end of the universe, there were very few living beings. Due to the influence of the chaotic space, there were not many resources here. Wang Xian took a look at his surroundings and flew into the air, heading towards the location in front of him. Currently, Wang Xian's strength was below the Heaven's origin level. There were not many people who could be stronger than him. Under full-speed flight, his speed was extremely terrifying, and Lai did not follow him. Instead, he returned to the Dragon Palace. His terrifying flying speed shuttled back and forth rapidly. Wang Xian flew for a whole month before he met the living beings here. A terrifying giant centipede that lived in the desert. It was at least 1,000 meters in size and emitted a terrifying aura. However, this terrifying aura was much weaker to Wang Xian. It was merely in existence at the level of the eternal divine lord. Such strength was considered pretty good in the Nine Origin universe. After all, this place was extremely remote. It was rare for such a powerful creature to exist. With a thought, Wang Xian's space dragon body flew out and instantly arrived above the gigantic centipede. Wang Xian appeared above the giant centipede. With a wave of his arm, a space landed on the body of the giant centipede. The terrifying tearing force immediately left a long mark on the body of the giant centipede. Roar, roar, roar. The giant centipede felt the pain and sensed Wang Xian. It immediately attacked him. Buzz. When Wang Xian saw that, he moved and teleported away immediately. The giant centipede's sharp claws were ineffective. It opened its mouth in anger and a torrent of energy rushed toward the direction where Wang Xian teleported. The terrifying coverage area almost blocked all of Wang Xian's routes. Buzz, buzz. Wang Xian quickly continued to teleport away from the giant centipede's attack range. Roar, roar, roar. The giant centipede let out an indignant roar as it stared at Wang Xian with its blood-red eyes. The strength of this giant centipede was around level 7 of the Eternal Lord. On the other hand, Wang Xian's strength was only at level 4 of the Eternal Lord. Even so, as long as Wang Xian wanted to escape, he would be able to escape easily. This was the strength of a spatial cultivator. However, there is a drawback of a space cultivator. That is, there is nothing that can be done when one encounters an expert with terrifying defensive strength. Wang Xian spoke. Defensive strength was the only counter to a space cultivator. Couldn't be said to be a counter. An opponent with strong defensive strength couldn't do anything to an expert with space attributes. Space was the king of all attributes. This wasn't just a casual statement. Of course, this statement required the combination of attributes such as light, darkness, and the 5 elements. Whoosh! Wang Xian's main body flew towards the giant centipede and instantly landed in the sky above him. He used the soul-absorbing power. Facing Wang Xian, the giant centipede didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Waves of information appeared in Wang Xian's mind, giving him a little understanding of this universe. This gigantic centipede had no intelligence and was known as the eternal demonic beast. The so-called demonic beasts were creatures that were filled with demonic nature. They were extremely brutal and irrational. From the chaotic memories of the eternal demonic beast, Wang Xian learned a piece of information about the magical kingdom. The so-called magical kingdom was a piece of information about a country. It was a human country that was not too far away from here. Based on the information that Wang Xian obtained, he immediately flew towards this magical kingdom. After flying in the air for half a month, Wang Xian discovered a huge human gathering place appearing in his line of sight. This was a magical kingdom that was built on a desert oasis. It had a completely different style of architecture compared to the Nine Origin universe. Magical towers that were hundreds of thousands of meters tall stood on the ground. The magical towers emitted light and illuminated the entire territory. There were more than a dozen magical towers that formed a special formation. Wang Xian scanned the area with his dragon eyes and realized that the strongest person in the magical kingdom was only at the level of the Eternal Lord. This didn't interest him much. He locked onto the strongest aura in the magical kingdom. Whoosh! Wang Xian flew over at a terrifying speed. No one could sense him. Buzz! In the next second, on top of a magical tower in the middle of this magical kingdom. On top of the tower, an old man was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Even though Wang Xian was standing 3 meters away from him, he couldn't sense him. There was still a huge gap between him and Wang Xian. Soul Catcher. Wang Xian waved his arm and a surge of energy surged into the old man's body. It was very easy for Wang Xian to use the Soul Catcher's power on an Eternal Lord-level powerhouse. He could even do it. After the Soul Catcher, the old man didn't feel anything abnormal and didn't sense anything at all. Furthermore, it wouldn't hurt his soul. Waves of information entered Wang Xian's mind, giving him a hint of understanding of this universe. The continent of swords and magic. This was what the living beings in this universe called their own universe. It wouldn't be a problem to call it a continent. On this continent, there were countless magical kingdoms. Some of them were established by the strong, while others were established by powerful forces. The big magical kingdoms had trillions of people, while the small ones had billions of people. Their territories were all different. Other than the mage country's forces, there were other forces that existed. Among them, the top forces were also known as the Holy Land, Forbidden Land, and the Holy Academy. The Holy Land and Forbidden Land were all overseen by experts who had lived for countless years. They were earth-shattering. The sword and mage continent was extremely vast. Wang Xian only knew a small part of the information that he obtained from the old man's mind. This information didn't even come into contact with the existence of the sacred ground, the sacred academy. All he knew was that this was an existence that even the Eternal Lord yearned for. In addition, he also obtained some useful little information from the old man's memories. That was that the spatial attribute had a huge advantage in this continent. Powerful and talented spatial attribute cultivators were the targets of all the major factions. Space attribute cultivators usually walked the path of sword cultivation, because the space attribute combined with close combat would be even more powerful. Here, the realm of the cultivator was similar to the Nine Origin universe. This old man was an eternal mage level 9 existence. He mainly cultivated the earth attribute. Sword cultivators at this realm were called Eternal Sword Masters. The realm above is Undying Sword King, Undying Guardian King. In terms of address, it is extremely similar to the Nine Essences universe, but the attacking methods are slightly different. According to the memories that Wang Xian obtained, the spellcasters were more proficient in long-range attacks when it came to training in the sword and magic universe. Their close-range combat abilities were not strong. In fact, they were slightly weak. Once a spellcaster was engaged in close-range combat with a swordsman of the same level, there was a high chance that they would be killed. On the other hand, a swordsman was more proficient in close-range combat while his long-range attacks were much weaker. The mages here are similar to the spell formation mages of the voodoo race. Wang Xian mumbled. He took a glance at the old man and disappeared in an instant. Ha! Not long after Wang Xian left, the old man slowly opened his eyes. There was a confused expression on his face. Following that, his mind tightened and he quickly scanned his surroundings. There was a horrified expression on his face. "Thank you for not killing me, Senior. Thank you for not killing me." The old man kept on saying, "Let's go to the Sacred Academy." Wang Xian flew out from here and had a goal in mind. There was no cultivation method in the magical kingdom just now. The strongest spatial swordsman was only at the first level of the Eternal Sword Master. His strength was inferior to his. According to the old man's memory, he was flying in a direction rapidly. His destination was the Ming-Yi Saint Academy. The Ming-Yi Saint Academy was the closest and most powerful force to this place. To be able to be called the Saint Academy, it had a terrifying overlord-level presence. According to the old man's memory, the Ming Saint Academy was recruiting core students because it had just advanced to the Saint Academy. That's right, Wang Xian went to Ming Saint Academy for the sake of learning. If this news were to spread in the Nine Origin universe, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. But that was indeed the case. Wang Xian had already cultivated the cultivation method of the Nine Origin universe to the extreme. He had even evolved into the only Nine Origin divine dragon and mastered 9 attributes. However, the cultivation method of space was the cultivation method of other universes. Wang Xian did not understand it at all. He had to find a cultivation method. Learning was the fastest way. It was also a peaceful way. Wang Xian had another method, which was to directly kill his way to a powerful holy ground's sacred academy and collect cultivation methods related to the cultivation method of space. However, Wang Xian eventually gave up on such a high-profile behavior. If he attracted a lot of attention, he might not be able to return to the Nine Origin universe. It was better to keep a low profile when he was outside. When he was able to fight against the fate of the heaven's origin, it wouldn't be too late for him to keep a high profile. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian quickly flew in a certain direction. After flying for a year, he met many birds and creatures that belonged to this universe in the air. There were creatures of all levels. A year later, Wang Xian arrived at a magical city in the capital of the magical kingdom. Wang Xian landed below and experienced this magical world. Then, he was teleported to another place through the spatial teleportation formation. The spatial teleportation between the sword and the magical universe was more developed than the Nine Origin universe. After all, the spatial attributes here were more concentrated. Their teleportation array also led to various places. After a month of continuous teleportation, Wang Xian arrived at the City of Magic. This was a city of magic in the sky. The huge magic array and treasures supported the entire city. This huge city was called the Ming Saint Academy's elementary school. There were 2 schools in the Ming Saint Academy. They were elementary and advanced respectively. The advanced school was not too far away from here. This Ming Saint Academy was an academy-like force. It had dozens of magical countries under its banner. The elite disciples of magical countries fought to enter Ming Saint Academy. The entire academy taught magic and swordsmanship, which included the cultivation of the space attribute. According to Wang Xian's investigations on the way, there was a space expert who was at the level of a universe knight in Ming Saint Academy. This was also the reason why Wang Xian was certain about this place. Although he could go to the more central and powerful forbidden grounds of the Saint Academy to study, this Ming Saint Academy was not bad either. Walking out from the teleportation formation, Wang Xian was dressed in a slightly luxurious outfit and held an ordinary sword in his hand. He had 2 horns on his head and a towering horn on his head. He exuded an unparalleled aura. The aura on his body was only at the level of the 4th level of the Eternal Divine Lord. It wasn't strong, but it was definitely not weak. This was Wang Xian's current attire. His main body was hidden in the mother nest and was silent. He could be awakened at any time. After looking for the route, Wang Xian walked towards the registration area of the Ming Saint Academy. The Ming Saint Academy was a faction that had just advanced to the Saint Academy not too long ago. Currently, they were recruiting disciples. As long as one possessed potential and strength, they could come straight to the Saint Academy to take the assessment. After passing the assessment, one could join the Saint Academy directly. There was no fixed time for the assessment. As long as one met the conditions, one could enter Ming Saint Academy at any time. Wang Xian arrived at the assessment site of Ming Saint Academy through a few short-distance teleportation arrays. The entrance of the Ming Saint Academy was also located at the entrance. The entrance of the entire Ming Saint Academy looked extremely magnificent. This was a city that was suspended in the air, and the Ming Saint Academy belonged to the air of a city in the sky. At a glance, one would need to walk thousands of steps to reach the entrance. At the front of the steps, there were 2 words, assessment. As long as one injected energy, there would be people coming for the assessment. This Ming Saint Academy is much grander and more magnificent than the high-level races in the Nine Origin universe. Wang Xian sized up his surroundings as his eyes sparkled. There was a huge difference between the sword and magic universe and the Nine Origin universe. That was, the powerful forces in the sword and magic universe did not belong to the race. Unlike the Nine Origin universe, which was divided into the Divine Dragon Clan, the Black Tortoise Clan, the Skeleton Clan, and so on, most of the people here were humans, and their physiques were all the same. The sacred grounds and sacred grounds here were comparable to the peak races of the Nine Origin universe. But in reality, their strength might be much weaker than the peak races of the Nine Origin universe. Because there were many sacred grounds and sacred grounds here, there might be tens of thousands of powers in the entire sword and magic universe. This was because the experts here were very scattered. This also meant that many of the powerful cultivation techniques here were widely spread. They didn't place too much importance on bloodlines and constitutions. This also made it so that people born in ordinary families had the chance to step into the peak. As for the Nine Origin universe, it was much harder. If they didn't break through the starry universe, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the experts of the high-level races to step into the ruler realm. The widespread of the practice of law enforcement had also created an ordinary force. It was also possible for them to give birth to a dominant expert and slowly advance into a holy land. To Wang Xian, the environment for him to study was very good. His gaze landed on the word study. Wang Xian used the spatial energy in his body and directly blasted it upwards. He used his energy to completely blast into the interior of the word. Buzz. The space energy landed on the two words, assessment, and soon filled up the grooves of the two words. You want to join our Ming-Yi Saint Academy? Soon, a figure appeared in front of Wang Xian out of thin air. It was a middle-aged man. He held a sharp sword in his hand and sized up Wang Xian. Yes, I'm here to learn from Ming-Yi Saint Academy. Wang Xian cupped his hands at him. Ming-Yi Saint Academy was an academy that attracted elite disciples from all over the world. However, if he wanted to join an advanced academy, he would need to join Ming-Yi Saint Academy completely. He would need to become a core member of Ming-Yi Saint Academy. This was not something that Wang Xian was considering. He wanted to increase his strength first before considering the next step. At the very least, he wanted to determine the direction of his cultivation first. Use the power of space to form the strongest attack. Let me see your strength. The middle-aged man sized up Wang Xian. He said, under normal circumstances, the requirements for spatial attribute cultivators in our Song-Yi Saint Academy will be much lower. We also welcome spatial attribute cultivators to our Song-Yi Saint Academy. As long as your strength is not too bad, it's fine. Wang Xian nodded his head. Without any concealment, he unleashed all the spatial energy and condensed it into a spatial sword. The fourth level of eternity? Not bad, not bad. How's your swordsmanship? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he asked. Swordsmanship? My swordsmanship is average. Wang Xian replied. Spatial attribute cultivators, the path of a swordsman is much wider than the path of a mage. There are also many more techniques to cultivate. Your swordsmanship is average and you need to train more. Spatial swordsman is the king among swordsmen. Alright, if you want to join our Song-Yi Saint Academy, you need to walk step by step to the stairs. As long as you can walk step by step, it means that you have succeeded. The middle-aged man pointed at the stairs in front and spoke to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head. He looked over and lifted his feet to walk up. When he stepped on the stairs, he felt a strong pressure coming from above, causing his heart and body to sink. However, this didn't affect him much. He continued to walk up the stairs step by step. His temperament is extraordinary. Is he a disciple of a big family? He doesn't look like one, or did he come from somewhere else? At the back, the middle-aged man looked at Wang Xian's figure. His eyes were sparkling. He had the strength of the Void Sword Emperor. However, he had to admit that this disciple who wanted to join the Song-Yi Saint Academy had an extraordinary temperament. This was the youth with the best temperament that he had ever seen. He shook his head and didn't think too much about it. After all, the Song-Yi Saint Academy's elementary academy didn't have any requirements for its disciples. As long as they were qualified, they would be able to enter. For the advanced academy, they would need some qualifications and status. They would need to be loyal to the Song-Yi Saint Academy. Wang Xian walked up the stairs step by step. When he was halfway up, he had some hallucinations. This staircase tested one's endurance. A long period of training required one to withstand the baptism and tests of time. These endurance and tests were nothing to Wuxia. He easily arrived at the top of the stairs and called the entrance of the Saint Academy. Very good, very good. It's very rare to be able to pass the test so easily. What's your name? In the future, you'll be my student. You can call me Teacher He. Let's go. I'll bring you to the academy to meet the other students. As Teacher He spoke, he waved his arm. Wuxia could feel the power of space enveloping him. In the next second, he appeared on a small island in the sky. The small island in the sky was not big, but it was not small either. There were some buildings within a radius of 100 kilometers. These are your students. Including you, I have taught a total of more than 50 students. Most of the time, you will cultivate by yourself. For 1 month each year, I will teach you some sword techniques and techniques. You can also voice out your doubts. These are free as long as you enter the Songi Saint Academy. Your residence is also free. In addition, I will also teach you the basic cultivation methods of the Eternal Swordsman's realm in a while. Other than these, if you have any other needs, you will have to pay for them yourself. Teacher He brought him to the center of the floating island and introduced them to him 1BV1. Student Wuxia, thank you for your guidance. Teacher He. Wuxia cupped his hands and expressed his gratitude. The one who achieved was the teacher. At least in terms of spatial attributes, this Teacher He was qualified to teach him. This is the spatial sword technique and the cultivation method given to the disciples by the Ming-Yi Saint Academy. You will cultivate it for a year first. If you have any questions, you can come and ask next year. There is also a handbook for the students of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy on it. There are some things to pay attention to and all the situations in the academy. Take a look at it in detail and it will be useful to you. In addition, this is a communication device used by the disciples of the Saint Academy to communicate with each other. If you have nothing to do, you can learn some information from it. The communication device in the place where you live will guide you. Instructor He spoke to him. In the end, he added, the best way to cultivate the spatial attribute is to combine it with sword techniques. Our Saint Academy will provide you with a very suitable sword technique for free. Of course, if you have learned more powerful sword techniques in the past, you don't have to learn the sword techniques of the Saint Academy. Thank you, Teacher He. Wuxia thanked him once again. Teacher He smiled and left immediately. Wuxia picked up the communicator and opened it. There was a guide on it. Then he came to a house. As a Saint Academy, even if he was a student who had just joined, he still had a place to stay. Moreover, it was a very good place to stay. It was equivalent to a villa on Earth. It was very beautiful. The energy in the room was obviously much stronger than the energy in the outside world. Clearly, there was a formation similar to the spirit gathering formation. It's not bad, as expected of a top-notch force, Wuxia said. Compared to the sacred grounds and forbidden grounds, the Saint Academy was a little more free. The teachers wouldn't teach them all the time. Wuxia read a few books and understood some information about the Ming-Yi Saint Academy. The Ming-Yi Saint Academy was huge and had many students. There were 10 instructors who cultivated the space attribute alone. There were more than 50 students under each instructor. The other 9 attributes were divided into magic and swordsman, and the number was even more. It was dozens of times more than the space attribute. Those who could join the Saint Academy were either very powerful geniuses or had cultivation above eternity. Wuxia got to know more about cultivation, treasure grounds, book collection pavilion, treasure collection pavilion, mission pavilion, and so on in the Saint Academy. Then, he opened 2 cultivation manuals. 1 book and 1 sword technique book. One was a sword technique that was very suitable for spatial swordsmen. The name of the sword technique was Ghosts and Spirits. The other was the book on absorbing the spatial attribute, comprehending the spatial attribute, and breaking through the shackles. Our very basic existence. Although it's just an ordinary book, it is indeed very useful to me. Wuxia mumbled as he looked at the 2 books on space attribute cultivation and space sword technique cultivation in his hands. This could be considered as him coming into contact with the more formal books on space attribute cultivation methods. Such books could be considered top-notch in the outside world. After all, it was the basic cultivation method of the Saint Academy. Wang Xian looked at the books on the improvement of the spatial attribute. There were many books on it. They were very practical and very useful to Wang Xian. He sat on a chair and looked at it carefully. He was trying to comprehend it. After reading for half a month, he had completely comprehended the entire book. Yes, he had completely comprehended it. Although Wang Xian was unfamiliar with the cultivation of the spatial attribute, his physique, comprehension ability, memory, analytical ability, and so on had already reached the top level in every universe. This was like a genius who had already mastered more than 10 languages and was learning a new language. In terms of learning speed, it was definitely not something that a primary school student could compare to. After grasping the contents of the book, Wang Xian opened the sword technique book. Ghosts and spirits appeared. The name sounded very strange. However, it also echoed the core of the sword technique. This was a sword technique that was completely integrated into the spatial attribute. The strength of the spatial attribute lay in the element of surprise. By integrating the sword technique into the spatial attribute, one's attack would be strange and terrifying. It was unpredictable and extremely strange. Wang Xian took a look and quickly mastered it. Although he didn't know much about sword techniques, his realm was too high. His comprehension of techniques and methods was even more terrifying. However, Wang Xian felt that this swordsmanship was very ordinary, even if it was very compatible with the spatial attribute. He wanted to see if the Heaven Origin sword technique could fuse with the spatial attribute. Wang Xian mumbled. With a better Heaven Origin sword technique, there was no need to learn this ordinary swordsmanship. He took out the Heaven Origin sword technique and looked at it one by one. He practiced it until he reached the end of his quick comprehension. The end of this comprehension had already reached the level of the Void God Emperor. In terms of sword techniques, there were probably not many people below the Void God Emperor who were stronger than him. After all, the Heaven Origin sword technique in his hand was too terrifying. When Wang Xian regained his senses, he realized that almost a year had passed. He shook his head. There was no time for cultivation. Just a little understanding and a year had passed. After that, Wang Xian looked at the time and started cultivating again to absorb the power of space. While he was cultivating, Wang Xian's real body came out. With a move of his body, he left immediately. I need to get some space stones to speed up my cultivation speed. With enough space stones, I can also go to some of the treasure grounds of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy to cultivate. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. With a move of his body, he came to the city in the sky. He found a restaurant and sat down. After that, he took out his communicator and started reading. In the sword and magic universe, there was no universal L. They had a communicator. However, this communicator was usually of a regional nature. It could not connect to the entire universe. The communicator given to him by the Ming-Yi Saint Academy could also see other things in this region. After that, he searched for it. Naturally, he was searching for those powerhouses who had bad reputations and had committed many evil deeds. That's right, Wang Xian was planning to rob the poor and give to the rich. Now that he was very poor, he needed to help himself. After searching for a while, he quickly locked onto a family. Interesting. The magical kingdom under the Ming-Yi Saint Academy. The 1000-grade magical kingdom. The king is ridiculous, tyrannical, and cruel. I'll take you. Wang Xian smiled. He moved and quickly arrived at the teleportation formation. Through the teleportation formation, Wang Xian was immediately teleported to the capital of 1000-grade magical kingdom. Wang Xian hovered above the capital. He locked onto the location of the palace and flew over. In the void, any surveillance and defense measures were ineffective against Wang Xian. This was equivalent to an immortal coming to the mortal world. In the air, Wang Xian used soul capture to obtain some information and locked onto the king of the 1000-grade magic kingdom. An existence at the level of Void Sword Emperor. This strength was enough to oversee the entire magic kingdom. He was also the son of an elder of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy. When he arrived at the position of the 1000-grade magic kingdom's king's harem, Wang Xian looked at the king below and waved his arm. This king didn't sense anything and the concubines around him collapsed without any abnormalities. Soul capture. Wang Xian absorbed the memories in his mind and destroyed them casually. Half an hour later, Wang Xian emptied the national treasury of the thousand-grade magic kingdom and returned to the Ming-Yi Saint Academy. Following that, Wang Xian started to use the space stone to speed up his cultivation speed. Everything was so simple and casual. If it wasn't for Wang Xian not wanting to kill the innocent and not wanting to be too high-profile, he could even destroy the entire Ming-Yi Saint Academy and collect all kinds of cultivation methods of space attributes as well as cultivation treasures. However, there was no need for that. Wang Xian wouldn't kill the innocent indiscriminately, nor did he want to be too high-profile in this unfamiliar universe. All he wanted was to quickly improve his spatial power. Ming-Yi Saint Academy was merely a transition for him. He did not plan to stay here any longer. Cultivate. With a complete cultivation path and sufficient spatial stones, it was much easier for Wang Xian to cultivate. Not long after, under the large amount of spatial stones and the powerful absorption speed, Wang Xian easily broke through to the 5th level of the Eternal Swordsman. Clang! 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 At this moment, the bell for class rang. Wang Xian opened his eyes and flew out. The entire sound reverberated across the island. In the surrounding area, many students flew out from the rooms one by one. In a flash, they disappeared. Wang Xian's mind stirred. He sensed the place where instructor he was explaining and teleported to the side of a river. In front of him, instructor he was sitting there, sipping his tea calmly. Around him, a group of students were seated respectfully. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and only about 20 students came. It was not necessary for students to come to class every time. Many students might not even come once every few hundred years. In theory, one could study in the Ming-Yi Saint Academy for hundreds of millions of years. During these 100 million years, the Ming-Yi Sacred Academy would have an assessment standard. If one passed, one could participate in the assessment to enter the Advanced Sacred Academy. Therefore, it was normal for students to not attend classes for hundreds or thousands of years. For eternal swordsmen from ordinary families, having a Void Sword Emperor to teach once a year was very precious. After all, some Void Sword Emperors were able to establish a powerful family in some places. There was no need to ask any questions during the lessons here. This was also a very luxurious thing for the strongest person from the mage country whom Wang Xian met in the desert. 3932. Alright, class begins. Focus. On a small floating island in the Ming-Yi Saint Academy, instructor he glanced at all the students who had arrived and said. More than 20 students who had arrived immediately sat up straight and looked at instructor he. During class, I would like to introduce a new student to everyone. Student Wang Xian, please take care of each other in the future. Instructor he's gaze landed on Wang Xian and introduced him to all the students around him. Wang Xian stood up indifferently and swept his gaze across the students. Thank you for your guidance. Around him, 7 to 8 women were looking at Wang Xian. There was a glimmer in their eyes as they sized him up from top to bottom. Some of the young men looked at Wang Xian and nodded their heads. Some of them did not have any change in their expressions. There were also a few of them who had a look of envy on their faces. To be able to cultivate to the eternal realm, there was no one who was ugly. To be so strong, one's appearance could be changed. However, there was one thing that could not be changed, and that was the temperament. That unique temperament. Wang Xian had an inexplicable temperament. This temperament was something that even teacher he was a little surprised by back then. At the very least, his temperament as the Void Sword Emperor was not as good as Wang Xian's. Wang Xian's temperament was naturally the unique temperament of a king of a peak race. A top-notch expert in the 9-origin universe who had fought his way here undefeated. This temperament was not something that could be easily cultivated. Next, let's begin the explanation. If you have any doubts, tell us one by one. Teacher, he said to them. Next, it was time for the students to raise their cultivation doubts. It was also the main content of the class. They would raise all their questions and teacher he would answer them. The students who came were all eternal swordsmen. There was the Immortal Sword King above them while teacher he was the Void Sword Emperor. The difference was so huge that teacher he could easily answer any question. Furthermore, he would give his own unique insights. Wang Xian paused for a while and didn't feel bored. The space attribute was a brand new attribute for him and even the 9-origin universe. Even though Wang Xian was very strong, he still needed a long time to understand it. If he had someone to help him analyze it, he would be able to learn it much faster. One lesson for a month passed very quickly. Wang Xian felt that he had gained some benefits. After returning to his house, Wang Xian continued to cultivate. Now that he had no lack of cultivation resources, his cultivation speed was very fast. The next year, he went to the classroom for another month. Following that, Wang Xian continued to cultivate. Time flew by and 10,000 years passed very quickly. Wang Xian came out from a cultivation treasure land in the Ming East Saint Academy. A smile appeared on his face. The treasure grounds of the Ming East Saint Academy required one to spend magic stones in order to be able to cultivate there. Wang Xian had destroyed the king of a magical country and emptied a national treasury. Naturally, he did not lack these resources. Cultivating here was much faster than just using the space stone. After 10,000 years of cultivation, Wang Xian's realm had already risen to the 8th level of the Eternal Divine Lord. The speed of his cultivation was already extremely terrifying. This was mainly due to Wang Xian using a large amount of resources. In addition to that, he could break the shackles of this realm with just a touch. It's still a little slow. I'm only at the Eternal Swordsman realm. I'll probably need 10,000 years to break through to the Immortal Sword King realm. I don't know how long it will take to reach the 7th or 8th level of the Immortal Sword King realm. This was the first time Wang Xian felt that cultivating was troublesome. In the past, he could break through as long as he had sufficient resources. However, it was no longer possible now. Forget it. I'll cultivate little by little. Wang Xian shook his head. There was nothing he could do about it. He disappeared in an instant and returned to his residence. He began to practice his sword techniques. Heaven's Origin Sword Technique. He had completely mastered the Heaven's Origin Sword Technique at his current realm. However, mastering it was one thing. He had to integrate the Heaven's Origin Sword Technique into the space attribute. Or he had to integrate the space attribute into the Heaven's Origin Sword Technique. This required some thought and understanding. As an invincible sword technique, Wang Xian attached great importance to the Heaven's Origin Sword Technique. For a sword technique of this level, it was important to accumulate energy and seal it. Both of them were at level 8 of the Eternal Swordsman. With the same amount of energy in their bodies, how could one make their attacks stronger than others? As the saying goes, one power could break all techniques. Both of them had the same strength and speed. How could one win against the other party? Especially since both of them could unleash large-scale attacks. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult to kill someone of the same level. This was because no matter how powerful one's techniques were, the other party would be able to unleash terrifying sword chi from afar. If one could not get close, all of the techniques would be useless. The terrifying aspect of the Heaven's Origin Sword Technique was similar to a formation. While attacking, it would condense points in the air and detonate this point. It would affect the surrounding energy and could erupt with terrifying energy. This was the terrifying aspect of the Heaven's Origin Sword Technique. After Wang Xian obtained this haircut, he felt that this was probably much more terrifying than the formation wizards of the voodoo race. After Wang Xian practiced the Heaven's Origin Sword Technique for a while, he could feel how powerful it was. This was also the reason why he was willing to practice it. Clang! 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 After Wang Xian had practiced the Heaven's Origin Sword Technique for 1,000 years, a series of bells rang in Wang Xian's mind. He sheathed his sword and looked towards the center. Today seems to be the day of the assessment. The assessment is held once every 20,000 years. Wang Xian thought of some rules of the Ming Yi Saint Academy and said. His figure flashed and he arrived at the location of the school hall in an instant. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When he arrived, the figures around him appeared one by one. Compared to the students that Wang Xian had met in the past, there were many more people this time around. He sensed that there were already 62 students around him. Clearly, during these 10,000 years, there were more students who joined. The once in 20,000 year assessment, there was not a single student who did not return. This was also the rule of Ming Yi Saint Academy. The assessment had to arrive. All the students arrived. Some young men and women looked at the unfamiliar faces around them. All of them had curious expressions on their faces. I wonder what realm Su Xian, Run, Niue and the rest have reached in these 20,000 years. They should be reaching the 9th level or the peak of the Eternal Swordsman soon. right? They have only entered the Songyi Saint Academy for 30 million years and have already advanced from the first level of the Eternal Swordsman to the present. They are really amazing. Sounds of discussion could be vaguely heard from the surrounding areas. Some gazes would look towards the center from time to time. Wang Xian's gaze looked over and landed on a few figures in the center. There were 5 figures, 3 men and 2 women. There was a hint of arrogance on their bodies. Eternal Swordsman, Level 7, Level 8, Level 8, Level 7, Level 9, Level 9. Wang Xian took a glance and saw their strength. There was no change in their expressions. Are you all here? A group of students arrived. Instructor He's figure appeared as well. His gaze swept across every student. When his gaze landed on Wang Xian, he was slightly stunned. His gaze flickered slightly. With Wang Xian's current strength, he could naturally sense it clearly. He was at level 8 of the Eternal Swordsman. This was completely out of his expectations. 20,000 years ago, he clearly remembered that Wang Xian was only at level 4 of the Eternal Swordsman. Could it be that he was hiding something? However, he only paused for a moment before shifting his gaze. An existence at the Eternal Realm was not worthy of his attention. After all, to the Void Sword Emperor, the Eternal Swordsman was like a child. According to the usual practice, all students will have a sparring session and have a ranking. Teacher, he continued, I hope that some students from our class can enter the top 20 of our Sacred Academy this time. The rewards for this assessment will be very rich. The assessment was held once every 20,000 years. At the same time, it was also the sparring session for all the disciples of the Songyi Sacred Academy. Songyi Sacred Academy would have a ranking. In Songyi Sacred Academy's elementary academy, the students were all below the Immortal level. In the Advanced Academy, they would teach the Immortal level students. As for the Void level existences, they needed to join the Sacred Academy and become the core disciples and experts of the Sacred Academy. In less than 20,000 years, Songyi Sacred Academy would have a test and a ranking. Students with a higher ranking would receive huge benefits. This reward was extremely attractive to all students. The competition that was held once every 20,000 years was a grand occasion for students, and those who could rank in the top 30 were all the proud sons of heaven of Songyi Sacred Academy. If they performed well, they might even be taken in as disciples by some top-tier powerhouses. If they were taken in as disciples by universe-level powerhouses, it could be said to be a meteoric rise. Therefore, the students of the Songyi Sacred Academy placed great importance on this ranking. Every 20,000 years, they would go all out in the sparring matches. This was an opportunity for them. Now that they had turned on their communication devices, the ranking of the students of the Sacred Academy was in a very eye-catching position. When the students heard Teacher He's words, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They couldn't help but discuss among themselves in low voices. Wang Xian didn't recognize anyone around him. He stood there quietly. He was rather interested in the upcoming sparring session. He wanted to see how strong he was. This time, let's strive to enter the top 30. In the middle, a young man clenched his fist and said with a smile, in the class, Eternal Swordsman of level 9, come out and stand over here. Eternal Swordsman of level 8, stand over here and line up. Instructor, he waved his arm and drew out a few positions out of thin air. He spoke to all the students. Wang Xian moved and arrived at Eternal Swordsman of level 8. The other students who were at the 8th level of the Eternal Swordsman also arrived. When they saw Wang Xian, they were slightly stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Fellow student, are you also at the 8th level of the Eternal Swordsman? PV never seen you before. 4 young men and women who were at the 8th level of the Eternal Swordsman came over. The only girl looked at Wang Xian curiously and said, I just came here 20,000 years ago. Wang Xian nodded at her. Wow, I didn't expect that. It seems that you were pretty strong when you came here. Impressive, impressive. Hello. My name is Yin Shueyue. The girl said in surprise and extended her hand with a smile. Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded with a smile and shook hands with her. Hee, let's work hard together this time and see if we can enter the top 200 in the school. Yin Shueyue smiled at Wang Xian. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. Shueyue, with your strength, it should be easy for you to enter the top 200. I am higher, at least the top 150. At the front, the young man at level 9 of the Eternal Swordsman looked at her and said with a smile. His gaze swept across Wang Xian. I'm satisfied with being in the top 200. This time, our class can only rely on the two of you, Su Xinruan and Nie Yue. Yin Shuiyue looked at the young man and woman in front of her and said, in their class, only 2 people had reached level 9 of the Eternal Swordsman. This time, my goal is to be in the top 30. Su Xinruan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he said, be quiet. Next, let's start sparring. Students of the same level sparring 2 by 2. At this moment, Teacher He's voice sounded. Everyone immediately quieted down and began sparring. Students of the same level sparring against the strongest student of the same level. The strongest student of the same level could challenge a student of a level higher than himself. But under normal circumstances, they wouldn't challenge a student of a higher level than themselves. It was basically difficult to defeat a student of a higher level. The sparring began one after another. Every student was enveloped by the space defense power that Teacher He had displayed. This space defense power was equivalent to the defense of every student. Whoever's defense was broken through first would basically lose the match first. The sparring began one after another while the rest of the students watched the battle from the side. This method of teaching was something that Wang Xian agreed with very much. There was a huge difference between the 9-origin universe and the sword and magic continent. The duration of the battles was not very long. In a battle of the same level, when all the moves were used and the victor had not been determined, it was basically the same. This was because they were all spatial attribute cultivators. If they could not determine the victor as soon as possible, it would be very difficult to kill the other party. The battles ended one after another. There were a total of more than 60 students. In just a few days, it was the turn for the Eternal Swordsman to spar with the level 8 students. In the class, there were a total of 5 Eternal Swordsman level 8 students, including Wang Xian. Who wants to go first? Instructor He looked at Wang Xian and the rest and asked, Yin Shuiyue's strength should be stronger than ours. Let him go last. Let's go first. A young man looked at Wang Xian and the rest and said with a smile, Sure. Instructor He nodded his head. Then let me start first with the student Wang Xian. The young man who spoke looked at Wang Yun and gestured with his hand. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. He also wanted to see the difference between him and the Eternal Swordsman who was at the same level as the Eternal Swordsman in the continent of sword and magic. The two of them flashed and arrived in the sky in an instant. Below, Instructor He waved his arm and a force of space enveloped them to prevent them from getting hurt. Once this energy was broken by the opponent would win. When did that Wang Xian enter our Songi Saint Academy? He's actually so strong? I know. He joined US 20,000 years ago. I just didn't expect him to be so strong. It's only interesting when the Eternal Swordsman fights at the 8th rank. Yuan Hua, please enlighten us. The young man flew to the sky and cupped his hands at Wang Xian. Wang Xian, please enlighten us. Wang Xian cupped his hands at him as well and said. Below them, all the students were looking at them with sparkling eyes. On the side of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy, a battle of this level was very exciting. With the strength of an Eternal Swordsman at level 8, he was already considered a top-notch student. Let's begin then. As Yuan Hua spoke, he moved his palm. A sharp sword appeared in his hand and shot directly at Wang Xian. Wang Xian waved his arm and easily blocked the attack. After the probing attack ended, Yuan Hua disappeared instantly. Wang Xian saw that Yuan Hua drew a circle around him with the long sword in his hand. Following that, he sensed something and attacked from behind. The circular shape turned into an extremely sharp space disc and attacked Yuan Hua directly. Ha! Yuan Hua slightly adjusted his brows. With a wave of his arm, the sharp sword in his hand condensed into a powerful sword ray and slashed forward. In the next instant, Wang Xian's figure disappeared instantly and appeared at Yuan Hua's side. Spatial teleportation. When one teleported to a certain place, they were both spatial swordsmen and could sense spatial fluctuations. Therefore, the moment Wang Xian appeared, the sharp sword in Yuan Hua's hand stabbed towards him. Disperse! Wang Xian saw the sharp sword in his hand tremble. At the position in front of him, the spatial disc that was slashed by Yuan Hua disintegrated into many sharp swords. The sharp sword attacked Yuan Hua at a terrifying speed. At the same time, he raised his long sword to meet Yuan Hua's sword. This is bad. Yuan Hua sensed the scene and his expression changed slightly. The sharp swords collided with each other. The spatial force of the two of them was about the same. However, Yuan Hua's back was attacked by more than 10 sharp swords. Bang, bang, bang. A violent collision sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the spatial barrier on Yuan Hua's body. This caused Yuan Hua's expression to change drastically. His body froze on the spot. Thank you for letting me win. Wang Xian looked at him and cupped his hands indifferently. Damn, it can't be. Such a fast speed. The victor has been decided just like. This is an instant kill. Yuan Hua must have arrived at the Songyi Academy thousands of years ago. How could he be defeated so easily? That sword technique called Wang Xian is more ingenious. The students below revealed a shocked expression when they saw this scene. It was extremely rare for someone of the same level to defeat another opponent so quickly. One had to know that they were all space practitioners. It was extremely difficult to determine the victor among those of the same level. Although their sword techniques were inferior to the opponent, it was still very difficult to be defeated as long as one escaped. In the previous battles, which one of them did not fight for an hour? The outcome of the battle was determined just by a simple exchange of blows. Huh? What a powerful swordsmanship. Yin Shuiyue looked at Wang Xian and said with astonishment. Not bad. Your swordsmanship is very ingenious. Instructor, he looked at Wang Xian and nodded his head in praise. Wang Xian smiled and flew back to his previous position. Yuan Hua's expression changed slightly as he flew back. His expression was a little ugly. It was hard for him to accept that he was defeated so easily by someone of the same level. Let's go for the next one. At the side, the other two Eternal Swordsman level 8 students exchanged glances and began to spar. This time, the strength of both parties was about the same. They fought for an hour, but there was no result. After that, the two of them did not continue fighting. Student Wang Xian, it didn't take much effort for you to spar with Yuan Hua just now. Let's spar. After the battle between the two of them ended, Yin Shuiyue finally looked at Wang Xian and said, her strength had already reached the peak of level 8 of the Eternal Swordsman. She could step into level 9 of the Eternal Swordsman at any time. She was publicly acknowledged as the strongest level 8 Eternal Swordsman in the class. She stared at Wang Xian, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Sure. Wang Xian nodded and teleported to the sky. Yin Shuiyue followed closely behind. Instructor, he used 2 barriers to protect them. Student Wang Xian, your strength is very strong. Let's begin. Yin Shuiyue stared at Wang Xian and said directly, all right. I'm going to make my move. Wang Xian nodded his head. Waves of energy were injected into the long sword and started to swing it in front of him. When Yin Shuiyue saw the energy on Wang Xian's sharp sword, her eyes revealed a look of vigilance. Buzz. He didn't give Wang Xian much of a chance. He immediately teleported in front of Wang Xian. It was filled with the tearing force of space and wrapped around him. Sword net. Yin Shuiyue snorted coldly and displayed her powerful swordsmanship. Under the cover of the sword net, Wang Xian felt that the space around him was a little unstable. He couldn't teleport at all. Numerous sharp swords were flying towards him. Sword hum. Wang Xian's arm trembled. The sharp sword in his hand was suspended in front of him and started to rotate. Bang! 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 The continuous sounds of collision rang out. All the attacks from the sword net were blocked. Sword chime as one. The moment all the sword nets were blocked, a sharp sword formed from space attribute appeared above Wang Xian's head. It instantly attacked Yin Shuiyue. This attack caused Yin Shuiyue's heart to tremble violently. How can it be so sharp? Yin Shuiyue's body moved and she hurriedly teleported away. However, Wang Xian, who was staring at her, sensed the fluctuation of the space and attacked that direction directly. The moment Yin Shuiyue appeared, a sword ray slashed directly at the top of her head. Crack, crack. The space barrier on his body cracked slowly. How did you sense my teleportation location so quickly? Yin Shuiyue's expression changed slightly when she saw the sharp sword slashing at the top of her head. She asked Wang Xian in shock. "Thank you." Wang Xian smiled and cupped his hands without replying. The improvement of one's realm not only represented the improvement of one's destructive power, but it also represented the improvement of one's perception and reaction. Wang Xian's void dragon body was extremely terrifying in terms of the convenience of his senses, even if his senses required the support of his own energy. However, his senses were still a few levels higher than those of the same level. Therefore, Wang Xian was able to capture the location of his teleportation when Yin Shuiyue teleported. After all, teleportation required the use of the power of space. All he needed to do was to capture the fluctuation of the power of space. Very strong sensing ability. Instructor, he looked at Wang Xian with a twinkle in his eyes as he praised. This brother named Wang Xian is too strong. Isn't he? He is simply insane. How can he be so terrifying when they are of the same level? Also, what sword technique did he use? It seems to be very strong. He can actually sense the location where Yin Shuiyue teleported. Amazing. He should be able to take on 2 or 3 people of the same level, right? Gasps of surprise rang out continuously in the surroundings. All the students looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. Their eyes were filled with envy. Even Su Xin and Nieue, who were standing at the front, looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. It was not easy to defeat a powerhouse of the same level with such ease. Student Wang Xian, are you still going to challenge? Do you want to spar with a student of level 9 Eternal Swordsman? Instructor, he looked at Wang Xian and asked. Challenge a level 9 Eternal Swordsman? Wang Xian thought for 2 seconds and nodded. I want to give it a try. All right. Instructor, he nodded his head. No way. You want to challenge someone of a higher level? It's basically impossible to challenge someone of a higher level. As long as the level 9 Eternal Swordsman tries his best to defend, he can't break through his attack. That's right. It's only possible for a swordsman of the space attribute to challenge someone of a higher level with another attribute. For someone of the same space attribute to challenge someone of a higher level, the possibility is too small. When the surrounding students heard that Wang Xian was going to challenge someone of a higher level, they were shocked. The possibility of him challenging someone of a higher level with a similar space attribute was too small. He might just want to witness the strength of an Eternal Swordsman of level 9. Some students whispered, "Oh? I didn't expect student Wang Xian to want to challenge someone of our level. Hehe, then let me give you some pointers." Su Xinrui looked at Wang Xian and raised his eyebrows slightly. With a flash, he arrived at the position above. He looked at Wang Xian and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There was a hint of arrogance on his face. Although Wang Xian's strength was beyond his expectations, he had more than 10 ways to let him know how big the gap between them would be. It was simply wishful thinking for an Eternal Swordsman of level 8 to challenge a level 9. Wang Xian looked at Su Xinrui. His expression did not change at all as he teleported to the position above him. Buzz, buzz. 2 streams of energy enveloped them. Teacher, he looked at Wang Xian and said, if you are hit twice in one attack, it will be considered a failure. Okay. Wang Xian nodded at teacher he. The offensive power of an Eternal Swordsman at level 9 was not something he could withstand. Being hit twice was enough to kill him. Come on. Let me see your swordsmanship. Su Xinrui stood there with one hand behind his back and said to Wang Xian nonchalantly. He didn't put Wang Xian in his eyes at all. What he wanted was to enter the top 30 of the academy in this assessment. Be careful, don't be careless. Wang Xian looked at the somewhat arrogant Su Xinrui and said indifferently, Hehe, I can give you 10 seconds to attack. Su Xinrui looked at Wang Xian and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. The gap is too big. Brother Run, you don't have to worry at all. That's right. Brother Run wants to enter the top 30 this year. Brother Run is already very strong among those of the same level. Even if you let him attack for 10 seconds, it would be easy for him. I reckon he can't even break Brother Run's defense. The students below started to discuss. Wang Xian saw it and shook his head slightly. He slowly gathered the power of space onto the sharp sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next instant, Wang Xian's figure disappeared instantly and teleported to the left of Su Xinran. Su Xinran sensed something and looked to the left with a smile on his face. The moment Wang Xian arrived on the left, he immediately teleported to the right. Su Xinruan also turned his head to look at the right side. This time, he had a mocking expression on his face. Wang Xian continued to teleport forward, backward, and in other directions. Su Xinruan also looked at them one by one in a mocking manner. In the end, he even shook his head. Buzz. Wang Xian teleported to the position directly in front of him for the last time. In 1 second, he completed more than 10 teleportations. There are still 9 seconds left. Su Xinruan saw Wang Xian returning to the spot in front of him once again. He thought that Wang Xian had no other way and continued to speak arrogantly. Wang Xian looked at his arrogant expression and shook his head. Explode! Whoosh! 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 The moment he finished speaking, numerous space swords around Su Xinruan released a terrifying aura and attacked him instantly. The sudden attack brought with it the strange speed of space, causing Su Xinruan to not be able to react at all. Pung ping ping! Walala! The sharp swords crashed into his body. The space barrier on his body collapsed. This space barrier was equivalent to his life. How is this possible? Su Xinruan, who was floating in the air, had already reacted. However, it was too late. He watched as the spatial barrier on his body collapsed. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. What kind of attack is this? His expression instantly turned ugly as he stared at Wang Xian. Teacher, let's go next. Wang Xian didn't look at Su Xinruan. He turned his head to look at Teacher He below and said, Good, a very strong swordsmanship. Teacher He stared at him. His eyes were sparkling. He was also slightly amazed by Wang Xian's swordsmanship. Niue, you do it. Teacher He looked at Niue, who was the last eternal swordsman at level 9, and instructed. I was careless just now. I haven't lost yet. I can defeat him in 1 move. Su Xinruan's expression changed drastically. He shouted loudly with a face full of unwillingness. How could he admit defeat? It was just his carelessness just now. He hadn't lost yet. What kind of sword technique is this? So terrifying. It can actually break the defense of an eternal swordsman of level 9 easily. No way. Even if Brother Run didn't move, the spatial barrier around him could withstand the attacks of an ordinary eternal swordsman of level 9. How could it be defeated in an instant? So strong. This Wang Xian is so strong. His attack method is very strong. Brother Run was too careless this time. When the students below saw this scene, they were shocked. Just now, they said that Wang Xian couldn't even break Su Xinruan's defense. In the end, he managed to break it in a second. Furthermore, without the spatial barrier, Su Xinruan would have died. This attack power was enough to kill a level 9 eternal swordsman. Su Xinruan is a little angry. Indeed, if he wasn't careless just now, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. They whispered when they saw Su Xinruan's angry expression. Wang Xian shook his head slightly when he heard Su Xinruan's indignant roar. Such an arrogant person didn't even know how he died. Someone like you, I can defeat you with a single strike. When Su Xinruan saw Wang Xian shaking his head with a hint of mockery, his expression instantly turned gloomy. Buzz! His aura changed and he wanted to teleport to Wang Xian's side. However, just as he wanted to teleport, numerous spatial sharp swords appeared out of thin air around him. One after another, the sharp swords pierced through the space. However, at this instant, everyone felt as though space had frozen. Su Xinruan's teleporting body was forced out of space and the spatial swords stopped floating in front of him. All right, if you're careless, you'll lose your life. If you lose, you'll lose. Below, instructor He made his move and said, Hiss this. Su Xinruan sensed the spatial confinement force around him. He swept his gaze across his surroundings and took a deep breath. His expression was extremely awkward. It was not because of Teacher He's words that he felt extremely awkward. It was because of the surrounding spatial swords that he felt extremely awkward. Wang Xian's attack was not just the previous attacks. There were also attacks with the same destructive power around him. He actually did not notice it. If Teacher He did not stop him, These space swords would have caused him serious injuries even if they did not kill him. That Wang Xian actually hid his attacks around Su Xinruan. If it wasn't T for teacher, he would have suffered a terrifying attack. Oh my god. Wang Xian's strength is not as simple as I thought. He actually left an attack around Brother Run. Not simple at all. That Wang Xian has the strength to fight against an existence at level 9 of Eternal Swordsman. When the surrounding students saw the scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock. No one expected that Wang Xian actually left an attack around Su Xinruan. His strength was really terrifying. Student Wang Xian is really powerful. Let me experience your strength. Niue had a solemn expression on her face as well. In an instant, she arrived in front of Wang Xian and spoke to him. If it was just a moment ago, Su Xinruan might have been careless. However, after witnessing the second attack, Niue completely restrained her contempt. She cupped her hands at Wang Xian. Please enlighten me. Wang Xian nodded his head. At the side, Su Xinruan's expression kept changing as he walked to the side. This time, he had lost a lot of face. Buzz buzz. 2 spatial barriers landed on Wang Xian and the rest. Without any hesitation, Wang Xian moved his body and disappeared instantly. Niue's gaze was locked onto Wang Xian as she sensed the changes in the surrounding space. Whoosh! In an instant, she attacked a place. Wang Xian had just appeared in another place when he felt a sharp sword attacking him. The sharp sword in his hand was held horizontally in front of his body. Bang bang! The sharp sword blocked the attack and Wang Xian could not help but fly back a few thousand meters. The gap between their realms was still there. However, Wang Xian wasn't injured. This time, he didn't teleport but flew in the air. The sharp sword in his hand kept swinging, leaving sword mounds in the air. Sword mounds were the core of the Heaven Origin sword technique. By setting up sword mounds, he activated the surrounding energy and unleashed an even more powerful attack. You could feel Wang Xian's strength and saw him brandishing his sword around her. She didn't hesitate at all. Her body trembled and a wave of spatial power enveloped Wang Xian. Spatial suppression. He was a level higher than Wang Xian. His greatest advantage was the spatial suppression. The suppression of the entire space made Wang Xian unable to teleport and greatly reduced his speed. He could even use the power of space to suppress the weak to death. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Xian waved his arm and the sword tomb around him immediately erupted, allowing him to break through Niue's spatial suppression. In the next instant, Wang Xian teleported behind Niue and smiled. Line sword draw. Line sword draw. This was one of the ways to use the Heaven Origin sword technique. The Heaven Origin sword technique was based on the sword tomb, not on the attack. With the sword tomb as the core, the move was based on the user. When Wang Xian arrived behind Niue, the sharp swords were like a line, attacking her directly. The sharp swords formed from the space attribute possessed the characteristics of the space attribute. Fast. There was nothing faster than the spatial attribute. Niue's gaze focused when she saw the attack of the line sword draw. Spatial vibration break. She shouted in a low voice, and a sword ray attack that seemed to be more powerful than the line sword draw broke through it. The sword ray directly cut through the line sword draw. However, what made Niue frown was that the line sword draw seemed to be endless. After being broken by her, it reappeared again. Whoosh! At this moment, another line of sword was attacking her from the other side of him. This caused her expression to change completely. What a powerful sword technique! Her expression was extremely grave. Her body trembled and she wasn't prepared to continue defending. Instead, she teleported directly. Buzz. Her figure started to turn illusory. At the side, Wang Xian sensed the spatial fluctuations around him. With a wave of his arm, 2 one-line swords flew in one direction. Bang! Bang! When Niue appeared at another location, 2 one-line swords had already arrived in front of her. What a strong sense! You can actually sense the location of my teleportation. Niue's expression changed again. She immediately waved the long sword in her hand. Endless sword slash. With a wave of her arm, terrifying space-tearing swords shot towards the 2 one-line swords. Buzz. While she was blocking the attack, Wang Xian teleported again. Once again, he condensed the same attack. This, Nye Yue is actually in a completely passive state. This is simply under the control of that Wang Xian. Damn, it can't be. Nye Yue is completely suppressed. What kind of sword technique is this? Why does it look so strange? His sword technique is powerful, and his senses are also extremely terrifying. He can really fight above his level. Below, all the students watched this sparring in shock. Su Xinruan was defeated partly due to carelessness. However, Nie Yue had put in 120% of her energy in her fight with Nie Yue. Under such circumstances, she was actually completely suppressed. This is bad. This strange sword is constantly increasing. I can only attack continuously. If I defend with all my strength, although I can withstand it, it can only last for a few seconds at most. The attack of a sword isn't strong, but under the continuous situation I can't hold on. Nye Yue's expression was extremely grave. She had fallen into a dead end. Faced with this strange attack, she had no way to deal with it. Her gaze swept past Wang Xian and saw his relaxed expression. Nie Yue's expression changed again. He shouldn't have used his full strength yet. I've lost. Nie Yue gritted her teeth and admitted defeat. When Wang Xian heard that, a smile appeared on his face. With a tap of the long sword in his hand, one line after another disappeared. Thank you for letting me win. He smiled and cupped his hands. Student Wang Xian, what kind of sword technique is this? Nye Yu couldn't help but ask Wang Xian. She could feel that Wang Xian's sword technique was extremely terrifying. The level of his sword technique was also very high. 9 Origin Sword Technique. Wang Xian said casually. He didn't mention that the sword technique was called the Heaven Origin Sword Technique. The 2 words, Heaven Origin, represented that the level was too high. 9 Origin Sword Technique? Nye Yue muttered when she heard Wang Xian's words. She cupped her hands at Wang Xian and flew to her own position. This is simply unbelievable. He actually defeated Nie Yue. Furthermore, it seems that he defeated her so easily. His strength is even stronger than what he displayed earlier. Too strong. The 9 Origin Sword Technique he mastered is so powerful. At this moment, all the students below watched this scene with astonished expressions. Their faces were filled with shock. To fight above one's level and defeat him so easily, his strength was terrifying. This was the first time in the Songyi Sacred Academy that a spatial attributed swordsman had fought above one's level. The cultivators of their spatial attribute had always been fighting someone of a higher level against someone of another attribute. It was difficult to fight someone of the same attribute with a higher level. This time, Wang Xian had done it. With the strength that Wang Xian has displayed, he can definitely compete for the top 30 places in our Songyi Saint Academy. A young man could not help but exclaim. In the Songyi Saint Academy, there were less than 100 students at the pinnacle of eternity. Due to their space attribute, they were usually able to fight beyond their level. The students who were at the 9th level of the Eternal Swordsman's space attribute had a great chance of winning against those who were at the peak of the Eternal Swordsman and the Eternal Mage. This was the strength of the space attribute. With the strength that Wang Xian displayed, he was able to compete for the top 30 spots. Very good. With your strength, Wang Xian, you can compete for the top 30 spots. It will be of great benefit to you. Instructor, he looked at Wang Xian and said with a smile. Yes, teacher? Wang Xian nodded. Wang Xian had a little understanding of his current strength. Next, he could experience the offensive techniques of the sword and other attributes of the magic continent. Nye Yu, Su Xinruan, you two have a spar. Teacher, he turned his gaze to Nie Yu, Su Xinruan, and the other 2 and instructed them. The 2 of them walked out again and had a spar. However, this time, to the surprise of the students, Su Xinruan was defeated by Nye Yu. This made his expression even more awkward. All right, Wang Xian, Nie Yue, Su Xinruan, follow me. Teacher, he looked at them and said, the rest of the students go back. Wang Xian and the rest responded. Teacher, he waved his arm and a wave of energy enveloped them, bringing them to the location below. This place belonged to a floating island in the sky above the academy. Teacher, he brought them to a place in the middle of the academy. If you can be ranked in the top 3 in the class, I will give you some rewards. In the next 50 years, you will cultivate in the mirror world. In 50 years, you will see if you can improve. The 4 of them came to a special door. The entire door contained a majestic spatial energy as if it was a spatial door. 50 years from now, the Academy's disciple competition will be held. At that time, all of you should work hard and strive for a good result. Teacher, he said to them. Thank you, teacher, he. Nieyu and Su Shinruan hurriedly thanked him, their gazes burning as they looked towards the front. He go. Teacher, he gestured towards them. With a wave of his arm, a wave of energy landed on the spatial door. An entrance slowly appeared on the space door. Buzz, buzz. Su Shinruan did not hesitate and immediately flew towards the entrance. This must be the first time Wuxia has entered. This is a space treasure land of our Ming-Yi Saint Academy. Nieyu looked at Wuxia and said, This treasure land is expensive for the disciples of the Advanced Academy of Ming-Yi Saint Academy to enter. We can only enter occasionally. Cultivating here for a day is about 10 times faster than cultivating in other places. Wuxia nodded slightly when he heard her words. The 2 of them flew inside. After entering, Wuxia realized that there were many peculiar mirrors. Each mirror seemed to contain a special space. The reason why this place is called the mirror world is because of these spatial mirrors. The spatial mirrors contain a majestic spatial force. It's fine to cultivate inside. I'm going to cultivate now. Nieyu smiled at Wuxia and said, Let's spar with each other again when we have time. All right. Wuxia nodded at her and entered a space mirror. As soon as he stepped in, waves of space power surged over. He could even feel the pressure of space here. Cultivating here is much more powerful than the formation cultivation room outside the Ming-Yi Saint Academy. This is equivalent to the cultivation speed of the formation cultivation room by 10 times. Wuxia's eyes flickered slightly as he began to absorb the energy. Buzz. He mobilized the surrounding space energy and surged it into his body crazily. The speed is a little slow. I can still speed up. Wuxia closed his eyes and cultivated for a while. He opened his eyes and mumbled. He had just broken through to the 8th level of the Eternal Swordsman not long ago. There was still a huge gap between him and the 9th level of the Eternal Swordsman. He would not be able to break through his cultivation even if he cultivated here for 50 years. With a thought, his main body appeared at the side. A wave of energy enveloped him. The Void Dragon's body let out a low roar and immediately transformed into a Void Dragon. The gigantic Void Dragon floated in the void. The dragon scales flickered slightly as it rapidly absorbed the surrounding spatial energy. At the same time, Wuxia's real body mobilized the energy and compressed the surrounding spatial energy, placing him beside the Void Dragon's body. My speed has doubled. Wuxia sensed it and his eyes lit up. If this was the case, cultivating here for 50 years was equivalent to staying outside for 1,000 years. Although it was not enough to increase his strength, it was still not bad. He continued to cultivate. Wuxia's main body floated to the side to prevent other experts from noticing the abnormality. Time passed quickly. Buzz buzz. However, 10 years later, Wuxia suddenly felt a weak spatial fluctuation. His eyes were sparkling as he looked into the depths. His body moved and he immediately flew into the depths. The body of the Void Divine Dragon continued to cultivate here. Although the speed of teleportation was terrifying, Wuxia's current strength was still not something that ordinary spatial cultivators could compare to. His body moved and he immediately arrived at the deepest part of the mirror world, at the spot where there were slight fluctuations. Halfway through, Wuxia could clearly sense the existence of a restriction. However, this restriction had no effect on Wuxia at all. He passed through it easily. He went all the way to the deepest part of the space and a gigantic spatial mirror appeared in his line of sight. In this spatial mirror, there were many unique flowers. This is a spatial treasure? Wuxia's eyes sparkled. Wuxia looked at the huge space mirror in front of him. His body moved and he entered directly. Buzz. When he entered silently, he immediately saw 3 old men sitting cross-legged in the space mirror and cultivating. Each of the old men had the strength at the peak of the venerable realm. Furthermore, they were all cultivators of the space attribute. The three elders did not sense Wang Xian's arrival. Wang Xian stood there and looked at the slightly illusory space flower. Wang Xian could sense a surge of space energy from it. It was extremely beneficial to space-attributed cultivators. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment. With a wave of his arm, a surge of energy enveloped the three elders. Soul capture, he shouted softly, and various information entered his mind. Following that, Wang Xian waved his arm and plucked all the spatial flowers away. Buzz. At the original location of the spatial flowers, he threw down a soul-returning embryo fruit. It was considered as a trade. Although it felt like he was forcefully buying and selling it, the value of the soul-returning embryo fruit was much higher than these spatial flowers. These spatial flowers were only at the first stage of the ruler realm. Compared to the soul-returning embryo fruit, they were still far from it. After obtaining some information and collecting all the spatial flowers, Wang Xian's body moved and flew back to his original location. When he returned, the entire mirror world didn't feel any changes. In fact, the three old men who were cultivating with their legs crossed didn't feel anything at all. With this spatial flower, my cultivation speed will increase tremendously. Wang Xian looked at the spatial flower with a smile on his face. Previously, he had destroyed the king of the magical kingdom and took all the treasures in the national treasury. However, the magical kingdom didn't have many spatial attributed treasures. Moreover, in the magical kingdom, the fire attribute was the main attribute. This spatial flower was the first spatial attribute treasure that Wang Xian obtained. To eternal swordsman level cultivators, a spatial flower that could dominate the first level was simply a great opportunity. There were a total of 13 spatial flowers. Wang Xian took out a spatial flower and began to absorb it immediately. Buzz. With such a treasure to aid his cultivation, Wang Xian's cultivation speed increased by more than 10 times. This caused a smile to appear on his face. After cultivating here for 50 years, it was easy to advance one level. Time passed day by day. It was located in the deepest part of the mirror world. Among the three old men who were cultivating, the old man in the middle had a thought and frowned slightly. He immediately opened his eyes and looked to the side. Not good. When he saw that the mirror flowers had all disappeared not far away, his expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but let out a low roar. What's going on? The other two old men immediately opened their eyes and looked to the side as if they had sensed something. In the next second, their pupils constricted slightly, and a look of shock appeared on their faces. Where's the mirror flower? How is this possible? Where's the mirror flower? An old man shouted loudly with a face full of disbelief. The mirror world was the only place with space attribute treasures in Songyi Sacred Academy. Moreover, in the deepest part of the mirror world, there were more than 10 ruler-level space attribute mirror flowers. Treasures of this level were completely rare treasures for Songyi Sacred Academy. To the space swordsman at the pinnacle of the night realm, it was an even more precious treasure. But now it had all disappeared. They didn't even feel it before it disappeared. This made them feel incredulous, but at the same time, they felt their scalps go numb. The flower of the mirror image could disappear silently beside them. What level could it be? To be able to make the flower of the mirror image disappear, they would naturally be able to die without a sound. At the thought of this, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. There seems to be a fruit tree left there. At this moment, they saw that at the original location of the flower of the mirror image, there was a fruit that was emitting a special energy. They focused their gaze and looked at each other. Report this matter to the headmaster. They didn't hesitate and immediately reported this matter. This matter was too terrifying for them. Wang Xian didn't know how shocking it was for the powerhouses of the Songyi Saint Academy that he had taken away the mirror image flower. At this moment, he had absorbed the information of the three elders and learned more about the cultivation method of the space attribute. This was of great use to him. It allowed his understanding of the power of space to reach a powerful level. 30 years passed. Wang Xian easily broke through the shackles of level 8 Eternal Swordsman and reached level 9 Eternal Swordsman. At this level, if he were to spar with Niu Wei Su Shinruin and the rest, Wang Xian would be able to defeat them in an instant. He continued his cultivation. 20 years later, Wang Xian suddenly felt a wave of energy spreading towards him. With a thought, he immediately transformed into his human form. Under the cover of this wave of energy, Wang Xian arrived at his position outside. At the same time, Nie Yue and Su Xinruan were also at the side. Right in front of him was Instructor He. Clearly, 50 years had passed. Instructor He had forcefully brought them out. Looks like I have to find a time to leave this place. Wang Xian had a good harvest this time. He obtained some spatial treasures at the overlord level. His subsequent training would be much faster. He did not plan to continue his training in the Songyi Saint Academy. The Songyi Saint Academy was still too weak in the eyes of the Saint Academy, the Saint Lands, and the Forbidden Grounds. There were less than 5 powerhouses at the overlord level in the entire Saint Academy. As for whether there were any masters at the second level, Wang Xian had no idea. In short, Ming-Yi Saint Academy was very weak. Especially for the spatial attribute cultivators, the strongest ones were the 3 old men whom he met. They were existences at the pinnacle of the universe knights. Now that Wang Xian had absorbed their memories, he understood a lot about the cultivation of the spatial attribute. If he wanted to continue his studies, he would go to a powerful force. The prerequisite was that Wang Xian was prepared to enter seclusion for a period of time to raise his strength to the level of a universe knight. Let's go. Let's go meet the other outstanding disciples and strive for a good result. Teacher, he looked at them and said with a smile. Yes, teacher. The 3 of them nodded. A wave of spatial power enveloped them, and their figures instantly disappeared. The rooftop. 100,000 kilometers above Songyi Sacred Academy. There was a huge floating arena. This was the arena that Songyi Sacred Academy opened once every 20,000 years. It was also the arena where Songyi Sacred Academy's elementary academy ranked its disciples. Every competition was a grand occasion for all of Songyi Sacred Academy's cultivating students. A competition between geniuses. If one could reach the top 10, he would receive the attention of the powerhouses of Songyi Saint Academy. He would have great benefits. The once-in-20,000-year competition has finally begun. I wonder who will be the first place winner today. Of course, 80% of it will be Goddess Yaya. Senior Yaya is currently the #1 existence on our Songyi Saint Academy's student rankings. Her spatial attribute is at the peak of the Eternal Swordsman's strength. No one will be a match for Goddess Yaya. That's about it. Goddess Ya is too strong. The people on the rankings are all very strong. I wonder how many dark horses will appear today. There are dark horses every year. I wonder who it will be this year. On the rooftop of Songyi Saint Academy, the teachers and students of Songyi Saint Academy had all arrived around the central sparring ring. As the student ranking competition that was held once every 20,000 years, this was an interesting thing for all the students during their boring cultivation. Moreover, they might have some inspiration and feelings while watching the battle. Therefore, basically all the students would come to watch the battle in every student ranking competition. And for those top students, this competition was undoubtedly a stage on which they could amaze the world with a single feat. Obtaining a good ranking would not only allow them to obtain a great reward, but also a huge reputation. This would be of great benefit to their future cultivation. This competition will be the same as the previous years. Only Eternal Swordsmen and above of level 8 can participate in the space attribute. Swordsmen and mages of other attributes can only participate when they have reached the peak of eternity. Based on the format of the arena matches, the top 30 students in the Saint Academy will be guarding the arena. Those who are confident can fight in the arena as they wish. There is no limit to the number of times. At a corner of the rooftop, Instructor He spoke to Wang Xian and the rest. This rule was mainly for Wang Xian. It was the once-in-20,000-year student ranking competition of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy. There were no complicated rules and it was just a competition. The top 30 students from the previous batch would be defending the arena while the rest of the students would be challenging. Of course, the students in the arena could challenge those who were ranked higher than them. The competition would end when there were no challengers. Each student competition would last for a few years. Such rules could also select the truly strong ones. Wang Xian nodded slightly when he heard this more direct competition method. It was straightforward. Strong was strong, weak was weak. Student NIEUA, good luck. Good luck, brother Run. Good luck, Wang Xian. At this moment, the sound of cheering could be heard from the back. They were all Professor He's students. There were more than 20,000 students in Ming Yi Saint Academy. There were only 70 to 80 students who were qualified to participate in the ranking competition. Even though they were both students of the same professor, they still supported their own people. Wang Xian looked at the back and nodded with a smile. In the surrounding area, the teachers brought their outstanding students to the front. They waited quietly. Buzz. More than 10 minutes later, a figure appeared in the air above the dueling ring and hovered there quietly. He waved his arm and a wave of energy spread out in all directions. When everyone saw this figure, they immediately quieted down. Following that, the figure's palm moved and a magic staff appeared in his hand, pointing down gently. At the bottom of the arena, a pyramid-like structure formed from spatial energy appeared beneath him. The entire illusory pyramid was divided into 30 cubicles. Each cubicle had a high platform with a young man standing on it. The group of young men looked around indifferently, and they exuded a strong sense of confidence. This was the top 30 students of the previous batch. Especially in the top cubicle, a red, tight-fitting training suit outlined a complete curve, and her exquisite face carried a faint smile. She held a treasured sword in her hand, and her body was filled with a noble and arrogant aura. She was the first place of the previous batch, the peak of the space-attributed eternal swordsman, Iya. She was the publicly recognized goddess of the Songyi Saint Academy. Second and third place, and so on. She was also a proud disciple of the Songyi Saint Academy. It's the goddess of Iya. She's really beautiful. Yeah, she's simply too beautiful. Xiaoyi is also very handsome. He's now ranked second. Maybe he wants to challenge Iya's position. Wow, when can I stand there? In the surrounding seats, all the students looked at the 30 students who were emitting light with envy in their eyes. Only by standing in that position would they have a chance to step into the Advanced Academy of Songyi Saint Academy. The rules of the arena are the same as before. The rest of us have also come here. At this moment, the figure in the sky spoke. His voice entered the ears of every student. Let's go. Instructor, he spoke to Wang Xian and the rest. Wang Xian and the rest nodded their heads. With a move, they arrived at the front of the illusory pyramid in the arena. Students flew over from other positions in the surroundings. Wang Xian landed on the ground. His gaze swept across the crowd. There were about 50 students. After the competition begins, each of them will have a sparring match. If a student is challenged consecutively, they will have time to recover midway. The figure above continued. All right, let's begin the challenge. I'll go first. I want to challenge Gu Cheng, who is ranked 30th. As soon as the figure above finished his sentence, someone immediately issued a challenge. The first match began. Let's go, Wang Xian. We can just watch the match from the side. Niu gestured to Wang Xian before flying towards the center. There were some seats in the center in front of them. The seats were divided into more than 10 rows. The top few rows were occupied by some instructors. A match of this level was a grand occasion for the students. However, to the instructors, it was like a child's game. Many of the instructors and leaders in the Saint Academy didn't come over. Only the instructors of the participating students were watching. There are both advantages and disadvantages to being the first to challenge. The advantage is that you can accumulate experience during this period. Of course, the disadvantage is that some of your trump cards and techniques might be exposed. Yue found a seat and sat down. Then she said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. He stayed here to take a look and test his strength before leaving. He found a place to start his seclusion. Holy Sun, why are you here? Haha, teachers, PM here to take a look. Holy Sun. Holy Sun. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Beside him, Niu, Su Xinruan, was slightly taken aback. He immediately looked behind him. Space Holy Sun, Wu Qitian. Su Xinruan's gaze was focused. He spoke with a fiery expression. Space Holy Sun? Upon hearing this name, Wang Xian raised his brows slightly. He looked over and his gaze landed on a young man. The young man was dressed in a yellow robe and held a yellow sword in his hand. There were many unique magic patterns on the sword. He had a dignified bearing and a hint of arrogance. Tianji, in the middle of the rooftop of Songyi Saint Academy, Iya greeted the yellow-robed young man with a smile. Wu Qitian, Songyi Saint Academy's spatial saint's son. From this address, one could tell his status and status. Around Wu Qitian, a group of students stood beside him with faces full of compliments. Sister Iya, the competition has started, right? Is there anyone who wants to challenge you? Wu Qitian smiled and asked Iya. Tianji, not yet. It has just started. However, there should be someone who wants to challenge you later. Iya also shook her head with a smile. Hehe, little sister Iya, don't worry. You have already mastered the sword technique that I taught you. Although that sword technique is not invincible, it is invincible in the Songyi Saint Academy. Wu Qitian said confidently. Hehe, I naturally believe that. After all, Brother Tian, you've walked the path of invincibility. Yaya nodded with a smile. In this competition, Sister Yaya will definitely be first. After all, she has the guidance of our Lord Saint Sun. This is inevitable. The Lord Saint Sun has taught his own sword technique to Sister Yaya, and Sister Yaya has also completely mastered it. Maybe we won't be able to see Sister Iya in the next competition. At that time, Sister Iya will also enter the Advanced Academy. The students around said flatteringly. Holy Sun, Su Xinruan, who was beside Wang Xian, looked over with a face full of longing. He could not help but exclaim, very powerful? Wang Xian looked at the spatial Holy Sun who was surrounded by everyone and asked doubtfully. From what he could sense, this so-called spatial saint child was only at the peak of the Void God Emperor realm. This strength was a little weak in his eyes. What do you think? Over 30 million years of cultivation to the peak of the Eternal Sword Emperor realm, he has always been invincible among those of the same level. Not to mention the importance of the word saint child. This is one of the top 10 saint children of our Ming-Yi Saint Academy. I wonder how long it will take you to reach the level of the space saint child. You might never be able to achieve it. Su Xinruan said coldly to Wang Xian. Although the space attribute is very strong, it has always been known for being difficult to cultivate. At this moment, Niyu glanced at Su Xinruan. She whispered to Wang Xian. The space saint child has reached such a level at the age of 30 million years. His talent in cultivating the space attribute is unique in the territory of the Songyi Saint Academy. It is said that the space saint child will be able to break through to the level of Universe Swordmaster soon. Songyi Saint Academy. It is said that the space saint child will be able to break through to the level of Universe Swordmaster soon. In our Ming-Yi Saint Academy, the title of saint represents the top of the top 10 disciples of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy. Each of them is a rare prodigy. Wang Xian nodded slightly when he heard Niuwei's words. He had also obtained some information about the saint from some of the memories he had absorbed. The top 10 saints of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy, 6 mages and 4 swordsmen. They had different attributes. In addition, there were also saints and saintesses in the other forbidden grounds of the sword and magic universe. Usually, this represented the strength of the younger generation in the forbidden grounds of the Saint Academy. Many saints and saintesses would go out to gain experience and make a name for themselves. Although Ming-Yi Saint Academy was a very weak Saint Academy, it also had saints and saintesses. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly and didn't pay too much attention to it. He looked at the arena in front of him. The battle had already begun. The 2 students who were fighting were at the pinnacle of eternal mages. In Wang Xian's opinion, the battle between mages was somewhat similar to that of formation mages. The difference was that the casting time of mages was much faster than that of formation mages. Of course, the attack power was naturally reduced. One was a fire element spellcaster while the other was a water element spellcaster. The attacks from both sides were filled with powerful power. The terrifying flames and water currents were like living creatures fighting in the air. The flames condensed into a fire dragon while the water currents condensed into a water current. The battle was very exciting. Wang Xian felt that this battle was much more exciting than the 9 Origin universe. The Sword and Magic universe had an additional spatial attribute compared to the 9 Origin universe. However, the cultivation systems of both parties were slightly different. The powerhouses here did not have a divine kingdom. In other words, they did not need to upgrade their divine kingdoms. From this point of view, the Nine Origin universe had a huge advantage. In fact, the Nine Origin universe was able to be relatively strong among the other universes because of the existence of the Divine Kingdom. The arrival of the God Country could greatly increase one's power. The most important thing was life-saving methods. In a battle between great beings, the most important thing was life-saving methods. The disciples of the great beings in the sword and magic universe didn't have this kind of ability. Once they were defeated, they might be killed by those of the same level. This also made the attacking techniques and methods of the sword and magic universe more exquisite than those of the Nine Origin universe. If one didn't work hard to improve, it would be easier for him to die. The battle lasted for a day. In the end, the challenger didn't succeed. The student who was ranked 30th succeeded in defending the arena. The next challenge continued. Each student challenger had a ranking student. The battles also broadened Wang Xian's horizons. Time passed day by day. Wang Xian watched for half a year. Beside him, Su Ruanxin and Nie Yue had both challenged. Currently, Nie Yue had successfully challenged the 27th ranked student. On the other hand, Su Ruanxin had failed to challenge the 30th ranked student. Failed. Next. As time passed, the challenge was not as intense as it was at the beginning. Some of the students had a little understanding of each other's strength. Wang Xian looked around and slowly stood up. Oh? Student Wang Xian, are you going to challenge me? With your strength, you should be able to rank in the top 20, right? Nie Yue, who was at the side, smiled when she saw Wang Xian getting ready to challenge him. Yes, I'm going to challenge you. Wang Xian nodded. Since he was here, he would have fun. He moved his body and teleported, instantly landing at the top position. After every battle, the illusory pyramid would appear. The challenger only needed to fly to one of the name booths in the pyramid to challenge the student. Wang Xian's figure was illusory as he slowly materialized at the top of the pyramid. Naturally, he had to challenge the strongest disciple of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy, Iya, who was at the pinnacle of the eternal swordsman with spatial attributes. From the start of the battle until the end, no one challenged Iya, who was ranked first. This also represented Iya's prestige and strength. Eh? What? Nie Yue was slightly shocked when she saw Wang Xian appearing at the top. A look of astonishment appeared on her face. Is he crazy? He actually wants to challenge Iya, who is ranked first. Does he think that he can fight 2 levels above him? Su Xinruan had been paying attention to Wang Xian when he was preparing to challenge him. When he saw that Wang Xian was actually standing at the top, his expression froze slightly. Hey, look! Someone actually challenged the first place Iya. Moreover, it's an unfamiliar student. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. He doesn't seem to be very famous in our Ming-Yi Saint Academy. He challenged Iya directly. Does he have such confidence and strength? Who is this person? He isn't even a student in the top 30. He actually challenged Iya directly. Is he trying to become famous? When Wang Xian stood at the top, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. An unfamiliar face directly challenged Iya from the Ming-Yi Saint Academy. This made everyone extremely surprised. Was he really powerful, or was he trying to become famous? Eh? Sister Iya, someone actually challenged you. Wu Qitian, the space saint, who was located at the center, looked forward. He smiled and said to Iya, I didn't expect someone to challenge me so soon. I can move around, Iya said with a smile. An eternal swordsman of the 9th rank dares to challenge you, Iya. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Wu Qitian looked forward, shook his head and said, Only an eternal swordsman of the 9th rank? You dare to challenge me with such strength? How boring and disappointing. When Iya heard that, she raised her eyebrows and looked disappointed. Sister Iya, you can easily kill such a character. Wu Qitian shook his head. I have to accept the challenge. Brother Tian, I will go over and kill him. Iya smiled and appeared in front of Wang Xian instantly. Wang Xian challenge. Wang Xian stood on the stage and cupped his hands when he saw Iya flying over. Isn't it a little arrogant for an eternal swordsman to challenge me at level? Iya sized up Wang Xian and spoke while standing there motionlessly. An eternal swordsman at level 9 with spatial attributes? No way. He dares to challenge me when he is on the same level as Iya. Although spatial swordsmen can fight above their level, it depends on who the opponent is. Iya is at the peak of the eternal swordsman realm and is one of the best among the spatial attributes. Is he looking for trouble? This is not a battle of the same level at all. When all the students around heard this, they were stunned. An eternal swordsman of level 9 and a spatial cultivator challenging Iya? They were not on the same level. Please enlighten me. When Wang Xian heard her words, his expression did not change at all. With a move of his palm, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. Interesting, but the gap is too big. The expert from the Ming East Saint Academy who was floating in the sky waved his arm. A wave of energy enveloped Iya and Wang Xian. The energy in Wang Xian's body would be considered a failure if there were any cracks. As for Iya's energy, she would only be considered to have lost if she completely collapsed. This was because their defenses were not on the same level. This Wang Xian has actually broken through to the 9th level of the Eternal Swordsman. He actually broke through so quickly. When Nie Yue heard Iya's words, she revealed a surprised expression. When Wang Xian was at the 8th level of the Eternal Swordsman, he was already able to defeat her. Perhaps Wang Xian could really defeat Iya. Although he has made a breakthrough, Iya is not an ordinary Eternal Swordsman at the peak. She is cultivating the sword techniques of the Space Saint Sun. Su Xinruan's expression changed slightly when he saw Wang Xian's breakthrough. However, he quickly said. Nie Yu's eyes flickered. Iya was not a simple expert at the peak of the Eternal Swordsman. However, she felt that Wang Xian was not simple either. He was extremely mysterious. When she was fighting with him, she could feel that he did not use his full strength. At this moment, the expert from the Ming Yi Saint Academy waved his arm and the illusory pyramid-shaped phantom disappeared. Someone with your strength is not qualified to compete with me. Get lost. When Iya saw the start of the battle, he moved his palm and a sharp sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at Wang Xian directly with a cold expression in his eyes. She didn't put Wang Xian in her eyes at all. Furthermore, she attacked directly. Numerous terrifying spatial swords were sent out and covered Wang Xian directly. He was prepared to kill Wang Xian instantly to intimidate some reckless challengers. I have already reached the peak of the Eternal Swordsman and also possess the spatial attribute. Yet I don't even dare to challenge Iya. This fellow is really arrogant. He is asking for trouble. I reckon he can be killed in one move. Among the top 30 students in the center, one of them shook his head and said with slight disdain. In the arena in front, Wang Xian saw Iya attacking him instantly. He moved his body and brandished the long sword in his hand. Buzz. At the same time, he teleported to the back. After teleporting 5 directions consecutively, he arrived at the back. HMPH. Can I dodge by teleporting? When Iya saw Wang Xian teleporting to dodge, a look of contempt appeared on her face. As long as his swordsmanship was within the range of her spatial coverage, he could track her. Buzz. However, after 5 teleportations, Wang Xian did not continue to dodge. Instead, he waved his arm. At the 5 places where he had teleported earlier, sharp swords suddenly condensed and attacked Iya's spatial swords. Clang, clang, clang. Intense clashing sounds rang out. Iya's attacks were completely blocked. Wang Xian waved his arm continuously. Sword mounts formed around him. He stared at Iya and waved the sword in his hand. He stepped in the air and walked forward little by little. With every step he took, a sword tomb was left around him. The sword tomb was buried in the void. It was impossible to sense it without careful observation. Huh? You actually blocked my attack. Iya was slightly stunned when she saw that her attack was blocked. She stared at Wang Xian and said, "It seems like you still have some strength. It seems like I have to be serious. That's all." As she spoke, she waved the sharp sword in her hand behind her. The space behind her began to tremble. The space seemed to have shattered and condensed into sharp swords. Soon, there were more than 10,000 sharp swords formed behind her. With a flash, she arrived at the spot 1,000 meters away from Wang Xian in an instant. The densely packed space swords behind her also teleported over and attacked Wang Xian from all directions. The moment Iya teleported, Wang Xian had already sensed the location of her teleportation. However, Wang Xian had yet to move. The moment the tens of thousands of sharp swords attacked him, the sword in his hand trembled. At the position behind him, the scabbard, body, and blade of the sword began to condense slowly. A sharp sword that was more than 10,000 meters in size condensed into one. Break! Wang Xian swung the longsword in his hand. Pulling the huge sword that was more than 10,000 meters in length, he swung it directly at Iya. Boom! Boom! The 10,000-meter-long spatial sword brought with it a terrifying might as it attacked Iya. Iya felt the might of the huge sword, and her calm expression finally began to change drastically. From the 10,000-meter-long sword, she felt a threat of death. This caused her expression to freeze, and her charging figure immediately stopped. Numerous sharp swords met the 10,000-meter-long sword. At the same time, her figure flashed and she directly teleported backwards. The power of the 10,000-meter-long swords losing control decreased by a lot. The 10,000-meter-long sword slashed down, directly causing the 10,000-meter-long swords to collapse. The 10,000-meter-long sword broke through Iya's attack, and it still attacked her at a terrifying speed. Iya's expression was incomparably cold when she saw this. She waved her arm, and numerous sword shadows smashed onto it. The sharp sword that was 10,000 meters long started to crumble slowly. That's it. Kill me in one move? Wang Xian looked at Iya, who was in front of him, and asked indifferently. A hint of mockery appeared on his face. This lady wasn't very capable, but she was rather arrogant and arrogant. Kill me in one move? When Iya heard Wang Xian's words and saw his mocking expression, she looked extremely embarrassed. What she said just now was a blatant slap in the face. What? Goddess Iya was actually suppressed? How is this possible? No way. That Wang Xian, who is only at level 9 of the Eternal Swordsman realm, actually made Iya retreat. Hiss, what's going on? What kind of sword technique did that young man use? It seems to be very powerful. At the same time, all the students from the Songi Saint Academy who were watching the battle were shocked by this scene. Everyone thought that this was an easy battle between Goddess Iya. However, they didn't expect that not only did they not suppress the other party, they were even pushed back by the other party. This was simply unbelievable. The teachers from the Songi Saint Academy looked at Wang Xian's sword technique with astonishment on their faces. It was very, very difficult for a person of the same attribute to fight against someone of a higher level, especially against someone of the same level like Iya. This sword technique? The Space Saint, Wuxia, stared at him and adjusted his brows slightly. You have completely infuriated me. I want to show you my sword technique. Void Annihilation Sword. Iya stared at Wang Xian with a cold expression. Her eyes revealed a stern look. He moved his palm and waved the sharp sword in his hand forward. A wave of spatial power rippled. His figure disappeared instantly. Wang Xian saw that he was attacking again, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. He stabbed towards one spot and his figure disappeared instantly. Buzz. Iya teleported to one spot. The moment she appeared, she sensed an attack heading towards her. This caused her expression to freeze. You can actually sense the location of my teleportation? She was astonished as she blocked the attack with the sharp sword in her hand. After blocking the attack, his gaze locked onto Wang Xian. Void spare. She let out a soft cry. The surroundings trembled as numerous sharp swords surrounded her, forming a terrifying sword storm. She gripped the sharp sword in her hand tightly as the number of spatial swords around her increased. Soon, a terrifying spatial sword storm that was tens of thousands of meters in size was formed. The surrounding void produced strange sounds as the sword of the storm tore through it. As the storm grew larger, Iya circled around the center of the storm. She stared at Wang Xian and flew straight towards him. Her speed was extremely fast. Not bad swordsmanship. While Iya was accumulating her strength, Wang Xian was brandishing the sharp sword in his hand continuously. A large number of sword catacombs had gathered in the surroundings. The sword catacombs were like seeds that were growing rapidly. They formed many sharp swords that pierced straight into the clouds. Every sword catacomb that rose up was a terrifying sharp sword. Slowly, More than 10 sharp swords that pierced straight into the clouds appeared in front of Wang Xian and shielded his body. Break! When Iya saw these terrifying giant swords piercing through the clouds, her face was filled with a solemn expression. She didn't expect that this student who was only at level 9 of the Eternal Swordsman would be able to unleash such a powerful attack. The attack formed by these terrifying giant swords was already able to threaten her. However, his Void Sword Storm was also not afraid of his opponent. She carried the terrifying power of the Sword Storm and attacked the sharp swords that pierced through the clouds. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 A loud collision sound was heard. The terrifying sword storm continued to kill the giant swords one after another. These giant swords were collapsing rapidly and turned into the power of space. Hee. Wang Xian saw the speed at which the sharp swords were collapsing, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He waved the sharp sword in his hand rapidly and formed sword mounds. Sword mounds were formed in front of him quickly. This time, there were a total of 18 sword mounds formed. When the 18 sword mounds were formed, the dozens of huge swords in front of him had already been broken. The sword storm formed by Iya was still there. He floated in the middle and stared at Wang Xian from above. You have exceeded my expectations, but this is the end. Iya's eyes revealed a cold expression. She controlled the sword storm and continued to attack Wang Xian. Yes, it's time to end this. Wang Xian watched and waved his arm. The sword catacombs in front of him disappeared quickly. Green Peak Sword Formation, rise! Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the 18 sword mounds turned into terrifying sword blades. Each of the sword blades exuded a terrifying aura. Most importantly, these 18 sword blades seemed to form a powerful sword formation. Clang! Clang! The 18 sword blades surrounded Iya in the middle, accompanied by the cold sound of sharp swords. A terrifying sharp sword condensed in the air above the 18 sword edges. The sharp sword directly attacked Iya. What is this? How is this possible? The sudden sword edge and the sudden sharp sword in the air made Iya reveal a trace of fear on her face. He felt the power of this sharp sword, and his body trembled violently. Sword storm. She raised the sword in her hand, and the storm spun toward the sword above her. Boom! Everyone heard a violent explosion. All the students' faces were filled with shock. The sword fell from the sky, and the storm surged up into the sky. However, the 18 sword edges around them slowly emitted a luster, and waves of energy were injected into them. The entire sword storm was slowly suppressed. Bang bang bang! The sound of a sharp sword breaking was heard continuously, and the sharp sword that fell from the sky did not weaken at all. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. When Iya, who was inside, saw this scene, her expression changed drastically. Her face was filled with unwillingness and fear. Faced with this move, she actually had no way of dealing with it. She might even be killed. All right, Iya has lost. Iya's indignant roar reached everyone's ears, located in the sky. When the expert from Mingyi's Sacred Academy saw the scene, his eyes flickered with a luster as he directly spoke. With a wave of his arm, the 18 sword edges instantly dissipated. My God. This Iya has actually lost. Really lost. She lost. Even our teacher Hong said that she lost. That Iya was utterly defeated. What kind of sword technique is this? She actually condensed 18 terrifying sword edges. Isn't this too strong? If teacher Hong didn't organize this, I reckon that this terrifying attack would have been able to kill Iya. This is too strong. An eternal swordsman at level 9 defeated someone at the pinnacle stage. What kind of sword technique is this? Who exactly is that Wang Xian? The biggest dark horse of this batch has appeared. The speed at which it ends is similar to what we expected. However, who would have thought that the one who lost was Iya? Such a terrifying attack and such powerful strength. Is it something that our students at the eternal stage can withstand? Astonished voices rang out continuously. All the students looked at this scene in disbelief. No one expected this outcome, even though Wang Xian had suppressed Iya in the beginning. Furthermore, the battle ended so quickly and Iya was defeated so quickly. This shocked everyone. The biggest dark horse of this batch had appeared. Furthermore, he defeated Iya in a way that surpassed his level. It was unbelievable. His swordsmanship is absolutely terrifying. At the center of the arena, the space saint, Wuxia, stared at Wang Xian with a look of astonishment. That's right. Even he was amazed by such a swordsmanship. The swordsmanship that he cultivated had always been invincible. No one in the same level was his match. Iya had received his teachings because of him. Even when he was at the peak of the eternal swordsman realm, he thought that he was no better than Iya. However, a student at the 9th level of the eternal swordsman realm had defeated Iya. What did this mean? It meant that the swordsmanship in his hands was much higher than his. One had to know that his own swordsmanship was obtained by chance. It was considered a top-notch swordsmanship in the Songi Saint Academy. Wang Xian wins. Not bad, not bad. Your swordsmanship is very strong. Teacher Hong continued to announce in the sky. He looked at Wang Xian with a hint of surprise. Wang Xian smiled and cupped his hands. His body moved and teleported to the viewing platform in the center. Student Wang Xian, congratulations. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Nie Yue saw Wang Xian flying over. She looked at him in astonishment and congratulated him. Thank you. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. He wasn't surprised at all. Iya's strength was weaker than he had expected. She hadn't pushed him to his limit yet. At the side, Su Xinruan looked at Wang Xian. His expression kept changing. He didn't expect Wang Xian to win. Brother Tian, I lost. At the side, Iya flew from the arena to Wu Qitian's side. She spoke with a face full of unwillingness. His swordsmanship is very strong. I've never heard of it before. Wu Qitian spoke as his gaze landed on Wang Xian. Wang Xian, right? Come over here. He spoke suddenly. His voice entered Wang Xian's ears as well. Oh? Could it be that the Holy Sun thinks highly of Wang Xian? That's really possible. After all, he won the battle by surpassing his level. If he could be valued by the Holy Sun, it would be a meteoric rise. I'm really envious. In the surrounding area, when the students heard the words of the Holy Sun Wu Qitian, their eyes landed on Wang Xian. Their faces were filled with envy. The title of the sage was very important in the Ming-Yi Saint Academy. When the teachers saw it, they had to address it as the sage. Even in the entire Ming-Yi Saint Academy, the position of the sage was comparable to the elders. One had to know that the elders were all universe knights at level 8 or 9, or even at the peak. To be chosen by the sage was no different from soaring to the sky. Wang Xian frowned slightly when he heard Wu Qitian's words. Wang Xian, the Holy Sun is calling for you. Hurry up and go over. This is the Holy Sun. Nie Yue, who was at the side, heard it and quickly said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and immediately flew to Wu Qitian's side. He cupped his hands and said, The Holy Sun, your swordsmanship is not bad, your combat experience is very strong, and your potential is not bad. Are you interested in following me? With my guidance in the future, your strength will improve much faster than now. Wu Qitian looked at Wang Xian and said with a twinkle in his eyes, Brother Tian. Without waiting for Wang Xian's reply, Iya opened her mouth and looked at Wu Qitian, feeling a little wronged. Wu Qitian looked at her and gestured to her. Hiss, the saint really thinks highly of Wang Xian. He allowed him to follow by his side and soar into the sky. Follow by the Holy Sun's side. In the future, with the Holy Sun as a backer and with the guidance of the Holy Sun, his future will be bright. How enviable. This is the luckiest dark horse of this batch. When the disciples who were ranked in the top 30 heard this, they could not help but sigh and feel envious. When Wu Qitian heard the envious voices around him, a faint smile appeared on his face. To any student, it was a great opportunity for him to recruit an eternal level student. No one would refuse. I'm sorry, Saint Sun. I'm used to cultivating alone. However, at this moment, Wang Xian's words entered his ears, causing the smile on his face to stiffen. Oh? Why? Are you still unwilling? I won't mistreat you if you follow me. The saint frowned slightly and stared at him. I'm sorry. Wang Xian shook his head. It's fine if you don't agree. Your swordsmanship is not bad. I wonder if I can discuss it with you. Of course, I won't mistreat you either. I will provide you with all the resources you need to cultivate to the level of a sword emperor. I will also give you a portion of my swordsmanship for you to study. Wu Qitian was silent for a few seconds when he saw Wang Xian rejecting him again. Then, he continued to speak while looking at him. It's forbidden to impart the family's swordsmanship to others. Saint Sun, is there anything else? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled when he heard his words. He stared at him calmly. Ha ha! It's fine, it's fine. A hint of coldness flashed across Wu Qitian's eyes when he heard Wang Xian rejecting him again. However, he laughed out loud and shook his head. I feel that you have unlimited potential in the future, little brother. Let's go and have a drink. Is that all right? Wu Qitian took 2 steps forward and patted his shoulder. At the same time, a wave of space power surged into Wang Xian's body instantly. This wave of space power began to dominate Wang Xian's body. Eh? Sir Saint Sun actually invited that Wang Xian for a drink. This Sir Saint Sun really thinks highly of him. This is too enviable. However, this Wang Xian actually rejected every condition of Sir Saint Sun. This is a little... He rejected Sir Saint Sun twice, but Sir Saint Sun didn't mind at all. Yet, he still thinks so highly of him. TSK. PM so envious. In the surrounding area, a group of students looked envious when they saw Wu Qitian patting Wang Xian on the shoulder. This was the Space Saint Sun. He rejected the Saint Sun twice, yet he was still valued so highly. It was truly a blessing. However, at this moment, Wang Xian sensed a surge of space power surging into his body. This power wanted to dominate his body and control it. In fact, under this power of space, he couldn't even speak. Let's go! Wu Qitian shouted softly again. A smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Wang Xian sensed a power of space enveloping him. It wanted to take him away. Wang Xian sensed what Wu Qitian had done to him. He slowly raised his head and stared at Wu Qitian. A cold expression appeared in his eyes. Wu Qitian, what do you want to do to me? Use the power of space to bind my body? Wang Xian said coldly to him. Ha! Ha! Wang Xian's sudden words stunned Wu Qitian, who was beside him. At the same time, all the students in the surroundings were paying attention to them. When they heard Wang Xian's words, their faces were also stunned and filled with astonishment. What was going on? What did he mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about? A hint of surprise flashed across Wu Qitian's eyes. Following that, his face turned cold as he stared at Wang Xian with a cold gaze. A terrifying aura slowly surged out from his body. Wu Qitian, you should know what I mean. What are you trying to do by invading my body with the power of space? Wang Xian stared at Wu Qitian and said indifferently, Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? I see that you are quite talented, so I wanted to give you some pointers. You actually said that I invaded your body with the power of space. Ha ha ha, what a joke. With your strength, if I really invaded your body with the power of space, would you still be able to speak? Would you still be able to move? Wu Qitian laughed out loud and stared coldly at Wang Xian. Kid, do you know what will happen if you accuse me wrongly? What's going on? Why did Wang Xian suddenly wish for the Holy Sun? No way, what's going on? That Wang Xian actually said that the Holy Sun used the power of space to invade him. Is this a joke? What is the strength of the Holy Sun? If he really invaded him, would he still be able to move? That's right. Isn't this Wang Xian a little too complacent? This is the biggest joke in the world. What is the strength of the Saint Sun of Space? What is his strength? He wronged the Saint Sun. This kid is simply courting death. At the surrounding seats, all the students were stunned. What was going on? He wronged the Saint Sun of Space? Was this really not courting death? Saint Sun, what's going on? Sitting at the back, the teachers looked over. Teacher, he also looked at Wang Xian in astonishment and asked Wu Qitian. Teacher, Wu Qitian has invaded my body with the power of space just now. He wants to control me. Teachers, please check if there is any other energy invading my body. Wang Xian looked at Teacher He and the rest of the teachers. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled. Ha! Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Teacher He's expression changed slightly. He looked at Wu Qitian. Impudent. If the Holy Sun invades your body with energy, Can you still move? You brat. Do you think that you can frame the Holy Sun just because you won first place? A teacher's gaze landed on Wang Xian as he berated him in a deep voice with a cold expression. Teacher, you will know whether I am lying or not. Why would I frame him for no reason? Wang Xian looked at the teacher calmly and said, You have ulterior motives. I think you are courting death. How dare you slander me in public? Wu Qitian's gaze turned cold at the side as he sent a terrifying aura towards Wang Xian. Old he, this is your student. His subordinate has offended his superior. He doesn't know what's good for him. Slander the Holy Sun. Let the Holy Sun deal with this kid. I think we should just kill him. Among the teachers, 2 of them spoke coldly. One of the teachers even wanted to kill Wang Xian. It was as if killing such a student was akin to stepping on an ant. In fact, eternal swordsman-level existences were like ants to them. They could be easily crushed to death. They could even turn them into ashes with a wave of their hands. For an eternal swordsman-level kid to provoke the saint child, no matter who was right or wrong, this kid would have to pay the price. Moreover, the weak were wrong. This guy actually dares to slander the saint child. He's simply courting death. His bright future has been ruined by his own stupidity. He doesn't know what's good for him. He's really courting death. When the surrounding students saw this scene, their eyes revealed a cold and disdainful look. As for what Wang Xian said and the language he used to verify it, they completely ignored it. You want to kill me? Wang Xian listened to the voices around him and heard the words of the teacher. His eyes revealed a hint of coldness. I came to Ming-Yi Saint Academy to study just to overdo it. I don't want to participate in anything and I don't want to offend anyone. However, this doesn't mean that anyone can offend me. Do you know? Wang Xian spoke calmly and his gaze landed on the teacher who wanted to kill him. Buzz. His body trembled slightly as his main body merged with the body of the Void Dragon God. He slowly extended his hand towards the teacher. Buzz. When he extended his hand, the middle-aged teacher's body vanished instantly. There was no sound and no energy attack. It was as though there was no sound or movement. The middle-aged teacher was only left with a head. However, there was no movement from Wang Xian's hand. However, the middle-aged mentor could feel a great terror descending upon him. He could feel the intense pain entering his mind. His face revealed a look of horror as he looked at his body. However, at this moment, his body had already disappeared. An extremely terrified scream came out from his mouth as he stared at Wang Xian in horror. You don't know whether you are dead or alive. Wang Xian spat out 4 words slowly and waved his hand gently. In the next second, the head of the middle-aged mentor had completely disappeared. It was as though there had never been such a person in this world. He had disappeared without a sound. The moment the middle-aged teacher's body disappeared, when the last of his screams resounded through the sky, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. They looked at the student in front of them in a daze. This student was just like an ant in their eyes. They were in a daze. However, all of this was real. The teachers could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock. Old Chen, one of the teachers opened his mouth and his expression kept changing. He looked at Wang Xian with a look of horror in his eyes. How is this possible? The strength of the student. Be careful. What are you trying to do? PM warning you. This is our Ming-Yi Saint Academy. Why did you sneak into our Ming-Yi Saint Academy? What are your intentions? At this moment, the instructors also came to their senses. They immediately retreated to the surroundings and surrounded Wang Xian. Their faces were filled with coldness. You! At the side, the Space Saint Sun was also staring at Wang Xian. His expression changed drastically. Just now, none of them could sense any energy gushing out from Wang Xian's body. However, he easily made one of the teachers vanish into thin air. This scene was too terrifying. Wu Qitian's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he immediately wanted to teleport into the distance. Buzz. However, when he wanted to teleport, he realized that he couldn't move at all. He couldn't teleport at all. What's going on? What did you do to me? Wu Qitian stared at Wang Xian. His face was filled with horror as he growled at Wang Xian with an abnormally embarrassed expression. What did I do to you? What you wanted to do to me just now, I'm doing to you now. Wang Xian stared at Wu Qitian with a cold look in his eyes. Wu Qitian wanted to control him because he wanted to obtain the Heaven Origin Sword technique from him. Unfortunately, he bumped into Wang Xian. Wu Qitian looked at Wang Xian and his body trembled. He growled in a low voice, "This is our Ming-Yi Saint Academy. Do you know the consequences of offending our Ming-Yi Saint Academy? Do you know what the consequences are for offending me?" When Wang Xian heard his words, a cold smile appeared on his face as he asked in return, "What's the situation? What's the situation over there?" Gulp, I don't know. What happened over there? Why did Wang Xian have a conflict with the Space Saint Sun and our teacher? What's going on? Where did that scream come from? What's the situation with that Wang Xian? This Wang Xian, what is his strength? At the same time, all the students in the surroundings looked over in astonishment. The students who were closer looked over in astonishment. Those students who were further away stood up one by one with astonishment on their faces. They still didn't understand what was happening here. However, the terrifying auras of the instructors soared into the sky, causing them to feel a hint of fear. Some of you ants deserve to die too. Wang Xian swept his gaze around and waved his arm. Buzz. A wave of energy swept across. The students who were shouting at him earlier vanished instantly when they saw the students who were filled with malice. They had already vanished into the universe. One of them was that Iya. Stop, Wang Xian, stop. The moment the dozen students vanished, the teacher's expressions changed again. When they saw this scene, their brows twitched violently. The dozen students vanished instantly. They didn't even sense anything. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. This made all of their teachers feel a little terrified. They didn't even sense Wang Xian controlling the energy. So terrifying. In the surrounding area, when the group of students saw the sudden disappearance of the dozen of students in a strange manner, a look of horror instantly appeared on their faces. Some of the timid ones cried out in surprise and immediately fled into the distance. That Wang Xian is a powerhouse? Hiss, what's going on? That Wang Xian actually dared to kill the students of our Song-Yi Saint Academy. This time, all the students around the arena saw this scene and shouted in a low voice with a face full of shock. They looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. This dark horse that had just been born seemed to be somewhat different. The more than 10 students that were eliminated earlier were all students ranked in the top 30 of Ming-Yi Saint Academy. Wang Xian, why did you enter our Ming-Yi Saint Academy? Do we have any enmity with you? The one who had shouted for Wang Xian to stop earlier was Teacher He. At this moment, his expression kept changing as he looked at him and asked in a deep voice again. Teacher He, I came here purely to learn. However, there are people who don't know what's good for them. They want to control me with the power of space. I'm just being fair. However, since you can't give it to me, I can only do it myself. Wang Xian looked at Teacher He and said calmly. Indeed, he didn't want to be so high-profile. After entering the universe of swords and magic, Wang Xian was prepared to cultivate to the level of the universe's ruler in a low-key manner. However, there were people who wanted to provoke him. There were people who wanted to target him. Most importantly, Wang Xian had already given Ming-Yi Saint Academy a chance to deal with him. However, they didn't believe in him and wanted to destroy him. Then don't blame him. Boom. You killed a disciple of the Song-Yi Saint Academy in my Song-Yi Saint Academy. You don't know what's good for you. No matter what the reason is, don't even think about walking out of here today. Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, the entire sky changed. A huge white cloud suddenly enveloped the entire sky. Following that, waves of extremely powerful force descended. The moment Wang Xian killed one of the teachers knew that Wang Xian was extremely mysterious and powerful. Therefore, they immediately sought help from the powerhouses in the Saint Academy. As a Saint Academy that had a reputation that shook the surroundings and ruled over thousands of countries of magic, if anyone dared to kill and cause trouble here, they would have to pay the price in blood. This was the prestige of a Saint Academy. No one was allowed to trample on it. The guardian of the academy is here. He is the guardian of our Song-Yi Sacred Academy. The guardian is here. He is the powerhouse who is guarding our Songi Sacred Academy. Regardless of the reason Wang Xian dared to kill people in Songi Sacred Academy, he will have to pay the price. Phew, the guardian is here. That Wang Xian shouldn't be so impudent. In the surrounding area, the teachers and students heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the arrival of the guardian of the Sacred Academy. Every guardian of the academy had the power of a universe knight. With this power, they could easily destroy a magic country. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the Sacred Academy, above the arena on the rooftop, a white cloud covered the entire sky. Accompanied by a cold and majestic voice, figures slowly emerged from the white cloud. They looked down coldly and locked onto Wang Xian's figure. There were more than 100 figures, and each figure contained a powerful force. There wasn't only one great being guarding the Sacred Academy. There were more than 100 of them, and every one of them was at least a level 5 knight. This was only the elementary school and the advanced school, which was the nest of Mingyi's Sacred Academy. The power of the guards there was even more terrifying. There was even a dean guarding the academy. The dean of the Sacred Academy was a truly powerful existence. He was the pillar of the entire Sacred Academy. However, under normal circumstances, the strength of the protectors around Mingyi Sacred Academy was already at the pinnacle. Within the surrounding countries, many of the strongest warriors were only at the level of Void Blade Emperor or Void God Emperor. There weren't many countries that could have a universe knight. One could imagine what the power and strength of the protectors represented. Wang Xian looked at the hundreds of figures appearing in the sky and raised his eyebrows slightly. More than 100 universe knight-level powerhouses were locked onto him with an aura. Their eyes were filled with coldness. Protectors, save me. I'm trapped by him. Wu Qitian saw the arrival of the protectors and his eyes lit up. He immediately cried out for help. To be able to imprison the holy son of Wu Qitian, it seems that your strength has reached the level of a universe knight. Let the holy son of Wu Qitian go and we can talk about other things. The old man who was in the middle of the protectors stared at Wang Xian and said coldly, "He, when you say let him go, you mean let him go?" Wang Xian chuckled and waved his hand at Wu Qitian. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A wave of energy landed on Wu Qitian's limbs. The terrifying destructive power could not remove his limbs in an instant. Ah! The destructive power caused Wu Qitian to feel intense pain. His face was filled with painful screams. You recording death? A protector's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. His figure moved and disappeared instantly. He was a space swordsman at the level 6 of the Universe Knight realm. His figure disappeared and appeared beside Wu Qitian in the next second. The moment he appeared, the power of space immediately enveloped Wu Qitian, wanting to save him. You are the one who is courting death. When Wang Xian saw that this protector actually dared to teleport over, a trace of disdain appeared on his face. He waved the long sword in his hand and directly attacked this protector. As the sword slashed past, the protector's body immediately froze. Then, a terrifying scene appeared in Wu Qitian's eyes. The body of the protector who had teleported to his side slowly split open. He widened his eyes and his life force disappeared at a terrifying speed. When Wu Qitian saw this scene, his face was filled with fear. What? He let out a hoarse roar. In the surrounding area, there were more than 100 protectors, a group of instructors, and all the students. When they saw one of the protectors being killed by Wang Xian in an instant, their faces were also filled with shock. One of the protectors was killed in an instant. This was a protector. They were the core experts of the Saint Academy. However, an existence of such level was killed in an instant by that mysterious Wang Xian. What was the strength of that Wang Xian? How is this possible? That is our protector, an expert from the Songi Saint Academy. He was actually killed. Hiss, who is that Wang Xian? What's his strength? Is he an enemy of our Songi Saint Academy? The Space Saint's son had his limbs chopped off and one of the protectors was killed by him. All the students and teachers around were in an uproar. The pupils of the hundreds of protectors also contracted slightly. He killed the Eternal Swordsman's 6th-level protector in an instant. At the center of the group of protectors, the old man stared at Wang Xian with an extremely grave expression. The rest of the protectors also took out their weapons immediately. The mages among them had already started to condense their magic and were ready to attack at any time. Wuxia wants to harm me. Please give me an explanation from Songyi Saint Academy. Wang Xian looked at the group of protectors and said faintly. He needed a satisfactory answer to this matter. Everything started because of Wuxia. In order to solve this matter, he needed to give a statement from Songyi Saint Academy. We don't know what grudges you have with our Songyi Saint Academy. However, you'd better release our Songyi Saint Academy's holy son. The old man in the middle of the group of protectors stared at Wang Xian with a changing expression and replied coldly. I hate threats. Wang Xian heard the old man's words and waved his arm. The sharp sword in his hand slashed at the old man. Buzz! Cough, cough, cough. The moment the sharp sword was slashed, the protector of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy instantly felt the energy around him stagnating. A great terror descended. He sensed a wave of energy that directly cut him into two. Moreover, this terrifying energy caused his life force to quickly disappear. He had already seen death and knew his own outcome. Terror. Shock. As well as shock and unwillingness. Just what kind of existence had this spatial saint offended? After reaching his level of cultivation, he could be revived by dripping blood. However, this required the fresh blood in his body to be active. It required his consciousness to be injected into it. However, Wang Xian's attack instantly wiped out all of his vitality. Even if it was just a drop of fresh blood, there wasn't any energy left. He waved his hand casually again. Another protector was killed. And this old protector was obviously the leader of the group of protectors. An existence of such level was killed by Wang Xian casually. At this moment, the hundreds of protectors around were completely dumbfounded. Yes, they were completely dumbfounded. This old man was an expert at the level of a level 8 universe knight. He was the strongest expert in the elementary academy. Yet, he was still killed silently by a single sword strike. This scene was too terrifying in their eyes. A universe knight level 9 great being couldn't do it. Even a pinnacle universe knight might not be able to do it so easily. Hiss. Over 100 protectors trembled, their eyes filled with fear. They knew that if the young man wanted to kill them, he could easily kill 100 of them. The strength he displayed was simply too strong. At this moment, Wuxia's forehead was filled with cold sweat after his limbs disappeared. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. Just what kind of expert did he offend? Give me an explanation within 3 seconds. Wang Xian easily killed the leader of the group of protectors. His gaze landed on the rest of the protectors as he spoke indifferently. Senior, let's talk about it properly. One of the protectors looked at Wang Xian and felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, they were completely obedient. The strength of this mysterious young man in front of them was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. There was a 70% chance of him reaching the level of a universe overlord. After all, they were in the Ming-Yi Sacred Academy. The only one who dared to kill someone in their place was probably the universe overlord. There was a second possibility, and that was that the background of this mysterious young man was not simple. When Wang Xian heard the words of the protector, his expression did not change. He just looked at them quietly. When the group of protectors saw this situation, they looked at each other. All of them looked extremely embarrassed. 3 seconds. If they did not give this mysterious young man a reply within 3 seconds, they would probably be attacked. Phew, Senior, you can settle it however you want. We will listen to you. One of the protectors could only speak to Wang Xian helplessly. With Wang Xian's strength, he didn't allow them to resist. Furthermore, they didn't have any masters who were at the level of masters of the universe here. They didn't dare to say anything too extreme. Then I will settle it myself. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. He looked at the space saint, Wuxia, with a cold look in his eyes. If you dare to kill me, our Songyi Saint Academy will not let you off. My father will definitely not let you off either. Wuxia stared at Wang Xian. His expression kept changing as he shouted loudly. Killing you is like slaughtering a dog. Wang Xian looked at him. With a wave of his arm, an energy was injected into his body. Following that, Wu Qitian's divine melody slowly disappeared. Just you wait, just you wait. Wu Qitian felt that his body was slowly dissipating. A ferocious expression appeared on his face. Hee hee. Wang Xian looked at him with a smile. Don't worry, I will find you soon. Very soon. Wu Qitian's expression changed slightly when he heard his words. However, his body vanished completely. The Space Saint is dead. He killed him. Hiss, he killed the Space Saint in front of all the Guardians. His strength is terrifying. He isn't a simple student. He even killed a Guardian, let alone our Space Saint. All the teachers and students in the surroundings were shocked when they saw this scene. He killed the Saint directly. Even their Guardians couldn't do anything about it. Wu Qitian has a resurrection treasure. He isn't completely dead yet. Bring me to the sacred Taoist sect of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy. Wang Xian looked at the Guardians and said faintly, To the sacred place? When the protectors heard Wang Xian's words, their pupils constricted again. After killing the Space Saint's son, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he realized that the Space Saint's son had a resurrection treasure. He wanted to go to the sacred place now. The sacred place was the origin of the Songyi Saint Academy. There, they had all the resources of the Songyi Saint Academy as well as the most precious treasure. Now, he actually wanted to go there to continue killing the Space Saint's son. This? What kind of strength and resources did he have that he dared to be so arrogant? He wanted to go to a Saint Academy to kill a Saint's son? If he was really killed, then this Saint Academy would lose a lot of face. They couldn't afford to lose face with this person. Senior, we have already informed the powerhouses in the academy about this matter. The powerhouses in our academy will talk to you. One of the protectors said to Wang Xian with a solemn face. Wang Xian's strength was not something they could fight against. They didn't dare to say anything harsh either. I will go there myself. Wang Xian looked somewhere and flew over immediately. In the elementary academy of the Saint Academy, there was a teleportation formation that could directly reach the advanced academy. After absorbing the memories of the Space Saint's son, Wang Xian knew how to go there. In fact, in the mirror world, Wang Xian had absorbed the memory of the few powerhouses. He knew Ming-Yi Saint Academy very well. Let's go! When the group of protectors saw Wang Xian flying directly toward the center of the academy, their faces darkened. They immediately followed closely behind. At the same time, the news from this side had already been quickly transmitted to the powerhouses in the Saint Academy. As a sacred academy, even if they weren't strong, there were still many Universe Knights. They reacted very quickly to such a crisis. LNE Advanced Academy quickly round out about TNE situation. Oh my god! He actually wants to go directly to our sacred academy. Maybe the Space Saint's son really has some feelings for this person, which is why he was angered. What is his identity? How dare he be so unscrupulous? In the surrounding area, all the teachers and students were shocked when they saw that Wang Xian actually wanted to go to their Songyi Saint Academy's holy place. Some of the students and teachers spoke softly. Teacher, he looked at the disappearing figure and his expression changed slightly. He shook his head helplessly. Buzz. Wang Xian arrived at the teleportation formation of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy and stepped into it directly. This teleportation formation could directly reach the core of an advanced academy. It was a teleportation formation used by the experts of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy alone. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Wang Xian appeared, waves of energy raged around him. The experts of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy, who were holding their staffs, stared at Wang Xian coldly. In the sky above him, magic formations had already surrounded this place. The terrifying magic formations were brewing their power. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them and revealed a calm expression on his face. I'm here to kill Wu Qitian. After killing him, PLL leave immediately. If you, Ming-Yi Saint Academy, wish to stop me, you can give it a try. He spoke to the experts around him. There were more than 10,000 experts. All of them were Universe Knights. The few elders in the lead could sense that they had already reached the pinnacle of the supremacy realm. This power was already very strong for Ming-Yi Saint Academy. Their reaction time was also very fast. The moment they received the information, one of the guards of the Songyi Saint Academy had already arranged everything. However, in Wang Xian's opinion, this force was too weak. It was so weak that they could be turned into ashes with a wave of their hands. They didn't provoke Wang Xian, and Wang Xian didn't have the intention of destroying the entire Songyi Saint Academy. After destroying Wu Qitian, he left. Furthermore, from Wu Qitian's memories, he knew that Wu Qitian was prepared to forcefully interrogate him about his sword techniques. As for whether he would be killed or released, it was up to him to decide. Therefore, he wouldn't let Wu Qitian off. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Wang Xian's statement that he wanted to take Wu Qitian's life caused the faces of the experts from Mingyi Saint Academy to darken. The mage who was the leader of the group, who was at the peak of the Universe Night Realm, stared at Wang Xian and said coldly, "I'll give you 3 seconds to consider." Wang Xian's gaze landed on the mage as he continued to speak calmly. "Humph, I want to see who is so arrogant to dare to cause trouble and kill people in our Mingyi Saint Academy. I want to see who dares to come to our Mingyi Saint Academy and kill my son, Wu Jihong." As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, an extremely cold voice came from the sky before the spellcaster could reply. Buzz. Following that, a figure appeared and stared at Wang Xian with killing intent. It was a middle-aged man. His body was filled with surging space energy. Wang Xian looked at him with his eyes gleaming. The middle-aged man stared at Wang Xian with a strong killing intent. Wu Jihong was the strongest spatial swordsman in the Mingyi Saint Academy and an expert at the peak of the Universe Night Realm. As he was a spatial cultivator, he was almost invincible in terms of his combat strength and ability to escape. Even an existence at the master level 1 or 2 would find it difficult to kill him. "Then I'll kill you first." Wang Xian's face turned cold when he saw that Wu Qitian's father had arrived. He waved his arm and a 9-colored sharp sword condensed and locked onto Wu Jihong. After the 9-colored sharp sword was condensed, it arrived in front of Wu Jihong in an instant. From the moment Wang Xian made his move to the moment when the sharp sword arrived in front of him, it was only an instant. Wu Jihong didn't even have the time to react. In the surrounding area, the experts from the Mingyi Saint Academy didn't even have the time to react. The sharp sword pierced through Wu Jihong's body in an instant. The terrifying destructive power caused him to widen his eyes and was filled with astonishment. What? When the sharp sword pierced through Wu Jihong, the surrounding great beings from Mingyi Sacred Academy finally reacted. They looked over, their pupils slightly constricted, and their faces revealed a look of shock. Wu Jihong didn't even have time to react before he was killed? How was this possible? One had to know that Wu Jihong was an invincible existence below the ruler realm in their Mingyi Sacred Academy. A pinnacle universe knight with space attributes was instantly killed, and he didn't even have time to react. Then what realm was this mysterious young man at? However, at this moment Wu Jihong's body suddenly shattered like glass. His figure appeared beside him. At this moment his face was extremely pale. His face was filled with horror. He stared at Wang Xian in horror. His forehead was filled with cold sweat. Wang Xian was still staring at him quietly. His face was filled with indifference. Buzz! At this moment, the 9-colored sharp sword did not disappear. It was still floating there. The moment Wu Jihong's body reappeared, the sharp sword continued to attack. Damn it, how is this possible? What level are you at exactly? Wu Jihong saw the sharp sword attacking him again and shouted in horror. Buzz. This time, he reacted and disappeared in an instant. However, the sharp sword was still chasing after him. Whoosh! 2 seconds later, the sharp sword flew over with a corpse. The corpse was none other than Wu Jihong. Wang Xian's sharp sword carried the power of wind and thunder to lock down enemies. This came from the incipient Saint Wings. When Wang Xian's incipient Saint Wings were completely fused, an image of an inheritance appeared. In the image, an extremely powerful bird-like creature expert was killing a spatial expert from the royal family of the Void Universe. The powerful power of wind and thunder to lock down enemies was able to track down and kill many spatial attributed experts. Now, Wang Xian also possessed this ability. He could also easily hunt down and kill space-attributed powerhouses. This. However, when all the surrounding experts from the Songyi Sacred Academy saw the scene, they revealed shocked expressions. Wu Jihong was the strongest space-attributed cultivator in the Songyi Sacred Academy. He was in existence at the peak of the Universe Night Realm. His strength was not the strongest in their Songyi Sacred Academy, and he had yet to reach the ruler realm. However, due to his spatial attribute, even the ruler of their Songyi Sacred Academy would find it difficult to kill him. However, Wu Jihong was actually killed so easily. The other party had only used one move and used his energy to form a sharp sword to kill him. How terrifying was his strength. Everyone took a deep breath and looked at Wang Xian with respect. Senior, Wu Qitian has offended you. We will give you an explanation. The leader of the group, an expert at the peak of the Universe Night Realm, quickly spoke to Wang Xian. At the same time, they also urgently transmitted some information about Wang Xian to the dean. Now, they were 100% sure that Wang Xian was in existence at the level of a universe overlord. Furthermore, he wasn't an ordinary universe overlord. This strength was enough to clash with the Ming-Yi Saint Academy. In fact, they might not even be a match for him. Against such an expert, it wasn't something that they could decide. This still needed the dean and the rest to handle personally. Buzz buzz. As soon as the leader of the top-notch Universe Knights finished his sentence, he sensed Wu Jihong's death. The three masters of the universe of the Ming-Yi Sacred Academy who had received the message flew over. Their figures appeared in the sky. They looked at Wang Xian from afar and frowned as they sensed him. The dean and the rest are here. Greetings, Dean. The surrounding experts sensed something and immediately bowed respectfully to the three elders. My friend, can't this matter be settled peacefully? One of the dean of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy looked at Wang Xian and spoke with a frown. Wu Hongtian's death and Wang Xian's aura made the three deans immediately conclude that Wang Xian was not simple. Therefore, they didn't dare to offend him rashly. You guys can try to stop him. However, this price will cost you your lives. Wang Xian looked at them and spoke calmly. His words made the three principals' faces turn ugly. Wang Xian was too strong. However, Wang Xian's strength made them fearful. To be able to kill Wu Jihong in an instant, his strength was definitely not weaker than theirs. Such an enemy would either be able to leave him here completely or not offend him. Otherwise, the outcome of the Ming-Yi Saint Academy would be very miserable. Phew, all right. Wu Qitian has been unfaithful to this friend. The strong should not be humiliated. He is up to you to deal with. The three principals looked at each other with sullen faces and said helplessly, the strong should not be humiliated. Sometimes this sentence was not unreasonable. Now, the three principals of Ming-Yi Saint Academy, who were in the ruler realm, had no idea of Wang Xian's actual strength. However, they did not dare to offend him completely. Even if Wang Xian had already killed some of the strong practitioners of Ming-Yi Saint Academy. This was because if they could not kill Wang Xian, with the strength of the Songyi Saint Academy, provoking a powerhouse in the ruler realm would bring great trouble to the Songyi Saint Academy. The simplest thing was that when a powerhouse in the ruler realm targeted the students and teachers of their academy, they could not do anything about it. It was even possible that they would fall completely because of it. Therefore, they had to lower their heads to Wang Xian. They could only lower their heads. This was something that they had no choice but to do. Most importantly, it was the spatial saint son of the Songyi Saint Academy who had provoked this existence first. Wu Qitian and his father should have been resurrected. Leave their lives to me and PLL leave. Wang Xian spoke when he heard the three principals' words. The three principals could only nod their heads helplessly and report to their subordinates. Bring Wu Qitian and Wu Jihong over. The few powerhouses nodded their heads immediately and responded. Their bodies moved and they flew back immediately. May I know where this friend comes from? The few subordinates brought Wu Qitian and his father over. The principal in the middle looked at Wang Xian and couldn't help but ask. They came from afar. Wang Xian replied indifferently. The principal nodded and didn't ask further. He was afraid that the conflict would escalate. No, no, no. Elder. Save me. Save me. At this moment, screams of pain could be heard. An extremely weak young man and middle-aged man were brought over. They were Wu Qitian and Wu Jihong who had been resurrected. However, at this moment, they had offended someone whom they could not afford to offend. Hence, they were completely given up by the Ming Yi Saint Academy. Whoosh! Wu Qitian and Wu Jihong were brought over and thrown directly at Wang Xian. The experts from the Ming Yi Saint Academy looked on silently. Their faces were filled with helplessness. No, no, no. After Wu Qitian saw Wang Xian's figure, a look of horror and despair appeared on his face. His body trembled violently. He looked at his father and the three principals with a pleading look. When Wu Jihong saw this scene, his body only trembled violently. His face was filled with unwillingness. He didn't expect that the enemy he provoked would be so terrifying. He also understood that Ming Yi Saint Academy had already given up on him and his son. He was filled with fear and dread towards Wang Xian. The strength of this mysterious young man was too strong. Bastard, why did you provoke such an existence? He couldn't help but berate his son. Just be more careful in your next life, Wang Xian said to him faintly. With a wave of his arm, a wave of energy enveloped them. Before he killed Wu Jihong, he had conveniently absorbed his memories. At least you guys from the Ming Yi Saint Academy are sensible enough to avoid the danger of annihilation. After Wang Xian killed the two of them, his gaze swept across the three principals of the Ming Yi Saint Academy as well as the group of experts. His body moved and he flew into the distance. Boom! At this moment, Wang Xian revealed a faint pressure. Bang! 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 Under this pressure, the three principals who were suspended in the air fell directly to the ground. They crashed heavily onto the ground. Their faces were filled with paleness and shock. Gulp! How? How is this possible? What kind of existence is he? The three principals shouted in shock. However, the universe night-level beings around them were also lying on the ground, their bodies trembling violently. This was the terrifying pressure from the outside world, and their souls were trembling. It took them more than 10 seconds to react. The three deans stood up with lingering fear, and they looked at each other. What level is this great being? One of the deans couldn't help but growl. I don't know. Absolute universe masters above level 5 can make us unable to move this. The other dean was terrified. How did this damn Wu Qitian offend such an existence? The last dean said with a gloomy expression and looked at his subordinates. Principal, according to the information we received, this mysterious expert is a student of our Songyi Saint Academy's elementary academy. He is an eternal swordsman with the spatial attribute. No one knew that he would be so terrifying. One of his subordinates spoke with a bitter expression. From the pressure they had felt just now, if they hadn't admitted defeat, the entire Songyi Saint Academy might have already suffered a calamity. A student from the elementary academy? Spatial attribute. Hearing this, the three principals narrowed their eyes. In that case, the mirror flower in the mirror world was taken away by this person? It should be him, or it could only be him. However, the things he left behind are much more precious than the mirror flower. The three principals spoke and shook their heads slightly. The continent is huge. With a flash, there is still a mountain high up. Compared to the central continent, our place is already very remote. To think that there are still such terrifying powerhouses roaming around. The central principal sighed slightly. There was still lingering fear in his heart. This time, it could be considered as the luck of the Ming Yi Saint Academy. They had encountered a powerhouse who was not bloodthirsty. If they were to encounter someone who would wipe out their entire clan with a single word of disagreement, the Ming Yi Saint Academy would be finished. Let's find a place to cultivate. After flying out of the Ming Yi Saint Academy, Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. In the past 20,000 years, although Wang Xian's strength didn't increase by much, his understanding of this universe had increased by a lot. Furthermore, he had the Overlord-level mirrored flower in his hands. These mirrored flowers were sufficient for him to advance to the level of a universe knight very quickly. Wang Xian floated in the sky and flew forward according to the memories in his mind. After flying for a few days, he arrived in front of an ocean. This was a vast ocean. According to the memories he obtained, there were a large number of demonic beasts living in this ocean. There were even terrifying demonic beasts on the level of the masters of the universe. As a divine dragon, Wang Xian preferred places in the ocean. He was prepared to build a cave abode here to cultivate. After entering the ocean, Wang Xian swam towards the center. After flying for a week, he found a good spot. Following that, He waved his arm and built a cave abode. Following that, Wang Xian took out the mirror image flower and began to cultivate. He wanted to use up all of the mirror image flowers and raise his space attribute to its limit. Then he was going to the center of the universe. Time passed. Wang Xian was a cultivator in the ocean. 1,000,000 years passed by in a flash. The flower of the mirror image slowly dissipated in front of Wang Xian. As the last flower of the mirror image dissipated, Wang Xian opened his eyes and revealed a smile. It has improved a lot more than I expected. Wang Xian opened his mouth and felt the space power in his body. His current realm had already advanced to the level of a level 5 universe knight. It was already considered very fast for him to advance to such a stage in 1,000,000 years. After all, every breakthrough required him to break through one shackle after another. This was partly due to the realm of Wang Xian's actual body, as well as the fact that he had absorbed the memories of a few space attribute powerhouses and obtained some knowledge about the convenience of cultivation. The next improvement might be a little slower. However, if I can obtain a large amount of resources, the speed of improvement shouldn't be slow either. Wang Xian spoke. Resources were the most important thing for cultivators in the universe. Resources represented opportunities and the speed of improvement. Without resources, no matter how high one's talent was, it would be useless. Wang Xian's body moved and immediately flew upwards. After flying out of the sea, he flew towards the center of the sword and magic continent according to the memories in his mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Activating the spatial power in his body, Wang Xian continued to teleport. Spatial teleportation was the greatest advantage of spatial cultivators. It was also the most powerful point of spatial cultivators. Teleportation, appearing or disappearing. It was extremely terrifying. Wang Xian tried teleportation for a few hours consecutively. After familiarizing himself with it, he flew straight away. Currently, the speed of teleportation was not as fast as his own speed, especially with the help of the Heaven's Origin treasure fragment. After flying continuously for 10 years, Wang Xian began to use the teleportation formation to teleport over a long distance midway. It took Wang Xian over 1,000 years before he arrived at the center of the sword and magic continent. The center also represented the core of the universe, the place with the densest energy. In the center, it was easier for all kinds of treasures to be born. Wang Xian sat quietly in a corner in an employment square, drinking tea. The hiring plaza was a unique feature of the sword and magic universe. Here, you could find all kinds of information and earn some resources. Of course, this required completing some missions or having enough magic stones. Other than that, you could also post all kinds of missions here. Every city had such a hiring plaza. Wang Xian sat there and waved his arm. Using the soul-capturing technique, he obtained all kinds of memories and information. Nobody would know. This was the fastest way for Wang Xian to gather information. Wang Xian had basically gained a deep understanding of this universe since he came all the way here. I heard that many experts from the sacred grounds and forbidden grounds of the Saint Academy have gone to the Void Moon. TSK, it's really lively. Lysic. Indeed. Many Heaven's Pride and Saint children have gone there. After all, the Void Moon used to be an ancient battlefield. There are many treasures inside. If one is lucky, he or she might be able to obtain some inheritance. To Heaven's Pride and Saint children, this is an absolute treasure ground. After all, the Void Moon is unique. Experts at the ruler level of the universe cannot enter. At this moment, sounds of discussion could be heard from the surrounding areas. Wang Xian listened from the side. His expression did not change at all. Forbidden ground, Void Moon. Wang Xian had already learned about this news and had already understood a lot. Void Moon was the name of a forbidden ground. This was a forbidden ground with a strong influence. At its peak, it once had thousands of powerhouses at the level of the universe's ruler. However, because of an internal conflict, the entire Void Moon became a ruin, and all the great beings died. Hence, to the great beings and disciples of the outside world, the Void Moon became a treasured land. However, the Void Moon had a special characteristic. The Forbidden Land, the Void Moon, was called the Void Moon because it was a special treasured land. Within this treasured land, The creator of the Void Moon had used some unknown method to prevent the great beings of the ruler realm from entering. Of course, this ruler realm expert was only limited to the outside world. To the rulers of the Void Moon, they were allowed to enter. However, the experts of the Void Moon had all died. This resulted in only those below the ruler realm wanting to enter the Void Moon. Originally, the Forbidden Land of the Void Moon used this method to protect the invasion of other powerful factions. Now, it had become a treasured land for those below the ruler realm. However, this treasured land was also filled with danger. Within the nest of a forbidden land, there would naturally be some defensive and offensive magic arrays. Magic arrays of this level were extremely deadly for those below the ruler realm. Opportunities and dangers coexisted. This Void Moon had only been unintentionally opened in the past few hundred years, attracting a large number of sacred grounds and forbidden grounds. A large number of heaven's favorites and holy sons came over. On the central continent, heaven's favorites are as bright as stars, and holy sons are unrestrained. Sigh. If only I could become a heaven's favorite holy son. At the side, a middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Xian took a glance, moved his body, and left immediately. Just as the middle-aged man had said, at the center of the sword and magic universe, heaven's favorites were as bright as stars and holy sons were unrestrained. On the sword and magic continent, 80% of them were humans. This also caused the difference between this universe and the Nine Origin universe. The Nine Origin universe had all sorts of bloodlines and constitutions. Furthermore, the powerful experts of the powerful races had created powerful cultivation methods according to their bloodlines and constitutions. Only the experts of their own races could cultivate. Bloodlines and constitutions were more important in the Nine Origin universe. Without bloodline and system, it was extremely difficult for the strong disciples of the high-level races of the middle-level races to reach the peak. The sword and the magic universe were different. They had all kinds of cultivation methods and could cultivate as long as they had them. In comparison, the threshold was very low. Every living being, if they were lucky, would have the chance to step into the ruler realm. This also resulted in a large number of strong ones in the ruler realm in this universe. At the very least, according to the memories that Wang Xian obtained, there were not many masters in the ruler realm in this universe. However, Wang Xian felt that there were fewer masters in the ruler realm who were at the top level compared to the Nine Origin universe. Having a bloodline physique had the benefits of having a bloodline physique. This kind of cultivation method also had the benefits of this kind of cultivation method. Compared to ordinary living beings, the cultivation environment in the sword and magic universe was better. There were indeed many heaven's favorites and saint children here. However, these heaven's favorites and saint children were addressed to powerhouses below the level of a ruler. There's a treasure land. Naturally, I have to go and take a look. Wang Xian received the news about the Forbidden Land, the Void Moon. He was prepared to go and take a look. Wang Xian was currently cultivating and lacked resources. A powerful forbidden ground was something that Wang Xian could visit. If he could obtain some resources, it would be of great benefit to his subsequent cultivation. Moreover, the resources in the lair of a forbidden ground might be able to benefit Wang Xian's main body. After all, Wang Xian's current realm was only at the 4th level of the Universe Overlord. The Forbidden Land, the Void Moon, was located above the sky. Before the Void Moon Forbidden Land was destroyed, there were teleportation arrays that could reach the outer area directly. However, after the destruction, the teleportation arrays there had been destroyed and were never built again. The sword and magic universe was round and the sky had an end. At the end of the sky was the chaotic space. The Forbidden Land of the Void Moon was suspended in the sky. Their nest was a huge meteorite that looked like a crescent moon. The whole crescent moon was emitting a faint light, which was very eye-catching in the sky. There were many buildings in the sky around the crescent moon. However, at this moment, they looked completely dilapidated. They had turned into ruins. After receiving the information about the Forbidden Land, it took 5 years to arrive here. The central continent was huge. Even with Wang Xian's full speed, it took him 10 days to fly towards the sky. It could be said that he was living in the sky. This crescent moon is really huge. Wang Xian raised his head and muttered as he looked at the core of the Void Moon Forbidden Ground that was still emitting light. The strong disciples of the Void Moon Forbidden Ground referred to their core crescent moon as the Holy Moon. At this moment, Wang Xian could vaguely see that there were a large number of human figures around the Holy Moon. Some of the figures were even exuding a powerful aura. There are actually quite a number of masters in the ruler realm. Wang Xian looked over and his eaves startled. It seemed that there were quite a number of forbidden lands in the Holy Land here. He thought to himself. He hid his true form and teleported forward. Very soon, Wang Xian arrived at the location below the Holy Moon. Located at the Holy Moon, the most eye-catching thing was a door to the void. The gate to the void was located at the top of the Holy Moon. The entire gate to the void was about 1,000 meters in size. It was not big, and one could even say that it was very small. At this moment, there were many buildings gathered in front of the gate. There were buildings in various forms. Some of them were like a bridge, and some of them were floating islands. There were also some special clouds. One could clearly see that these were different kinds of powerful forces. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them, combining the information he obtained in his mind. He knew that these forces all came from the Forbidden Grounds and Saint Academies of the various Saint Lands. And those masters of the ruler realm were obviously also masters of the Forbidden Grounds and Saint Academies of the Saint Lands. Wang Xian didn't know why they were guarding here. He swept his mind over and sensed that there were dozens of masters of the ruler realm in each force. Among them, the stronger ones had already reached the level 6 ruler realm. This level of strength was considered a core powerhouse of the top races in the 9 Origin universe. A Forbidden Territories lair has attracted so many forbidden lands and Saint Academies. Moreover, they have sent so many powerhouses. This is definitely not as simple as the opportunity obtained by the disciples. There must be some other reason. Wang Xian looked around and thought to himself. As for the reason, Wang Xian had no idea. His gaze landed on the Gate of Void. He could see that there were disciples entering and exiting the gate from time to time. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the gate. After pondering for a moment, he decided to enter the gate directly. His body moved and he came to the bottom of the Gate of Void. At this moment, Wang Xian sensed some gazes staring at him. He raised his eyebrows and prepared to step into the door. Buzz. However, when he got closer, he sensed an energy presence. This surprised him slightly. With a move of his body, he concealed his body and separated it. Wang Xian's void dragon body continued to fly into the door. Buzz. Arriving in front of the void door, Wang Xian entered it easily. In an instant, a majestic power of space was transmitted over. The power of space here is so abundant. Moreover, the area inside is much larger than what it looks like from the outside. Is it because of the power of space? Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling as he entered. He looked inside and saw a large number of ruins. Only a few buildings were still intact and were covered by some energy. Wang Xian looked inside and his body moved. He immediately flew inside. In the outside world, Wang Xian revealed himself and built a simple building. He sat cross-legged and waited quietly. There's someone. Wang Xian had just entered the Holy Moon when he saw 2 young men flying out. One of them even had a terrifying scar on his body. His aura was extremely weak. The Tower of Moon isn't something we can enter. It's too dangerous in there. I really don't know how those evildoers managed to enter the upper floors of the Tower of Moon. The 2 of them spoke disappointedly. They glanced at Wang Xian and continued to fly towards the exit vigilantly. Tower of the Moon? Wang Xian muttered when he heard that. As the body of the Void Dragon was relatively weak, he could not use the soul-absorbing power. Therefore, Wang Xian did not know the situation inside. He could only explore it by himself. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and came to the nearest complete building. The space of the entire Holy Moon was huge. Not far from the entrance, there was a complete building. It was like a courtyard and a small river. However, this courtyard and the small river were covered by a magic array. It was not destroyed, but it was difficult for others to enter. Wang Xian came to the front of this building and flew to the sky to take a look. The magic array has no blind spots and covers this place. There is no way to enter. Wang Xian looked at this place and raised his eyebrows slightly. From his senses, unless he used a strong force to break into this courtyard, there was no way to break in. Otherwise, there was no way to break in. And to break this magic array, he would probably need the strength of a master of the universe at level 3 or 4. This magic array could also be resisted by space-type cultivators. As a universe with space-type attributes, the experts here would naturally prevent space-type teleportation. Therefore, only those with strong strength could enter. Otherwise, they could forget about entering. A dead zone. However, Wang Xian guessed that there might be some pretty good treasures in this courtyard. This was because as the entrance to the Holy Moon, many powerful forces would place some items at the entrance to show their strength. This item might not be the best, but it wouldn't be too bad either. Wang Xian looked at the location that was covered by the array formation and frowned slightly. After sizing it up carefully, he couldn't do anything about it. Although he could ignore this magic array due to the special characteristics of Enlai, Wang Xian couldn't contact him at the moment. Since they were in different universes, Wang Xian's senses towards the Dragon Palace were very weak. Therefore, he could not summon Enlai over. When he stepped into the sword and magic universe, Wang Xian made an agreement with Enlai that they would contact each other once every 10,000 years. At that time, he would set up the Devil Spirit Altar. Enlai would find this new Devil Spirit Altar and teleport over directly. There were still 5,000 to 6,000 years before Wang Xian could contact Enlai. However, Wang Xian was not in a hurry. He might be able to stay in this area for another 5,000 to 6,000 years. When Enlai arrived, he could ask him to take the treasures away. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian continued to fly in. He kept flying in. There were collapsed buildings everywhere. However, there was a building in front of him that was exceptionally eye-catching. This was a pagoda. The entire pagoda occupied about 1/10 of the space in this area. The pagoda stood at the center and was more than 100,000 meters tall. The entire pagoda was divided into more than 10 floors. Wang Xian looked at the pagoda and scanned his surroundings. He took a look around. It was either a collapsed building or an area that was covered by a magic array. Even an area that was covered by a magic array couldn't be entered. This pagoda was the most complete one. He moved his body and flew into the pagoda. There was only one entrance to the pagoda. Wang Xian stood in front of the entrance and looked up. The words Moon Pagoda were carved on the entrance. He moved his body and flew into the pagoda. Buzz! 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 The moment he entered, a surge of majestic energy rushed over. This energy contained the 10 attributes of the sword and the magical universe. The extremely dense energy made even Wang Xian exclaim in admiration. The density of this level of energy is comparable to the powerful treasure land occupied by the peak races of the 9 origin universe. Wang Xian mumbled. This forbidden land, the Void Moon, could be considered a peak race in the 9 origin universe. The Moon Tower is already full. Get out immediately. At this moment, if he didn't have enough strength, he would get out. However, when Wang Xian entered the tower, a cold voice was heard immediately. This made him slightly stunned as he looked inside. The entire first level of the Moon Tower was spacious enough. However, at this moment, there were many young middle-aged men sitting cross-legged on the first level. At the entrance, a young man was staring at him coldly. He was full of warning. Wang Xian's gaze flickered slightly as he landed on the floor. The floor of the hall on the first floor of the Moon Tower was made of a square magic stone. Each magic stone was the same size, but it was divided into 10 different attributes. On each magic stone, there was an expert sitting cross-legged. That majestic energy was transmitted from beneath the magic stone. When Wang Xian saw the scene, he had a slight understanding in his heart. There were thousands of these magic stones on the first level of the Tower of the Moon. Each person occupied a magic stone to cultivate. The number of people here was already full. If he wanted to enter the tower to cultivate again, he would have to use some of his strength. Furthermore, Wang Xian was a space-attributed cultivator. If he wanted to cultivate, he would have to occupy a space-attributed magic stone. Sweeping his gaze across the surroundings, Wang Xian's gaze landed on the space-attributed cultivators. Sweeping his gaze across the entire hall, most of them were at least level 6 universe knights. This was especially so for the 9 attributed powerhouses outside the space. Most of them were at level 7 or 8 universe knights. There was a limit to entering this holy moon. There was an age limit. Those who could enter this place could become cultivators with good potential. Those universe knights who were very old and had not broken through for a long time would not be able to enter this place. Wang Xian's gaze landed on a space attribute cultivator who was at the 5th level of the universe knight realm. He instantly came to the magic stone where the young man was. The young man was cultivating. When he saw Wang Xian, his eyes immediately revealed an extremely cold expression. You recording death. Are you challenging me? He stared at Wang Xian. With a wave of his arm, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. One want this position. Wang Xian looked at him and said calmly, all right. The young man stared at Wang Xian coldly. With a move of his body, he flew out. Let me see what qualifications you have to snatch my position. A voice entered Wang Xian's ears. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and his body moved. He followed closely behind and flew out. Obviously, there was an unspoken rule here. If one wanted to occupy a position, one had to go outside to spar. Only the winner had the qualifications. Go to hell. The moment Wang Xian appeared, countless sharp swords were flying towards him. His methods were ruthless and didn't give him any time to react. Buzz. Wang Xian saw countless sharp swords flying towards him. He waved the sword in his hand in front of him. Sword shield. He shouted in a low voice. A sword shield appeared around him and easily blocked the attacks of the sharp swords. HMPH 10,000 swords in one. In the sky, the young man snorted coldly. He waved his arm and a sharp sword slashed towards Wang Xian. The densely packed sharp swords in the surroundings merged into the sharp sword and slashed towards Wang Xian directly. Wang Xian looked over and his body flickered slightly. He disappeared directly and came to the right of the young man. Teleportation, I know it too. Man and sword in one. The young man's eyes glowed. His figure appeared on the huge sharp sword in a strange manner. At the same time, he teleported with the sharp sword. Wang Xian sensed the energy fluctuation in the surroundings and raised his eyebrows slightly. The sharp sword in his hand immediately slashed toward the position behind him. The next moment, his sword radiance collided with the huge sword condensed by the young man. He actually sensed the location of my teleportation? When the young man saw that Wang Xian had already attacked the moment he appeared, his gaze froze slightly. A hint of vigilance appeared on his face. In a battle between spatial attribute cultivators, one's perception was strong and would have a huge advantage. This was because the other party could sense the location of your teleportation and attack that location at the instant you teleported. All right, I won't play with you anymore. Wang Xian looked at the young man and said faintly. He continued his teleportation and arrived at the left side of the young man. Sword cross. At the same time, he waved the sharp sword in his hand and shouted softly. A gigantic cross-shaped sword was formed and attacked the young man. Sword cross. With the young man as the center, the two space swords on the left and right sides instantly sealed him off. In another place, Wang Xian had already left behind a sword tomb. It was very easy for Wang Xian to deal with a spatial swordsman who was at the same level as him. He could easily defeat him by leaving behind a sword tomb and working together with the other one. Buzz. The cross of swords attacked the young man. The young man's eyes narrowed and his expression changed slightly. His body trembled and sharp swords emerged from his body. The sharp swords met the cross of swords directly. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of collision rang out continuously, but Wang Xian's cross of swords seemed to be endless. This caused the young man's expression to change drastically. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. He let out a loud roar and dodged to the side at the risk of being attacked. However, although he managed to escape from the sword cross, his body was penetrated directly, leaving behind a large amount of blood. Wang Xian stood there and stared at the young man quietly. Huff, huff, huff. The young man's face was filled with cold sweat. He looked at Wang Xian with an extremely embarrassed expression. Wang Xian ignored him and flew straight into the Tower of Moon. The young man could only clench his fists. He was unwilling but also helpless. Among the same level, he defeated me so easily. This guy's strength is really not simple. He took a deep breath and said, perhaps he can enter the second or even the third level. Wang Xian entered the Tower of Moon once again. When he landed on the space-attributed magic stone, some of the space-attributed powerhouses in the surroundings could not help but look in his direction. There was a hint of shock on their faces. The battle between Wang Xian and the young man did not even last for a minute. However, the outcome of the battle was decided so quickly. His strength shocked many people. This was especially so for those space swordsmen who were at the 5th level of the Universe Night Realm. There was a hint of solemnity on their faces. Wang Xian ignored the surrounding gazes. Standing on the magic stone, he could feel an extremely powerful energy. This energy was only slightly weaker than when he absorbed the mirror image flower. This caused his eyes to shine. Buzz. Sitting cross-legged on the magic stone, a wave of space energy surged into his body. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in Wang Xian's mind. Level up. He opened his eyes and revealed a look of surprise. Yes, level up. The so-called level up was to step into the 2nd level from the 1st level. In order to step into the 2nd level, one had to undergo a test. This test was to defeat 2 opponents of the same level as him. As long as one succeeded, one would be able to step into the 2nd level. In addition, if he wanted to step into the 3rd level from the 2nd level, he would have to face 4 opponents of the same level as him. If he wanted to step into the 4th level, he would have to face 8 opponents of the same level as him. It went on and on. There were a total of 12 levels in the entire Tower of the Moon. The higher the level, the more abundant the energy. Doesn't that mean that if I can reach the top level, the speed of my cultivation there would be comparable to cultivating in the most precious land in the 9 origin universe? Wang Xian's eyes glowed. To him, this was simply a holy land for cultivation. Wang Xian's mind stirred, and a surge of energy was injected into the stone of magic. Following that, a surge of energy wrapped around Wang Xian. In the next moment, he disappeared. Huh? He issued a challenge right after he arrived? He's really confident. In the surrounding area, some of the experts sensed the situation on Wang Xian's side and exclaimed in astonishment. At the same time, Wang Xian appeared in a special space. The entire space could not be seen to the end. In front of him, there were 2 figures. These 2 figures were exactly the same as him. However, this was merely a mirror image. The only difference was that their faces were the same as Wang Xian's. Everything else was different. When the 2 of them saw Wang Xian, they paused for 3 seconds before disappearing instantly. In the next second, Wang Xian sensed a spatial fluctuation on his left and right sides. The 2 virtual selves launched their attacks at the same time. One on the left and the other on the right. If it was just an ordinary level 5 universe knight, he would not be a match for 2 existences of the same level. Whoosh! However, before they appeared, Wang Xian's attack had already covered the left side. The ice-cold sword of space spun continuously, releasing a terrifying destructive force. The moment the stunned shadow appeared, the attack had already landed on the body of the shadow. The powerful destructive force continued to destroy the body of the shadow. This made the shadow somewhat illusory. However, the shadow did not know pain. He shook his arm and the sharp sword in his hand shot toward Wang Xian. At the same time, he hugged Wang Xian. It was as though they were going to die together. On the right side, the shadow also charged over instantly. Swing. When Wang Xian saw this scene, his expression didn't change at all. He waved his arm. Numerous sharp swords formed around him. However, the sharp swords collapsed rapidly like glass. The surging force caused a shadow in front of him to disappear. At the same time, this surging force also stopped the shadow behind him. Wang Xian's shadow flickered and stared at the other shadow with a smile on his face. Although this shadow was exactly the same as Wang Xian, its strength was only at the level of an ordinary level 5 universe knight. It was very easy for Wang Xian to deal with someone at this level. Whoosh! Whoosh! In less than 10 seconds, the second phantom was easily killed by Wang Xian. Buzz! Buzz! After the 2 phantoms died, Wang Xian sensed that the scene around him began to change. Following that, he appeared on the 2nd level of the Tower of Moon. Oh! Another newcomer. After arriving, a voice was heard. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and realized that there were a total of 500 to 600 people on the 2nd level. This group of people had varying strengths. They ranged from the 5th level of a universe knight to the peak of a universe knight. The magic stone on the 2nd level was not fully filled. There were still dozens of empty seats. Wuxia took a glance and looked at the magic stone beneath him. He sat down cross-legged. An even more majestic energy surged into his body. The intensity of the energy here was twice that of the 1st level. This made Wuxia look satisfied. He moved his body and prepared to continue ascending the level. Continue the challenge. Buzz. His figure disappeared and reappeared in another space. However, this time he had 4 opponents. 4 phantoms of the same level as Wuxia. When Wuxia saw them, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. With the Tianyuan sword technique that Wuxia had mastered so far, there was no pressure at all for him to fight against opponents of the same level. Whether it was 2 or 4 phantoms, it was just a matter of time. Continue. Let's see if I can reach the top. If I can reach the top, I might be able to cultivate to the level of the ruler of the universe here. He moved his body and charged forward. Buzz. Wuxia took only a minute to kill 4 phantoms of the same level in the space of the 2nd level. When the 4 phantoms were all killed, Wuxia's figure appeared in the 3rd level. The moment he appeared, some people in the surroundings looked over. Wuxia swept his gaze over. There were 70 to 80 people on this level. Most of them were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. To be able to fight against 4 people and defeat them, these people were either very experienced or had powerful sword techniques and treasures in their hands. Wuxia sat cross-legged on the magic stone and sensed it with his mind. On the 3rd level, the energy in the magic stone was even more majestic. Cultivating here was no weaker than Wuxia cultivating with the mirror flower. This is really a holy land for cultivation. Wuxia sighed slightly. With a thought, he continued the challenge. It was not Wuxia's limit to fight against 4 existences of the same level. When he entered the space again, this time, there were 8 existences of the same level. Wuxia moved his body and charged forward immediately. The battle was still very easy for Wuxia. This time, he used 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, his figure disappeared. He actually entered the upper level so quickly. Is he a core disciple from some forbidden land of the Holy Land? At the 3rd level, some of the strong ones saw Wuxia entering the upper level. Their eyes focused and they asked in surprise. Those who were able to enter the 3rd level were all core disciples from the Forbidden Grounds and the Saint Academy. However, they didn't think that Wuxia was here. This made them wonder if another faction from the Forbidden Grounds had arrived. Wuxia didn't know about their guesses. At this moment, he was already at the 4th level. There were fewer people on the 4th level. There were only about 20 people. Wuxia's arrival once again attracted the attention of everyone. Those who were able to step into this level were basically all very famous Heaven's favorites. Brother, which faction are you from? A young man looked at Wuxia and asked directly. No sex. Wuxia replied indifferently and sat cross-legged on the magic stone. With a thought, he continued the challenge. He's continuing the challenge. No sect or sect? Everyone was slightly stunned. When they saw Wuxia's figure disappear, they were stunned. In order to get to the 5th level, he needed to challenge 16 people. 16 people of the same level shouldn't be a problem for Wuxia. In less than 10 minutes, Wuxia appeared on the 5th level. At the 4th level, everyone was shocked when they saw that Wuxia had successfully entered the 5th level. He actually entered the 5th level right after he arrived. How impressive! Immediately check the identity of this young man. He is able to defeat 16 people of the same level. He is already among the top Heaven's favorites. Some of the Heaven's favorites on the 4th level immediately spread the news to the Sacred Grounds and the Sacred Academy. This sacred moon was a huge treasure trove for any sacred grounds and forbidden grounds. All the powers were coveting it and were thinking of ways to get their hands on it. According to the speculations of the experts in the sacred grounds and forbidden grounds, in order to control the entire sacred moon, one would first need to control the moon tower. The control mechanism of the Tower of the Moon might be located at the top level. A young man who appeared out of nowhere had stepped into the 5th level. To the group of people from the forbidden grounds of the Holy Land, this required a lot of attention. Which faction are you from? Wuxia's figure appeared on the 5th level. A voice was heard immediately. Around 20 pairs of eyes were staring at Wang Xian. They were looking at him in astonishment. There's no sect or sect. Wang Xian continued to reply indifferently. He sat cross-legged on the magic stone and challenged again. His actions once again made the top heaven's favorites around him look astonished. Those who were able to reach the 5th level were all top heaven's favorites disciples from various factions. They were existences second only to the holy sons and saintesses of the Holy Land. There were even holy sons among them who were also stuck at the 5th level. Wang Xian was also puzzled by the continuous questioning. However, he didn't think too much about it. He wanted to step into a higher level and cultivate there for a period of time. He entered the challenge space again. This time, it wasn't 32 phantoms of the same level. Instead, it was the phantoms of a level 6 universe knight. Fighting above my level? Wang Xian smiled. With a move of his body, he charged forward. He didn't feel any pressure to fight above his level. With the increase in his strength and his understanding of the Heaven's Origin sword technique, his sword technique became even more terrifying. At the level of the Eternal Swordmaster, Wang Xian was able to fight above his level. It would be easier to fight above his level now. With the combination of Wang Xian's sword catacombs, it wasn't difficult to fight above his level. This shouldn't be my limit. Wang Xian's figure changed as he thought to himself. Swoosh! 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 When Wang Xian appeared on the 6th level, 10 pairs of eyes landed on him. All of them were staring at him. Wang Xian looked over and saw that there were only 10 people on the 6th level. Each of them looked imposing and had a unique aura about them. However, Wang Xian merely swept his gaze across them and continued to sit cross-legged on the magic stone. Brother, which sacred ground are you from? One of the long-haired young men asked faintly. No sect, no sect. Wang Xian repeated this sentence and disappeared without a trace. Huh? What? He's continuing to challenge. Challenging 2 existences that are 1 level higher than him? He has no sect or sect. Who are you trying to fool? How can a kid with no background, a level 5 universe knight, be able to reach this stage? The 10 young men and women saw Wang Xian continuing to challenge and spoke in disbelief. They could easily sense Wang Xian's strength. He was only at the level 5 universe knight realm. With such strength, how could he not have a background to reach this stage? The eyes of the 10 young men flickered slightly as they immediately passed on the news one by one. At the same time, they stared at the location of the magic stone where Wang Xian had disappeared. They waited quietly. These 10 young men and women came from powerful forbidden lands and saint academies. They relied on powerful treasures and powerful techniques to reach this stage. At the moment, all the holy sons and saintesses could reach their limits. As for the 7th level, no one had entered yet. The 10 holy sons and saintesses stared at the position of Wang Xian's magic stone. Time passed by minute by minute. After an hour, the faces of the 10 holy sons and saintesses suddenly changed drastically. He actually made it to the 7th level. The 10 holy sons and saintesses shouted in a low voice with a face full of shock. Which faction is he from? How did he manage to enter the 7th level? Did the other holy grounds send their holy sons and holy virgins over? Furthermore, he managed to reach the 7th level in an instant. Will he be able to enter the 8th level? Or is he even higher? Damn it! Why did such a fellow suddenly appear? He is only at the 5th level of a universe knight, yet he managed to enter the 7th level. Wang Xian's entry made the faces of the 10 holy sons and saintesses extremely ugly. Right now, all of the holy sons and saintesses had only reached the 6th level. Currently, they were in a state of balance. Now, a young man had appeared out of nowhere, and he had actually stepped into the 7th level. This caused their faces to be filled with solemnity. If they could obtain a Forbidden Land's treasured land, it would be a huge improvement for any Holy Land's forbidden land. It would increase their strength by a lot. But now, a young man suddenly broke the balance. Most importantly, they didn't know anything about this young man. They didn't even know which sacred land he came from. This made them very worried. I got news that the young man just now went from the 1st floor to the 7th floor without any pause. He killed his way up. At this moment, A saint's son suddenly received a message and spoke. The rest of the saint's sons and saintesses also focused their eyes and revealed shocked expressions. Did he come prepared? A saintess asked with a twinkle in her eyes. No one could answer her question. However, at this moment, the experts from the Forbidden Grounds and the Saint Academy around the Holy Moon immediately started to move. They started to search for information about Wang Xian based on the information of the disciples in the Holy Moon. At the same time, more than a dozen Forbidden Grounds and the Saint Academy started to search together. However, what shocked them was that no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any information about Wang Xian. This made the faces of the experts from the Forbidden Grounds and the Saint Academy extremely ugly. Could it be that some powerful Forbidden Grounds are also trying to get their hands on the Forbidden Grounds, the Void Moon? The experts from the Forbidden Grounds and the Saint Academy guessed with an ugly expression. All the holy sons and saintesses ascend to the 7th level as soon as possible. At this moment, the group of experts from the Forbidden Grounds and the Saint Academy also quickly gave an order. Wang Xian didn't know that he had caused a huge commotion when he stepped onto the 7th level. At this moment, he did not continue to challenge anyone on the 7th level. When he was fighting against two existences that were one level higher than him, Wang Xian felt that it was a little strenuous. If there was one more, the probability of defeating 3 was not very high. Therefore, Wang Xian was not prepared to continue the challenge. However, when Wang Xian stepped into the 7th level, he saw an unexpected surprise. In front of the 7th level, there was a platform with some items placed on it. Wang Xian flew to the front and scanned through the items one by one. A smile appeared on his face. There was a flaming sword and a water elemental sword. There were metal elemental magic books that recorded metal elemental magic spells. Apart from these, there were also some pills. There were more than 100 elixirs at the 2nd level of the Universe Overlord realm. In addition, the only thing that was useful to Wang Xian was a pair of shoes. The shoes that contained the power of space. They were very useful in sensing and capturing space. The shoes in this space were comparable to the innate supreme treasure of the 9 origin universe. They possessed the ability to teleport. As long as the power of space gushed into it, it would be able to teleport. The distance of teleportation was about 10 times that of Wang Xian's teleportation. To the current Wang Xian, it was indeed a good treasure. Other than that, there was nothing else. Wang Xian was not too interested in these treasures. If it was to the holy sons and saintesses, they were definitely rare treasures. However, Wang Xian was not one of them. To him, these things were very ordinary. Perhaps only the treasures at the top level of the Tower of Moon could catch his attention. It's really not that easy to reach the top level of the Tower of Moon, Wang Xian mumbled. On the 7th level, he had to fight against 2 opponents who were 1 level higher than him. What about the 8th level? There were still the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th levels above the 8th level. How many stronger opponents did he need to face? Even Wang Xian did not have much confidence at the moment. However, Wang Xian was not in a hurry. He was prepared to cultivate on the 7th level. When it was time to contact Enlai, he would ask Enlai to teleport into the 7th level to take a look. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian kept the treasures on the 7th level and started to cultivate with his legs crossed. If he cultivated here, he would be able to reach the peak of the Universe Night Realm within 1,000,000 years. If he could reach the peak of the Tower of Moon and cultivate to the Ruler Realm, it wouldn't be a big problem. Perhaps after cultivating for a few 100,000,000 years, his strength would be on par with his main body. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian quickly absorbed the treasures. A few thousand years passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked at the time. He had set up a demonic spirit altar in front of him. Buzz, buzz. 10 minutes later, Enlai's figure appeared. Greetings, Dragon King. Enlai bowed respectfully when he saw Wang Xian. How's the situation at the Dragon Palace? Wang Xian asked Enlai with a smile on his face. Dragon King, everything is fine at the Dragon Palace. All the disciples are improving rapidly. Enlai replied immediately, Prime Minister Gue asked me to pass on a message to you. Don't worry about the matters at the Dragon Palace, Dragon King. All right, that's good. Wang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He looked at Enlai and said, Enlai, this is a treasure land. See if you can teleport to the upper level. It's the Dragon King. Enlai nodded his head and looked up. His figure moved and disappeared instantly. However, a few seconds later, Enlai's figure appeared. Dragon King, I teleported upward and entered a space turbulence. I teleported many times but couldn't find any direction. It's very strange here. Enlai said. What's wrong? You can't enter the next level? Wuxia looked at Enlai in surprise. I don't know the exact location of the next level, so I can only teleport randomly. I've teleported dozens of times but haven't encountered such a space. Enlai shook his head. But Dragon King, I can continue to give it a try. Go and try. See if you can enter the upper level. Wuxia frowned and instructed. If Enlai could teleport to the upper level, it would be a huge benefit to Wuxia. He could easily reach the top of the moon tower. When he trained at the top, the effect would be terrifying. Buzz buzz. Enlai's figure appeared and disappeared from time to time. He was trying again and again. Wuxia stood at the side and waited quietly. Dragon King, this won't do. I've tried a few thousand times. I feel like I've entered another space. I teleported in that space, but I still entered another space. It's very strange. I can't find my way in that space at all. Enlai tried 1,000 times consecutively. When he appeared in front of Wuxia again, he frowned slightly and said helplessly, Can't I? If you can't, just forget it. Wuxia was also a little helpless. If Enlai could enter the previous space, the benefits would be too great. However, the space that Wuxia brought with him seemed to be in a crack in space. If Enlai wanted to teleport into the space, he would probably need a coordinate. Without this coordinate, it would be difficult to go to the next level. The sword and the magic universe possess the spatial attribute. Hence, their attainments in space are very high. This setting is also to prevent spatial attribute cultivators from using this method to enter the next level. Wuxia thought to himself. He looked at Enlai and said, Enlai, follow me. Although you can't enter here, there are places that you can enter. As he spoke, he appeared outside the Tower of Moon with a thought. This was one of the abilities of the Tower of Moon. As long as one could enter more than one level of the Tower of Moon, one could exit instantly if they wanted to. If one wanted to enter, one only needed to get close to the Tower of Moon to enter the 7th level directly. After Wuxia left, he immediately set up a demonic altar. Buzz. In the next second, Enlai's figure appeared beside Wuxia. Let's go. Wuxia's figure moved and flew towards the direction of the entrance. Throughout the entire holy moon, Wuxia had already finished inspecting the area outside the Tower of Moon. Other than the area where the exit was sealed by the formation, there were another 15 such areas. Wuxia was prepared to let Enlai enter and obtain the treasures inside. Enlai, enter this place. There should be treasures here. Wuxia came to the entrance and instructed Enlai. Enlai nodded and disappeared in an instant. In less than a second, he came to Wuxia's side. Dragon King, PLL bring you in. As he spoke, Wuxia sensed the changes in the surroundings. He appeared above a pond. He was surrounded by a quaint courtyard. A majestic wave of water energy was transmitted from the pond. Wuxia looked over and his gaze landed on the strange water elemental flowers. A water elemental flower looked extremely beautiful. It was emitting a hazy mist, causing the entire courtyard to be filled with immortal aura. There were more than 100 water elemental flowers. Each of them was at the level of a 5th-level ruler of the universe. Not bad, right? Wuxia said faintly and kept them away. He scanned his surroundings and didn't find any more treasures. Let's go to the next place. Wuxia instructed Enlai. The two of them immediately flew towards the other places that were completely covered by the magic array. Of the other 14 areas that were covered by the magic array, the largest one was located at the back of the Tower of the Moon. It was next to the Tower of the Moon. However, it was completely covered by the magic array. Furthermore, the energy contained in the magic array could not be broken without the 8th level of the Universe Dominator. Enlai easily entered and brought Wuxia in. When Wuxia entered the building, a look of surprise appeared on his face. 10,000 Arts Pavilion. This was the name of the building. 3 eye-catching words were hanging in the middle. This building was not big. It had 12 floors, which corresponded to the number of floors of the Tower of Moon. However, this 12-story building was much more than the Tower of Moon. It was less than 1/10 of the floor. Wang Xian walked straight inside. There were a large number of books on the first floor. There were all kinds of cultivation books. The 10 attributes were divided into sword techniques and magic. Wang Xian took a look and walked upstairs. He was not allowed to enter the second floor as he wished. Instead, he was prohibited from entering. Enlai brought him to the second floor. There were also all kinds of cultivation books on the second floor. However, the level of the books was higher than the first floor. The number of books was much less. As he continued up the first floor, Wang Xian realized that this was a library. All the cultivation books of the Forbidden Land, the Void Moon, were stored here. At the top of the Forbidden Land there were 6 books. 1 book, Space Sword Technique. 1 book, Fire Magic. 1 book, Fire Sword Technique. 1 book, Water Magic. 1 book on Wind Element Magic. 1 book on Wind Element Sword Technique. 6 secret manuals. All of them recorded the spells cultivated by the masters of the universe. In the sword and magic universe, it was definitely a rare cultivation treasure. If it was casually released, it could cause a dispute in the Forbidden Lands. These few books were of some use to Wang Xian. The new way of releasing attacks was different from the 9 origin universe. When combined, it could increase one's strength. After Wang Xian put them away, he ordered Enlai to bring him to other areas. The following areas should be where the once dominant experts of the Forbidden Land, the Void Moon, lived. There were traces of survival in more than a dozen places. Wang Xian found some treasures there. Among them, there was a treasure sword that he could use, a spatial sword that was comparable to an innate treasure. Apart from this spatial sword, Wang Xian also found a lot of resources. Among them, the most precious resources were 10 elixirs. Elixirs for the ruler of the universe at level 8. In addition, Wang Xian found a magic note from the residents of these powerhouses. It was a magic note used to record information. In this magic note, Wang Xian had a complete understanding of the Forbidden Land, the Void Moon. The Forbidden Land, the Void Moon, at its peak, had more than 2,000 masters of the universe. Among them, the strongest one was a master of the universe at level 8. 2 of them, one was the master of the Forbidden Land of the Void Moon, and the other was the Grand Elder of the Void Moon. According to the records on the magic note, the Lord of the Forbidden Land of the Void Moon had always been at odds with the Great Elder. There was also a high possibility that the destruction of the Forbidden Land of the Void Moon was due to their internal strife. Furthermore, he got a piece of information from the magic note. The entire Holy Moon was a natural treasure of heaven and earth. The Holy Moon was the core of the Void Moon. On the top level of the Holy Moon, there was a method to control the entire Holy Moon of the Void Moon. After Wang Xian received this news, his eyes flickered slightly. Some of the holy sons and saintesses from the forbidden grounds of the Holy Land came here for this. The entire Holy Moon is a very powerful treasure ground. Wang Xian mumbled and guessed. All the treasures within the Holy Moon that were enveloped by the magic array were obtained by Wang Xian. The harvest was not bad, but there weren't too many surprises. The main reason was that the strength of the Forbidden Land, the Void Moon, was still a little weak in Wang Xian's eyes. The strongest one only had the strength of a level 8 universe dominator. This strength was the weakest in the 9 origin universe. Even the royal family of the 9 origin universe had an existence at the peak of the universe dominator. As for the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian's combat strength was basically at the peak of the universe dominator. After all, not everyone had 2 fragments of the Tianyuan destiny. Even the ruler of the other peak races who was below the Tianyuan destiny. Wang Xian could easily kill an expert at level 8 who was the ruler of the universe. Therefore, Wang Xian really didn't care about most of the treasures. There was even one among them, the most precious item in the sword and magic universe, the magic alms bowl. The alms bowl also represented the inheritance. This was the information that Wang Xian obtained after absorbing the experts from the sword and magic universe. The magic alms bowl and sword alms bowl were the most precious in this universe. Especially the magic alms bowl and sword alms bowl of the masters. The more top-notch they were, the more precious they were. This was similar to the powerful bloodline of the Nine-Origin universe. The inheritance of the magic alms bowl and sword alms bowl could allow the inheritor to improve rapidly. However, similarly, to make this magic alms bowl, one needed the life force of the creator. The creator would need to expend 1/3 of his strength to seal himself. Furthermore, this magic alms bowl and sword alms bowl could only be passed down to one person. This was the most precious item in the sword and magic universe. It was also the most precious treasure of all the strong disciples. This magic alms bowl and sword alms bowl were more precious than anything else. Wang Xian had a magic alms bowl in his hands that could dominate the 7th level water elemental magic stone. However, this item was not of much use to Wang Xian. "Enlai, bring my main body here to have a look." Wang Xian returned to the 7th level of the Tower of Moon and continued to instruct Enlai. Since Enlai could enter this place directly, Wang Xian's main body should be able to enter as well. "It's the Dragon King." Enlai nodded. A few seconds later, Wang Xian's main body appeared beside him. This made Wang Xian smile. His body moved and his real body merged with the body of the Void Dragon. Wang Xian stood there and sensed the 7 layers of space. He wanted to sense the above positions. "With my current strength, I can break through the surrounding space. However, I can't sense the 8 or 9 layers of space. I shouldn't destroy it recklessly." After thinking for a while, Wang Xian gave up on the idea of using his strength to destroy the space. If he destroyed the space and still couldn't find a way to get to the 8th level, he would be at a huge loss. He wasn't in a hurry. It was already pretty good for him to cultivate on the 7th level. With a thought, Wang Xian sat cross-legged on the space magic stone and began to cultivate. Meanwhile, Wang Xian's main body was also absorbing the energy of the other attributes in the surroundings. Time passed by quickly. Wang Xian's strength was also improving at a terrifying speed. 200,000 years passed very quickly. Wang Xian's strength had also improved to the level of a universe knight at level 8. The speed of improvement was slower than Wang Xian had imagined. The breakthrough of shackles and the accumulation of space energy required a considerable process. Fortunately, this speed was not too slow. Within a few million years, he should be able to break through to the realm of the universe's ruler. Buzz. P50. Time passed once again. However, more than 10 years later, Wang Xian suddenly felt a fluctuation coming from the side. He opened his eyes and looked over. He saw a figure appearing on top of a magic stone. However, this figure was covered in blood at this moment. Her injuries were extremely serious. Her blue magic robe was covered in blood and a large patch of pure white skin was exposed. This was a female spellcaster with the strength of a level 7 universe knight. Wang Xian couldn't see her face clearly, but he could tell that her figure was extremely perfect. Wang Xian looked over and raised his eyebrows slightly. The woman's aura was extremely weak. It was obvious that she was severely injured in the trial space. However, Wang Xian was a little surprised that she was able to reach the 7th level. The 7th level was to challenge 2 powerhouses of the same attribute who were 1 level higher than him. Her entire body is filled with treasures of the innate treasure level. With some trump cards, there is a possibility. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the items on her body. Seeing that she was on the verge of death on the ground, he revealed a thoughtful expression. The woman was already unconscious. If he didn't treat her immediately, she might really die. Wang Xian shook his head. With a wave of his arm, a wisp of energy entered the woman's body. Following that, he closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. After more than 10 minutes, the woman opened her eyes slowly. She sensed her body and heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she sensed Wang Xian beside her, she quickly sat up. When she saw her tattered clothes, her face turned red and she quickly wrapped it up. The energy enveloped her entire body. When she saw the figure sitting cross-legged without moving, she took a few deep breaths. After tidying up the blood and hair on her body, she picked up the magic staff beside her and stood up slowly. "I'm Long Yin. Thank you for saving me, my friend." Long Yin cupped her hands at Wang Xian and thanked him. "No need." Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked at her before speaking calmly. "I still have to thank you very much. I know the injuries on my body. If it weren't for you saving me, I'm afraid that my life force would be completely gone in no time. Long Yinin shook her head and continued to thank him. You saved my life. Moreover, once I really die, I won't be able to enter the 7th level. Thank you for saving my life. It's a small matter. Wang Xian shook his head at her. Just now, Wang Xian had treated her fatal injuries with a wave of his hand. To him, this was really a small matter. Long Yinin from the Dragon Cry Forbidden Ground, thank you again. Long Yin bowed and thanked him again. Then, he looked at Wang Xian and sized him up. A curious expression appeared on his face. Which holy sun are you from? You're amazing. You managed to fight your way from the 1st level to the 7th level. Furthermore, you only fought for a few hours on the 7th level. Do you know how long I fought there? It was more than 500 years and I was almost killed. Wang Xian heard her words and looked at her. She was 1.8 meters tall and had a perfect face. There was a trace of holiness and curiosity on her body. Are you the saintess of the Dragon Cry Forbidden Ground? Wang Xian asked. Long Yin nodded and asked in return, what about you? Me? PVE already said it when I was on the 6th level. I don't have any influence and I cultivate alone. Wang Xian answered truthfully. No power? Cultivating alone? Long Yin looked at Wang Yun with a stunned expression. She didn't believe it. Cultivating alone? How could he reach the 7th level of the Moon Tower so easily? One had to know that from the 5th level onwards. Everyone who could enter was a heaven's pride, saint sons, and saintesses from the sacred land. In fact, the original 10 people on the 6th level were all saint sons and saintesses from the forbidden grounds of the Holy Land. How could a person without any background or power be able to reach the 7th level? That's true. There's no need for me to hide it. Wang Xian smiled and said. That's true. If you were from the other forbidden grounds of the Holy Land, you wouldn't have saved me. Long Yini nodded her head slightly and said. The group of forbidden grounds were all competing to obtain the Holy Moon. If Wang Xian was the holy son of the other forbidden grounds, they wouldn't be able to save him as their competitors. Did you obtain a powerful sword alms bowl? To think that you're so powerful. You're even more powerful than the holy sons and saintesses of our forbidden grounds. Long Yin continued to ask curiously. Wang Xian glanced at her and felt that this girl was a little talkative. I guess so. He replied faintly and continued to cultivate while sitting cross-legged. When Long Yin saw that Wang Xian didn't want to bother with her, she had no choice but to give up. She sat cross-legged at the side and continued to cultivate. Time passed quickly once again. Buzz. 20,000 years later, a 3rd figure appeared on the 7th level. Huff! Huff! It was a young holy son. He was in a sorry state and had injuries on his body. After he entered the 7th level, his gaze swept past Long Yinin and finally landed on Wang Xian. Zhengtian, I didn't expect you to come in as well. Long Yinin stared at the young holy son and frowned slightly. Her eyes were sparkling. What? You want to attack me? The young man stared at Long Yinin with vigilance. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed an icy expression. Long Yinin showed a hesitant expression. Buzz. However, at this moment, a figure slowly appeared on a magic hair stone at the side. Whoosh! The 3rd figure was also a young man. After he appeared, he immediately scanned his surroundings with vigilance. Hey, holy son Zhengtian, I didn't expect you to come here even more than me. The young man looked at Zhengtian and said indifferently. Qingye, we're all injured now. Some of us aren't. The holy son Zhengtian stared at him and said with a twinkle in his eyes. Oh? Could it be that she wants to kill the 2 of us? The young man called Qingye smiled and locked his eyes on Long Yinin. Long Yinin frowned slightly when she saw another holy son arrive. She sat there cross-legged and didn't move at all. The Zhengtian holy son heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. He and the Qingye holy son exchanged a glance. The 2 of them immediately sat cross-legged on the magic stone and began to recover from their injuries. They could fight in this space. As rivals, the Zhengtian holy son was really afraid that Long Yinin would attack him just now. If the Qingye saint didn't come, he would be attacked by Long Yinin. The 4 of them sat cross-legged on the magic stone on the 7th level and cultivated quietly. Wang Xian didn't pay any attention to the two who came. Now his main body had entered. In his opinion, an existence of such level could be easily crushed to death. Boom. Time passed day by day again. 100 years later, a wave of power suddenly came. The sudden energy fluctuation caused Wang Xian to slowly open his eyes and look to the side. At the side, the two young men stood up slowly and locked onto Long Yinin. Long Yinin sensed their power and locked onto him. He stood up with a solemn expression. What? You want to deal with me? Did you two experts from the two holy lands come to an agreement? Long Yinin stared at them and asked in a deep voice. You know the answer. Now I'll give you two choices. One is to leave this place immediately, and two is to die here. Long Yinin, don't think that I don't know that you wanted to make a move when I first came in. The Zhengtian Saint's son stared at Long Yinin and said with an icy expression. You want to chase me out? With just you two. Long Yin moved her hand and gripped her azure staff tightly. Water began to gather around her as she stared at the two of them. The space here is very small. It won't be difficult for us to fight two people at once. Is that so? We know each other's strength very well. If you want to fight two people at once, The Qingye Saint's son sneered. With a move of his hand, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. Streams of flames swirled on the sharp sword and condensed into the shape of a demonic beast. When Long Yinin saw that they were really about to make a move, his expression turned ugly. With a move of his palm, without any hesitation, the water elemental energy on the magic staff began to condense. Boom! Boom! The entire 7th level emitted a rumbling sound. Don T disturbed my cultivation. When Wang Xian saw that the three of them were about to fight, he opened his eyes and reminded them faintly. Which forbidden ground are you from? Tell us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The Zhengtian Holy Son stared at Wang Xian and asked with narrowed eyes. When Wang Xian had just stepped into the 7th level, the group of Holy Sons and Saintesses were extremely shocked. Following that, the group of experts from the forbidden grounds of the Holy Land immediately carried out an investigation on this matter. Although they didn't find out which faction Wang Xian came from, they were very clear about his strength. The strength of a level 6 universe knight, the space attribute. This strength could indeed cause fear, but they weren't afraid at all. They were the holy sons of the sacred land. Although the space attribute was powerful, it would not be easy for them to fight against the holy sons. With the help of the treasures in their hands, these holy sons and holy daughters were able to fight against ordinary universe knights. After receiving this accurate news, they had never placed Wang Xian in their eyes. The only thing they had to worry about now was Wang Xian's background. Was there a super holy ground behind him? You're welcome. What will happen? Wang Xian looked at him and asked calmly. Now, Wang Xian's void dragon body had already broken through to the level 8 universe knight realm. It would be very easy for him to kill these two holy sons. You want to interfere in the matters between our holy grounds. Seeing Wang Xian's calm expression, the Qingye Holy Son focused his gaze and sized him up carefully. He was a little surprised and asked, Just don't disturb my cultivation. Wang Xian replied indifferently, Don't challenge my patience. After that, he closed his eyes. Don't challenge my patience? When the Zhengtian Holy Son and the Qingye Holy Son heard Wang Xian's words, their faces darkened. They looked at Wang Xian, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, and felt that they couldn't see through him. The Qingye Saint moved his palm and a magic array disc appeared in his hand. He injected energy directly into it. When he saw the information on the magic array disc, his expression changed. In the land of swords and magic, the heavens' favorites dominated the saint sons and saintesses of the same generation. Those who could become the saint sons and saintesses were all the most elite generation that was nurtured in a sacred forbidden land. Their temperament, strength, and talent were all among the 1 in 100 billion people. None of them were people who thought highly of themselves. None of them were arrogant and didn't put anyone in their eyes. When he saw Wang Xian sitting there with his legs crossed, the Qingye Saint took out a magic array disc to investigate. Wang Xian did not deliberately hide his strength. His level 8 universe knight cultivation was quickly detected. This made the Qingye Saint's expression change drastically. He looked at Wang Xian with a serious expression. A space swordsman at level 8 of the universe was not something they could fight against. Their strength was still far, far away. I didn't expect this brother to have the strength of a level 8 universe knight. The Qingye Holy Sun cupped his hands at Wang Xian. I wonder if this brother can tell me where he came from. I am Qingye Holy Land of Qi Men. I didn't mean to offend you. At the side, the Zhengtian Holy Sun heard the Qingye Holy Sun's words and his gaze froze. A universe knight at level 8. According to our Holy Land's investigation, he's only at level 6. His expression slightly changed, and he transmitted his voice to the Qingye Saint Sun. He should have hidden his strength before. According to my investigation, I've confirmed that he's at level 8. Coupled with the space attribute, this mysterious young man is very strong. The Qingye Saint immediately replied with a voice transmission. His eyes revealed a trace of seriousness and vigilance. If Wang Xian wanted to make a move against them, they would not make a move. The other party could easily occupy the entire 7th level, unless a level 9 universe knight and a peak saint came in. I'll say it one last time. No sex, no sections. Wang Xian said to them one last time. No sect, no sect? The Qingye Saint and the Zhengtian Saint frowned slightly. They were astonished. That's really possible. If he's in a forbidden land of a holy land, we can't stay here anymore. The Zhengtian Saint pondered for a moment and transmitted his voice to the Qingye Saint. The Qingye Saint nodded. They came here with a mission. They were here to control the holy moon. If he was really a holy son of a holy ground, he could have chased them out or even destroyed them. However, he didn't do so. They glanced at Long Yining and sat down slowly. Although they couldn't kill Long Yining or chase him out, they had received some information about Wang Xian. They immediately sent the information to the powerhouses of the holy ground. Thank you, you helped me again. Long Yining thanked Wang Xian. Wang Xian sat there and didn't reply. Long Yining saw it and continued to cultivate helplessly. Time passed. Soon, 200,000 years passed once again. Wang Xian felt that he could easily step into the 9th level of the universe night realm. He opened his eyes and looked around. There were many more people on the 7th level from 3 to 8. Beside Long Yining, there was a young man who looked similar to her. The two of them were sitting cross-legged on the magic stone. Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked around. The 7 of them opened their eyes as they sensed something and looked at Wang Xian. Among this group of people, there were also existences at the 8th level of the Universe Night Realm. There were even 2 existences at the 9th level of the Universe Night Realm. Wang Xian was not interested. With a thought, he slowly disappeared. He has started to challenge again. When the 8 holy sons and saintesses saw Wang Xian disappear and saw that the magic stone under him was glowing, they were all surprised. Such a situation meant that they were going to challenge again. Is he really without a sect? One of the saintesses could not help but ask with a frown. If he really is without a sect, then he must have obtained a powerful inheritance of the sword bowl. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to reach this stage. A holy son said, "The possibility is very high. He must have obtained the inheritance of a certain powerhouse." The few holy sons and saintesses beside him nodded. Long Yining watched as Wang Xian continued to challenge. There are only 3 phantoms of level 9 universe knights. It's not 4. There's 1 less than I expected. At the same time, Wang Xian's figure appeared in the challenge space. When he saw the phantoms of 3 level 9 universe knights, a smile appeared on his face. If he knew there were only 3 of them, he would have challenged them long ago. With his current strength, it was not a problem for him to challenge 3 of them. Now that he could step into the level 9 universe night realm with just 1 step, it was not a big problem anymore. The following battle was not too suspenseful. However, facing these 3 level 9 universe night spatial swordsmen, Wang Xian still fought with them for 3 hours. After 3 hours, Wang Xian easily stepped into the 8th level. At the same time, at the 7th level, the 8 holy sons and saintesses had been paying attention to Wang Xian's situation ever since he began his challenge. When they saw the glow on the magic stone fading away, the holy sons and saintesses were shocked. He actually passed the challenge. He actually succeeded. How long has it been? He succeeded in just 3 hours. How is this possible? When I came to the 7th floor, I fought for 100 years. He succeeded in 3 hours. What kind of trump card does that mysterious guy have? To enter the 8th floor, he needs to challenge 3 existences that are 1 level higher than him. The 8 holy sons and saintesses discussed in astonishment. So powerful. Long Yinin also said in slight astonishment. Before entering the new level, there will be some treasures on that level. Once he enters, the treasures will directly belong to him. In this way, his strength might become stronger and stronger. The young man standing beside Long Yinin said. His gaze looked at her. Sister, you said that he saved you. If you meet him the next time you enter the 8th level, you can try to invite him to our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Who knows, he might agree. Wanting to enter the 8th level is extremely difficult. This time, I might not be able to enter quickly. Long Yinin shook her head and said, Sister, in terms of combat experience, you are the strongest among us. I believe that you will definitely be the first to enter the 8th level. The young man said with a smile. Long Yinin nodded her head as her eyes sparkled. There are many more treasures this time. When Wang Xian arrived at the 8th level, his gaze landed on the spot in front of him. He smiled when he saw some treasures on it.